with the whole Pac-Man thing, they just say, "Oh, isn't that where the sun goes one from one side and then pops out again on the other side?" Well, first of all, that's a reification and a straw man because nobody knows what the sun is anyway. I mean, that's kind of a little putting the cart before the horse and saying, well, it is a physical object, so clearly it has to have some definitive path. Like God couldn't make this shit some super like light show that's super synchronized in a way that we wouldn't. I mean, we've never even seen the shit 24/7. So who are we to say? Well, except for in the north, I guess.
Yeah, I know where you're coming from, Elijah. I mean, as far as anything goes with the sky, fundamentally, all bets are off at the end of the day. We can't say anything for absolute certainty.
Like the idea of someone being able to take an airplane with a camera and follow the sun, but the idea of that being a possible thing to do, but that on top of the fact we don't know of anyone to do it, I wouldn't say that's a plot thickener. I would say that's a plot dulliner. If that's even if I'm using if I'm using that word in that context for it, I think it makes the plot more dull. Like really, it's not a plot thickener. It goes the other direction.
Right, because people are like, well, aren't we gonna eventually get to go to space ourselves? And it's like, well, not really. It's a plot duller. So, like, I get if that's what you mean, then yeah, it's like
And what location would a person choose to try to film the 24-hour sun? And especially if you are a so-called flat earther that believes that it's possible that the Antarctic region could go completely around us in some fashion or another, what location are you going to pick? I mean, you'd have what, a million locations, one every mile or whatever. I mean, good hell, that's ridiculous.
Hold on, Godrock, and it seems like when you state that, he might be insinuating that would be a good idea to follow, some kind of Antarctic, some kind of, southern pathway that would demonstrate one thing or another about that. But keep in mind that airspace is restricted, so that's not even.
That's not what I'm getting at. I'm just getting at as speculation. What region of the would you choose to think that you could actually find the 24-hour sun visible?
Yeah, $10 ticket and $30 ticket. Okay.
I think anything would do. I mean, any time of year really would work. I think the bigger challenge is just having the aircraft and the fuel and potentially the necessity of a refueling aircraft, which typically only major governments have at their disposal. So keep that in mind.
We're just going to have to wait for Demok's idea then of the 5,000 drones all stuck to each other at a certain elevation. How much are drones anyway these days? I know they're getting cheaper, aren't they?
I mean, as far as we know, as far as I know, the only location that you can go to in Antarctica and towards Antarctica is off of the south tip of South America, or possibly Australia or something. I don't know. Which is not a very large area of the Earth. So, I mean, this whole concept seems really weird to me, that it would even be considered, because it's just they got one location they let people go to. It seems like. Do you know of any other locations besides south of South America or Australia that people can go to Antarctica? Any other region at all? Does anybody know of any other place than that?
How does this have anything to do with the concept of flying an aircraft and following the sun? I mean, I kind of get it what you're saying, but I kind of don't.
Well, I guess it's it, because I don't think the sun goes. It's very far from that location. I've seen the film of the so-called 24-hour sun, and it's way off in the distance when you're at that location south of South America, and it's really not even visible 24 hours, and it's not like it's right overhead. It's just not. I don't know. Just the whole thing just seems. It doesn't even seem like it's feasible, let alone to even try and consider it. It's just, I don't know. It just seems so weird.
So, first of all, just to begin with, the video that you're talking about, are you sure that that's Antarctica? Or could it just be a video from the Arctic that somebody said was Antarctica?
Well, of course I don't know that. For hell's sakes, who does?
I know, but I'm just saying, like, I mean, that's the beginning. But I mean, also beyond that, I mean, it's just a separate subject. The idea is to not guess. I mean, the whole concept that we're talking about is establishing.
All that does is make it weirder, in my opinion. Now you've just thrown another wrench in the fucking cog, and it's just like, okay, yeah, you're making sense. Not.
Well, not only that. The thing is, the videos I've seen anyway, they stitched together, and edited, and it's very obvious. So obvious, in fact. If I didn't know better, I'd say they were trying to create flat earthers, and I'm not joking. The other video I saw, shout out Taboo Conspiracy, he showed that they've got the same shadows. They've got the same shadow. They cut the clouds out in the next shot as it comes back around. Same rays of sun, exactly same glare of the sun, identical, but they've cut the clouds out.
When you say the words, I think they're trying to create flat earthers. I think you're giving too many people too much credit in regards to thinking critically. I don't think that many people think at the level of critical thinking, engaging critical thinking at the level you do, Andy.
Yeah, I honestly think, though, I often say to people, everything you've ever seen has been put in front of you in one way or another, right? It doesn't matter what it is, even if it's declassified, quote unquote, right? Everything you've seen has been put in front of you, including flat Earth. Make no mistake. So, I don't know. You're right, Ryan. I do tend to overanalyze things. Yeah.
I mean, put flat Earth put in front of me. What is that supposed to mean to a guy like me? I mean, I don't know how you guys all learned that the Earth is flat, but I learned that the Earth is flat originally because I was campaigning for Rand Paul in 2016 and campaigning against every other politician running, essentially, on the Republican and Democrat side, and trying to expose a lot of corruption in politics. And then someone that I was talking to told me about the Earth being flat.
I remember you telling that story, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, like, what are you guys talking about when you say this was handed to us by someone with shadows above? What are you talking about?
It means like a controlled release.
Yeah, like, so when you
not
the
every,
guy told
like,
you.
I know, but the guy who told me the Earth is flat, I didn't know how long. I still don't know how long he knew the Earth is flat. But I got the impression he had known for years. So
Well, I mean, there was a lot of flat earthers before 2014 and all that.
And I'm just saying, I don't think there was any. I think we're getting ahead of ourselves when we even speculate. Like, forget about saying we know this or know that. I think even when we're speculating about there being some kind of controlled release, quote unquote, I think we're getting ahead of ourselves. Like, there isn't even any reason to speculate.
I don't. I think it's quite plausible, to be honest. Quite likely, in fact, that it was a controlled release.
Yeah, I agree, 100%.
I mean, we're not dealing with idiots here. We're dealing with the people that came up with this entire fucking nonsense heliocentric model.
But we're not. No, hold up. But we're not. We're not dealing with the people that came up with it. The people that came up with it are dead.
All right, yeah, to be technical. But their descendants, of course, still running the show and still is like conniving as their, the people that are dead now that did originally come up with it. They knew like what was happening with the internet, what was happening with social media. People were getting more connected. Information was going to start getting rapidly shared across the entire world. Ideas could spring up in a matter of days, that could cause revolutions. They know all this stuff's coming down the line, and I reckon they prepare for it by releasing flat Earth so they can get out in front of it, which they have. We know they've done that. Because, as I always say, the only defense against this information is isolation. Because there is no truth to what they peddle, of course. They'll never prove a fantasy. It doesn't exist. The only way they can deal with flat Earth is to isolate it as best possible.
So ignore us. Now, I agree with you that far, but you said the words, they have to get out in front of it. Can you elaborate that? Does that mean something other than just ignore us?
Well, we've been shoved into a corner, haven't we? It's not a case of ignore us. No.
Just a general sense of, if you know something's coming down the line soon, you prepare for it. So
see, though, when you say that, when you say that, though, I know of, in other regards and other subjects, they would say like, oh, there's some people over here having a rally or something, or a meeting of some kind, and it's out in public, and they're a bunch of flat earthers, and they're talking about the earth being flat. Oh, but they're just so silly. It's an archaic belief system that the earth is flat. It's not really true. Like, if there were people on the television saying what I just said, then what you're saying would be true. Then they would be getting out in front of it as a turn of phrase, as that's used properly as a turn of phrase. But they're not doing that. No one on the news is saying, oh, there's a bunch of flat earthers over here. Oh, but aren't they just so silly and stupid? Like, there's nobody saying that. Like, as far as I can tell, it's only ignoring and ignoring and ignoring. And I see no other strategy. So there is no getting out in front of it. It's just ignoring. That's it. Getting out in front of it, that's a turn of phrase that's used for a very different kind of behavior.
I think you're falling victim to forgetting what recent history, Ryan. They've already done their big media push against flat earthers. Don't you remember, like 2016 onwards?
Oh, wait, how so? Like, in regards to what?
Hold on, my cat's fucking messing up everything.
I think he's probably talking about President Obama saying we ain't got time for the Flat Earth Society.
No, I'm talking about, like, from when they cracked down on it on YouTube, right? They put all their shills out front, right? Professor Dave coming out with a new video. All these clowns coming out with new videos every other day. Supposedly smacking down on flat Earth. And then you've got all the kind of nonsense going on in the mainstream media, just the... ridicule to the max, essentially, because that's all they can do, but they did it. And, it's had its effect, and now it's kind of quieting down a bit, and
So yeah, in 2016, that Google, you're talking about Google, released a list of websites that they were going to ban from people being able to find through their algorithm. And like Infowars.com was on top of it, DavidIke.com, but they had a bunch of flat Earth websites that I think were also part of that list, right? So that's a good example. See, that example right there, but that's just Google. That's not like the whole spectrum of mainstream media. It's not all the newspapers. It's not all
it's the same players. We know this.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, I just think it's just one time and it's one Google. So that's one example where I guess you could say, okay, it seems like they're getting out ahead of this thing, or when they, suppress it on the YouTube algorithm. But apart from YouTube and Google, I mean, I'm just saying, whenever anyone's going to say statements like this, you got to make sure to tie it to YouTube or Google, because if you're not tying these sorts of statements to YouTube or Google, they're nonsensical. They're not true. Like there simply are not people on the mainstream news, on regular television news. There are not people there saying, "Oh, on a daily basis, oh, flat earthers. There's a bunch of flat earthers over here that say the earth is flat, but they're so silly and stupid. The earth is a globe. You just relax. The earth is a globe." Like there's nobody saying that. Like they just ignore it. Their standard policy is if something about flat Earth comes up, they don't mention it. They don't want you to think about it. Just go to school.
That's what I'm talking about, the isolation.
Taxes, watch your TV, believe the Earth is a ball. Oh, and just ignore it. Like that's the only strategy they can have. You gotta understand, that's the only strategy that would work for them in this present day.
But you're explaining back what I said to you 10 minutes ago. They'll never have evidence for a fantasy. The only thing they can do is isolate. That's it. And we spoke about it in here many times, the idea that we're just dealing with the same 100 trolls over and over and over, and they just cycle. That we're completely isolated as well, and we don't realize it. And we're not making as much of a reach as we'd like to be. Again, that's just speculation, though.
Yeah, but keep in mind, isolated, that word would only apply to YouTube and Google. Everywhere else, the word you should be using is ignore. And it's for a variety of different reasons. Some might do it because, hell, they might do it because they're evil. I don't know. But the vast majority of people out there, the vast majority of regular people, they would ignore me telling them the earth is flat, or ignore anyone else telling them the earth is flat, because they don't care about the truth. That's just them as a character. The truth doesn't.
The vast majority of regular people are completely isolated informationally. They don't even realize it. Everything that comes across their feeds is fed to them. They're not making any conscious decisions about what they see. The algorithms understand exactly what their predispositions are ideologically, philosophically, and it's feeding them everything for, to back up to play into their confirmation bias. They're completely isolated. They don't realize it's worse.
Well, yeah, I mean that's one factor of it, but it's just keep in mind, even those that are not isolated, a lot of the people that are not isolated from the truth, it's just the question you got to ask yourself is how much do when you're talking to one individual or another individual, you got to ask yourself, does this individual, do they care about the truth? Do they actually care about the truth? Because if you really ask yourself that question and really try to find the answer, I think you'll find that, at least in my experience, more than half the time, maybe not the vast majority of the time, but more than 50% of the time, most people, they don't care. They don't care about truth.
I agree with you. I totally agree with you. Yeah. In the current condition of the world, the truth is the biggest burden you can put on your shoulders possible. Nobody wants it.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm trying to say is you don't need to isolate that kind of individual. All they need to do is ignore you, and most other people need to ignore you, and together they can just ignore us. That's that's the whole reason why it's not, a common thing to say that the earth is flat. It's just simply ignoring us. That's just it. Most people,
but they understand that people do wake up. They do wake up from their slumber, and what I'm saying is they are hindering and pushing back that moment of that epiphany that gets a person to actually start caring about truth. That's what the powers that be are up to,
In my experience, the average individual that's brain dead and just, an average mongoloid American, what it takes for them to actually care about anything? It takes something bad happening to them. Oftentimes physically. Yeah. There's a term, there's a phrase from where I come. I'm trying to remember it. It says, a conservative. A conservative is a liberal that's been mugged. You ever heard that term?
I haven't, but I totally understand it. Yeah, I mean, I was speaking to a guy that moved here to Scotland from California, to study, and he was saying, "Oh yeah, I was a total liberal and all that," and then I got taxed, and then I started paying tax, and he's no longer a liberal. So I totally get what you're saying.
Yep. He got mugged the other way through taxes.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not saying 100% that Flat Earth was a controlled release, but I don't put it past them, and it doesn't seem very unlikely. Because, I mean, let's take it all to its logical conclusion. What's it going to be in 200 years when still nobody and their neighbor is able to go up in space because it's a physical impossibility, right? Eventually, it's going to kind of dawn on people. They are going to have to co-opt Flat Earth and reintroduce it to society somehow, some way, eventually. How they do it, who knows? But they will have to.
I mean, the
eventually.
CGI is next
It will
level,
become
though, right?
so yeah. Well, I guess the only option is that people go into this kind of like transhumanistic, 24/7 plugged into virtual reality, like just insanity society, and then nothing matters anyway because they're just these fucking, plugged in drones, and the fight is lost eventually, essentially at that point. So it could go down that route, and then it can have everybody going to the moon through their fucking VR or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I wouldn't even put it. I mean, I can see them putting things in the sky as well. Like holograms or whatever it is, and it would look extremely. They can do that now, and it looks amazing. Have you seen that one in Dubai? Holy crap! The train's going through the building.
Never saw it. No,
it's nuts. So yeah, they can do some good
do crazy stuff.
They can do some shit now. They would convince most people, I would think. Aliens are coming, whatever it is. And if the guy's got plaques on his wall and a white jacket on, that's it. It's got to be true.
Well, that's the two options. Either they put people into the transhumanistic society, or they co-opt Flat Earth and reintroduce it.
They just have to put that word above it, science, and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it seems likely we'll down the virtual reality route, but you don't know. Never know what's up their sleeves,
That's why, I kept saying that thing about it'll go off into two, one bigger group, I imagine, and a smaller group of people who are, born toiling the fields. They're not accepting a birth certificate. They don't know any better. They're not accepting a birth certificate. They absolutely know. I was thinking it'd make for a brilliant movie script, right? These two people meeting, so opposed to each other. So I can't talk about it too much for obvious reasons, but yeah, one would be he'd have really tough hands.
It seems to be going that direction, yeah. Society is splitting down the middle.
Yeah. The other person would have a mask on. So many millions at this point, tens of millions, probably even hundreds of millions across the Western nations are disenfranchised, and they recognize the system is, if they don't recognize it for the satanic mess that it is, they at least recognize that it's like unfeasible and it's going to crumble, and you need to, make moves. And yeah, they're going to end up being what you're describing, going back to the kind of homestead lifestyle, Yeah, for sure. Small, local, everybody pulling for each other. Tends to be a cyclical thing anyway. I always tell Mimas about that kind of stuff. How we sort of create the weak through convenience, and then
the cycles,
yeah,
like good, strong men create good times and all that.
Yeah. It's interesting.
I feel that's totally true. You just seem to go in them cycles. But it's a bit organic at this point, of course, because we know they've done so much with the intake, what's going into people's bodies, especially men, just destroying T levels, you know? It's not completely their fault.
Hold on. What do you mean they controlling what people eat? People control what they eat. There's no one's pointing a gun to anyone's head here in the United States telling you to eat anything or another. Everyone's making good choices or bad choices on their own accord.
Certainly. But if you were a farmer, are you going to poison your meat and feed it to people? And then just say, well, they fucking chose to eat it. It's all on them. I see both sides. Yeah, people are responsible for themselves, but that doesn't justify the supplier putting shit in their products.
Well, hey man, I'm just saying,
in itself.
If you're gonna go that direction, like go with the food they serve in public schools. Like that's something to complain about. That's your tax dollars being wasted to buy garbage food, fiat food to serve to children in your community. Like it's disgusting. But like I went to public school. I remember the food there. It was disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. The idea of my tax dollars being spent on that crap is insulting. And anyone who is
the idea of tax dollars being spent on 90% of the shit in society is disgusting, to be honest. So,
but I'm saying, like, I have friends, like my two closest friends. All right, they eat a lot of junk food. They eat a lot of junk food that I would never buy and I would never eat. And by the way, I consistently make fun of them in a variety of different ways about it. Like I mock them consistently. I'm always telling them I'm always saying to them, how can you eat that stuff? I don't know how the hell you can eat that stuff as they're eating it in front of me, as they're buying it in front of me. But I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't ever want to take away my best friend's right to buy and eat junk food, because that's part of freedom. Freedom is not always pretty, but freedom is important. It's not always pretty.
I never implied it, so I don't know why you're bringing it up. I never implied it.
Well, yeah, you said the words, something about the food that men eat these days is being manipulated by some powers above or something along those lines, or what?
Ryan, you confuse me sometimes because you're in here and you know this truth, and then sometimes you speak as if we don't have powers above that are pulling any kind of strings. I mean, of course, we all understand every individual is 100% responsible for how their life goes, but there's still people pulling strings.
But yeah, so let me just say it for you in a different way. There are people pulling strings that would make junk food, trash food, fiat food much more readily available, and they are assholes for doing that. They are not making anybody eat this, technically, but they're making it much more readily available, and at the same time, by subsidizing it, making healthier food more expensive, and making the free market no longer free. And that's a disgrace.
That is what I'm referring to.
And really, then, it ends up in a place of a question of awareness, right? Ultimately, I think.
Yeah, that's a good point. Ignorance is not bliss after all, is it?
Is it? I mean, I don't blame regular people for they're too trustworthy in my eyes, but I don't blame them for being trusting in the first place. We should live in a world where we can confidently trust each other, corporations, politicians, whatever, if it was operating with any kind of fucking integrity or honesty in the first place. And these people are in that position. They are trusting, and they trust that, what they're putting in their bodies is halfway decent at least, you know, and not filled with just all these different types of poisons. We know that's in it, and not necessarily just junk food, you know, substandard meat and all this type of stuff. You know, don't get started on, like, you know, what they're this idea of what's the code word now? Fucking the jibby jabs going into cattle and all the new technology being put into cattle and all that. What that's going to potentially do down the line, who knows? That's all I was trying to get at, basically. And Andy mentioned the whole cyclical thing with the, you know, you have strong societies and it creates convenience and comfort, and then it kind of collapses because people get complacent in the comfort. And all I was getting at was, I don't think it's 100% their fault, you know, because things are working against them that shouldn't be working against them. It's a, you know, the cycle is accelerated essentially. You know, people are getting weaker. The general mass of the world is getting weaker at an exponential rate because it's consciously being pushed that way.
Yeah, I remember when I first messed myself up in a big bad way with alcohol, and I watched a 2-hour documentary about sugar. I had no idea. I had no idea, guys. There's so many forms of sugar for a start. But I wondered if I'd give myself diabetes or something. I forgot that information now. It's in there somewhere. If we had the conversation about it, I bet something had come back to me, for sure. I tend to treat information like a signpost. I see it. Stepping stone. You know, I see it and I just let it. I don't cling to it. But it's in there somewhere. So I remember having a conversation with my brother about, because my oldest brother's huge. He's like 30 stone or something. I don't know what that is in pounds, but, you know, 300, nigh on 400, I bet. God, my mother does the conversion stuff so easily. Isn't it funny how it just, we draw into different subjects. Like, she does the numbers thing so easy, and numbers don't come easy to me at all. But, yeah, I remember saying to him, imagine if you're a mouse and you were sprinkling sugar in a maze at every little corner, every little turn. But then we blame the mouse for eating the sugar. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird, isn't it? It's, at some point, you've got to have a bit of empathy and think, oh my God, it's. I mean, if I take a tin of beans, there's 16 grams of sugar in a tin of beans. It's just loaded. Everything's overloaded. So,
well, and they're in like a vicious death spiral as well, because it takes intelligence and a stable mind to realize all these different things that are taking place in the world and avoid them.
Really good point.
Their intelligence is being taken away from them. So there's like a threshold where we're in idiocracy, you know?
Yeah, that's a really good point.
They don't have to. What's that?
It can also take physical pain in regards to a medical problem, caused by these pollutants that you're talking about. See, physical pain that someone comes to realize that they have, you know, like the pain itself, like they can either feel the pain and be so stupid that they're incapable of acknowledging reality that the doctor tells them about the cause of the pain or whatever, and then, like, you know, continue to poison themselves to death from that point forward because they're stupid, or they can be smart enough to, you know, acknowledge that this pain is caused by X, so I must avoid X in order to reduce the pain. And I guess that's the smarter portion of the population.
Well, we have a kind of juvenile way of looking at the body, doctor. You know, I know we can't talk about that too much, but, you know, I was talking about that with crypto earlier. Just saying how you can take certain whatever antibiotics and they give you problems down the road. Everything they do, in fact, is addressing a symptom. It's never getting to the root of the thing. And so I don't think any doctor my brother's seen has really addressed the eating problem, which led to a different conversation altogether about God. Because ultimately that's what you're trying to fill a hole that cannot ever be filled in anything this place can offer. That's the reality of the situation. But that's comes down to awareness again. So
all these things are from traumas. Childhood, teenage, adolescent, somewhere in that kind of area of life. Some deep trauma that's not been resolved. You know, we're never taught how to heal ourselves from these things.
I mean, we can't. The healing takes place by being part of some prayer that we either did previously or that someone has done for us previously. We might think about something that happened to us not being recoverable, and yet somehow one day to another we are being healed. You know, it takes time.
I'll just sorry, go on.
The reason why we sometimes suffer is not only because of prayer in general, but it is said there's a time for everything. There's a time for war, there's a time for love, and all those things, you know. And if we wouldn't took part in it somehow, in some way, shape, or form, then how are we gonna grow if we are not thinking about it? It's not like I'm asking, like, this just happened, please heal me from it, and it's over. Not thinking about it. This would by others who are not in our faith would be see this as cruel. You know, you're not thinking about what just happened. You know, it's like you're immediately healed, no remorse, no nothing. This wouldn't happen. There's something that needs to be done and has to be experienced by. What you gonna say?
I was just gonna because I'm gonna go and watch. I always watch this guy on YouTube. I think his name's Stretan or something like that. He's just wrenching on BMWs. I don't know why. I find it so nice. I don't know. There's something about. He's a lovely guy. I think that's what it is. He's a lovely guy, and he just wrenches on BMW. I find
Is that the Dutch guy?
No, I think he's from Serbia or something like that.
Yeah.
But anyway, what's his channel called? I might as well.
Yeah, there's another
M539 Restorations. It's called, and I just love him saving these old Beamers. I don't know why. It's ridiculous, I know. But anyway, before I go,
I know that guy. Yeah. He's got a really tiny fucking garage, and he just does the whole. yeah. He's good, man.
Before I go, I'll just comment on back of something you said, which is this emotional body. I love Eckhart Tolle's work on the emotional pain body. It's when you have childhood trauma, it needs to be addressed. And what you tend to do when you're a young person, which is perfectly natural, of course, is to run away internally, so you don't deal with it, and you run away. And of course, you run away. You know, I'm not knocking them for that. That's what you do. That's what I did. And so people tend to sweep things under the rug because they don't want to deal with it. And they have this stern thing about, no, we just keep moving forward. No, this cannot be done with this. It cannot be. It has to be addressed because it's trapped in your, it's a weird way of putting it, but it's it no longer flows with the harmonious functions of the body. And so it's trapped. And it needs to be addressed. And the way you sort of the emotional pain body can't be gotten rid of. So I'm choosing my words so carefully here. So you don't get rid of it, but you can sort of let go of this huge sack of bricks that you carried around with you. So what you do is you have to focus on whatever it was, and it will present itself to you if you can't remember it, because you may have put it in a box in your brain and locked it up to never be seen again. That's also a thing. But it will present itself to you if you focus on it enough. And then when it does, for me, it played like a video in my head. And then I just kept living it, and I relived it, and I relived it, and I relived it. Now I had the emotional maturity to process those feelings. Do you see? And now you can let it go. And it's the most wonderful thing.
Yeah, I mean, you need some parts of grounds and points where you can associate with your experience. You know, it's like you need some viewpoints to get a grasp on, to then being by it healed. Because it's like each and every experience that someone else has that may be similar to this is somewhat like a sharpening stone, you know? You try to sharpen yourself, and this is general nature of human in general. We try to sharpen ourselves by looking at one another. Also when we talk to someone and we say something outright that someone responds to, we look into their eyes to look for some kind of confirmation first, but we do it unconsciously anyways. So by shutting down first and kind of observing everything around you, it's generally needed by having a community who is open to this also. Not every community or person in general is open to this. I did this once by walking to a stranger that I just was riled about. I had a conversation with my mom, and she didn't understood me, and I stepped out of the car, walked to the stranger and asked him a question about this specific topic, and he was like, "I don't care." And I was like, okay, then it's like it's you need people who you can talk with, you know.
Yeah, certainly it's better out than in, for sure. But the emotional pain body is a funny thing, because it will attack anybody around you, especially family members, especially because it's the living past. Essentially, it's so funny using words to describe this thing. It's like bloody anything else. It's just a framework. That's all of understanding. Is it what's actually happening? I don't know. Probably not. But it's just a framework of understanding, so you can process certain things. That's all. I've talked about that with atomism a little bit, because if there's practical use for a thing, whatever it is, like the quantum jumps, right? The Copenhagen interpretation. Anyway, I'm not going to go down that road. But the point is, if there's a practical application, then that's a good thing. You can see that's a good thing. Right. Is it what's actually happening? No. I don't think so, anyway. I don't think it's these little quantized chunks bouncing around. Do you?
Yeah, I don't know about the Copenhagen thing you're talking about.
Oh, I don't know why I went down there, to be honest. I shouldn't have mentioned that. But
I've lost
that
the point here totally.
yeah, I'm sorry. That
When
my
it
bad.
comes to the quantum level, that is just a concept. They're not saying they're tiny bouncy balls. Can't know because they're too small.
Ah, LV Paul. Oh, right, yeah. You know a lot about this stuff, don't you?
Really, no. I've only listened to Nathan for a little bit. I'm still trying to study it myself because it is very interesting.
Yeah, it is.
It's not required to know what shape the atoms or whatever they are is, really, I don't think. You can still describe gas behaviour without them needing to be bouncy balls. Someone was debating Flatswood the other day and he said gas doesn't have a behaviour, and I think in his mind he was thinking of angry or antisocial gas or something. Sorry to kill the conversation.
No, you didn't. I'm sorry. I was going to watch this thing, and I was thinking about that a little bit as well.
I'm
But
very
yeah.
interested in finding out how the liver makes glucose from what you'd call sugar precursors, because if you eat no sugar whatsoever, your liver still makes glucose for your brain.
Yeah.
Of course, you don't need
I know
sugar.
a book that might be able to help you. There's a book called The Art and Science of Low Carbohydrate Performance. If you buy that book, it might have, I think it's somewhere amongst those chapters, I think they have the answer that you're looking for. But I don't know for sure because I let a friend borrow that book a few years ago and I lost contact with him and he didn't return it to me. So I don't have a book.
Yeah, okay. Might be on archive, maybe. There's a lot of things that are sugar, aren't they? Like they have this thing on packets. I don't know if they do it over there, but in the UK, they say carbohydrates and of which sugars, and that's a lie because they're all sugar. Pulses, rice, beans, everything, especially grains, it's all, and potatoes, carrots, it's all sugar. You don't need it.
Well, so the detail that you're talking about, I think if my memory serves me correctly, is why carbohydrates on nutritional information in Europe and the United States are written and displayed differently. Take, for instance, they do not consider dietary fiber to be part of the total carbohydrate content, but over here it's listed as so.
Soluble or insoluble? I suppose insoluble doesn't really count. But that's another thing I remember listening to is a guy who studied fibre in Africa for about 30 or 40 years. He compiled all these data to show that the tribes that ate no fibre were healthy, and the people who lived in the towns and cities and ate a more Western diet with breads and pulses had diarrhea and constipation. And people like the Maasai didn't even have words for those. Then when he published his papers, he said you need to eat lots of fibre. So it's like someone got to him towards the end. You don't actually need fibre at all.
Yeah. So he should have had a caveat to that. Like, it seems like an incomplete sentence going by the nutritional literature that I've read, written by nutritional practitioners and medical doctors, which would be that fiber you need, so to complete the sentence, to make the sentence more logical and complete, you need lots of fiber, at least in one day, if you want to clear out certain areas of your digestive system in certain ways. It does serve that function, but keep in mind that
but in a negative way, though. Imagine
but just keep in mind the concept of clearing out your digestive system is not something that anyone should ever need to do or want to do on a daily basis. So keep that in mind. Like, you need to brush your teeth every day. You don't need to clear out your digestive system every day with fiber or certain parts of it. Necessarily. You don't necessarily need to.
I mean, in order to clear your system, if you have only one citrus type of fruit in your house, you should it as a whole and not only eat the inside or the juice, for instance. If you really have problems, that is. But yeah, like you said, you don't need to clear up your system by eating every day one whole fruit, citrus fruit, with just the shell. I mean, most of us don't do it anyway. Usually only if a recipe that we cook on has it, we do it, but otherwise we don't do it by these kind of terms.
So another way of looking at this and examining it is the fact that there are no essential nutrients that fall into the category of carbohydrate soluble. In fact, there are no nutrients, period, actually, I think, technically, that fall under the category of carbohydrate soluble. But there are 3 categories of which that fall under the category of fat soluble. That would be vitamins, minerals, and omega-3 fatty acids. All right. These are essential nutrients that your body does not have the ability to create itself, that your body cannot function without. That's the definition of an essential nutrient. And these fall under fat soluble. And then there is another category, which is protein. And the protein is made up of various assortments from one protein to another, from one protein source to another, different assortments of amino acids. And typically, well, actually, not just typically, but at least almost 100% of the time, if not nearly 100% of the time. The only time that you find a complete amino acid complex, which the definition of which is a source of protein that has all 12 essential amino acids that the human body doesn't have the ability to create itself. The only time that you ever find all 12 amino acids in a protein source or another is when it's meat-based, meaning it's not eggs, it's not dairy, it's not plants. It's from an animal, from a fish or a cow or a sheep or whatever, etc. And so basically what I'm trying to say is carbohydrates are not technically a nutritional necessity of any sort, not in any way, shape, or form. So whenever anybody says, like, oh, I need these carbs so I can do X or Y, you can understand now that from a nutritional necessity point of view, what they're saying is absolute, complete, total nonsense, pseudoscience nonsense. They don't actually need carbs to do jack diddle squat. They can function perfectly fine without it, and they can survive perfectly fine without it. You cannot survive without fat. You cannot survive without protein. You will die without, if you're deprived of either fat or protein for a long enough period of time. You will not die from a carbohydrate deficiency.
Yeah, you need to supply your body first with those kinds of fats and amino acids and vitamins first in order for them. If you have a bad week or month or whatever, it's like fasting for a long day. This is very, very rare, but not also. It depends on the country, I guess. But either way, it's you have to provide those first for your body in order to survive for a long time without it. But otherwise, yeah, you don't need it every day, basically. the subcategory that is created by bacteriums by providing one vitamin that is then split up into different usable objects for them to use from different bacteria, from one bacterium to another, is a whole nother study. I'm not very knowledgeable about this, but I know that the body, if not provided with the essential, generally is capable of doing just about right if you have only one thing about a food and such. But over time, of course, you start to generate lacks in your body, which then may bring you pain in other areas and such. Yeah.
I can actually think, though, of a practical purpose that carby foods, like corn chips or bread, hopefully millet bread, not wheat bread, whatever, whatever kind of best bread you can get or corn chips you can get. I can think of actually one practical purpose that they do serve, which is that sometimes consuming large amounts of fat is not so easy feeling on the stomach. But keep in mind that you can soak fat into these, fluffy carby materials to make them much more fatty. And, basically they function like a sponge. And you can eat the sponge.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Because when you eat it and it comes into your stomach, your acid in your stomach pulls the fibers and fats and everything anyway. So it may feel for your tongue differently while eating it, but I think it doesn't matter to the whole process.
No, you're correct. Nutritionally, it's a negative. You're correct, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about either the tongue, what you're talking about, the taste. That's one thing, but that's not even what I was talking about. That's just another subject, but one that is, worth mentioning as well. What I'm talking about is simply the way that it feels in your stomach after you eat it. So most people, most of the time, like, I can kind of do this myself. Like, I can do what I'm about to describe myself, but sometimes I can't. So it just kind of depends on the day. But most people can't take actual spoonfuls of beef tallow that's hot, even if it's marinated and salted and tastes good. Like, most people can't take spoonfuls of that and swallow it. Just spoonfuls of beef fat, swallow it. So what I'm trying to say is, since a lot of people find that hard to eat, that even though they understand that it's a healthy thing to eat, including some friends of mine, actually, at least one friend of mine, what I'm trying to say is, instead of doing that, an alternative that might settle in your stomach better is to take those spoonfuls of beef fat and let them soak into something else and then eat that something else so that it settles in your stomach better. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if this relates from the whole eating stuff and nutrition and such. to extreme martial arts sports, like for instance the MMA fighters. I've heard from someone who was an MMA fighter who ate really healthy, but still due to his sports and I guess body damage he has received, his body couldn't cope up anymore with all what he did. If that makes sense, I'm looking for specific words for intestines and such. Give me a second. Yeah, for the kidneys and the liver and such. Even though he didn't drink alcohol or his nephritic, is that right? Is that a thing? His nephritics were kind of collapsing, even though he ate healthy, he did sport and what have you, but still, his doctor said to him that his kidneys have had some kind of failure if he would continue with doing this.
What? I missed the first part. What was he doing that triggered the kidney failure? I just put my headset on record. I'm sorry.
The general participation in MMA sports.
Oh, so all the impacts.
Yeah.
Ooh, damn.
So even though he was totally eating healthy, but I think over time, when his doctor observed him regularly, he said to him that your kidneys are basically in a state of failure. That he should stop.
Yeah. Damn.
So I guess physical trauma, even though it has nothing to do with nutrition, in a sense, does. I mean, it's logical, It's like when you punch someone on the chest really hard and such, you could have some kind temporarily of rhythmic, what is it called, rhythmic failures in your heart,
Yeah.
Also.
Oh, you're absolutely right, because there is ways where you can actually cause somebody's heart to kind of miss a beat or two and mess up. You hit them hard enough. And then you keep on the impacts over and over and over. Like, that's your job. Yeah.
Yeah, and then
that could really take a toll.
And then hit by the brain and such, eventually hitting specific nerves, and this rhythm might not continue eventually. It's very, very rare. We have what we have recorded on internet, it's very, very, very rare, but it does happen sometimes, even during fights. It's very sad.
What if it's actually not as rare as people think, but it's like the worst version of it's rare? Like, people don't notice the minor ailments that they have because they ignore it because they want to keep fighting.
Yeah, I think that emotionally it also takes a part in this. Like,
that's true.
It's like, I want to win or something, or even family issues that you have that maybe are underlaying in your back mind, while you're fighting and such.
Yeah. Or childhood history that might have led somebody to pick such a career.
Yeah, you're thinking about bullies and such, and
or one side or the other. Yeah, could be anything.
I mean, this is the reason why Western and Asian medicine is so different sometimes.
Yeah. Oh man, medicine in America isn't about healthcare. It's about just making money off of the patients. You keep them right there between being healthy and dead, so that
Yeah.
they're perpetual patients until they do die. And it's not even that has nothing to do with it's just how America is. It's the American way because we don't take care of ourselves.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, I
that's where
mean,
health
there are
begins.
so many other things like being influenced by general media about what we
Yep.
should consume, and yeah, I mean, there's a whole lot to talk about this.
Oh yeah, they'll put a commercial on and have you brainwashed into thinking that you need it. You must have it. Hey, how's it going, God Rockin'?
Yeah,
Good. How you guys doing? I was heard you talking about MMA fighters. I
yeah,
was thinking, you see those guys that they get kicked in the side, the hard kicks on the left side and the right side. Sometimes they'll get kicked in the liver, and it just drops them. They're done. They're done fighting. I mean, it just puts them down. All them kicks, several each fight, 2 or 3 to this side, 2 or 3 to the other side, maybe even more. That could be definitely bruising those internal organs and putting them into trauma. There's no doubt about that's a very dangerous sport for all of your internal organs, I would say, especially with those kicks.
Yeah.
When they kick the liver, man.
in general, when I'm thinking about the Middle Ages, when most of the fighters who were left-handed never had any struggle about beating an opponent, basically. The left-handed people against right-handed were always superior because you carried your shield on your right hand and never had your very vitals like the liver, your heart, and everything else. You had not those critical collapsing instances exposed for them, It's like they were some way or form superior in fighting. I mean, it is because it wasn't that common for them, This is, I guess, some reason for them to have an advantage.
Yeah, protecting your internal organs it would definitely be an advantage. I can't say that it wouldn't be. Yeah, that's a dangerous sport. There's no doubt. Who knows what's happening to those poor guys' internal organs, their liver, their kidneys, their heart, like you say. I mean, those things are taking some really heavy blows. Especially some of those guys they kick hard, boy.
Yeah.
I don't know. It seems like I'm surprised more people don't actually get ruptured kidneys or ruptured livers or actually end up dying from it. But it doesn't seem to be that common. But I can certainly see how they would be getting bruised at the very least.
I mean, the kind of fighting, it's like, even though it's MMA, you are open in combat. You have some restriction, like not kicking balls, and when someone is down in Western, you should not approach a knee counter and such. And this is forbidden in Asia. It is not forbidden. You can counter with a knee counter, and it's so different in where you are on the continent. Where you are fighting at, and yeah, you have to adopt by basically the law of the land.
Yeah, I remember back when they used to have this fighting team called Pride. They fought in Japan, I think it was, and boy, they didn't hardly have any rules. You could kick them in the head while they were down. You could do all kinds of crazy stuff. I mean, literally, you could kick them in their head hard as you wanted while they were down. I mean, I thought when I seen that, when I first started watching Pride, I'm like, oh my hell, some of those people are going to die. but
I mean,
I didn't.
to be honest, if it's, I mean, we have no life or death fights. You know, we are not in Rome anymore. Back then, those were,
No, but I'm talking accidental. I'm
yeah,
just saying, yeah, I'm not in life. It's not like they're trying to kill them, but a kick to the head when they're lying down on the ground, a severe hard kick to the head, that could cause brain damage or any various different types of things. They finally outlawed it. I mean, they no longer have pride anymore. It's been outlawed. They don't allow that anymore. But this was like 20 years ago. Yeah, I remember watching these pride fights, and I was just.
yeah. I mean, the official fights, the outlawed fights about this are still they are having their own thing, but they do not are part of representatives, people who are in the public. You know, it's more like black market stuff, is kind of thing. Like, we do not hear about this anyway, but I think that is still going on. But yeah, you're right. The Asians are kind of adapting to the Western style because of fairness.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't seem fair to be able to kick someone in the head while they're down on the ground. Yeah, I would agree that that doesn't seem fair. But who knows? It was the rule back then, but they have changed it since. And Pride doesn't even exist anymore, so it's not even an organization that puts on fights. It's been completely done away with. But so things are changing. Things are getting better for the fighters in that way, but there's still a lot of things that's super dangerous. They shouldn't.
I mean,
I don't know.
To be honest, when I first I was about all VV FFV or WFV, the fake kinds of fights, and then I think in 2009 or something, or 10, it was all full contact. Then MMA became full contact and was broadly accepted all of a sudden. And I think one guy has made what was it called, an effort for a law to be passed, to be accepted, basically. I don't know.
Fighters, very many. Anyway, I don't know, about a half hour ago, 40 minutes ago, you guys were all talking about going to Antarctica and this and that, whatever. But I still want you guys' opinion on this. I want to know, let's say you're in Russia or Iceland or somewhere near the North region, near the North Pole, and then you head south from there. Are you going to Antarctica down? Are you headed towards South America, South Pole, or where are you going? If you're going south from Russia, where are you going? Obviously, they don't do that.
Well, you're basically going near China and Japan. You're going south,
Yeah, but is south the same direction as it is if you're in South America and Russia? It's not, as far as what I've been.
I mean, this is a tricky thing, If you go by the Bible standards, which by the 4 pillars has fixed directions and not guided by the magnetic pole that was placed in the center, which the whole Earth basically is roundabout, thinking about this, then yeah, you wouldn't go directly to Russia, basically.
Yeah, I just want to know where do you guys think you're going? You're in Russia and you're going south, or you're in let's say Saudi Arabia and you go south. Where are you going?
From Saudi Arabia, you get straight up to South Africa. Djibouti, to be more precise.
All I'm saying is it's not the south tip of South America. I can tell you that much. That's not where you're going. I don't think.
Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe.
That's why I said you have to consider which are we talking about. Are you talking about the way we would go from the biblical standard without the North Pole guiding the our devices in terms of South Pole and North Pole, West, East, and so?
I'm talking using the magnetic north as your starting point.
If you would go from magnetic, from biblical standard, from America, let's say New York, you would go to Manhattan. Basically, you would go up north a little bit, northwest. Basically, would you go if you would go straight by biblical standards? Because Africa is the center of the South.
I'll be back. I got something I got to do. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
Busted. I saw you sneaking in. That's right. You right there.
Yeah. Yeah, the other day you guys were talking to some kid.
Mm-hmm.
What was that explaining to this kid?
What was it about?
No, this kid was a glober, apparently. He was trying to tell the people in here that the earth is round. I was laughing.
Interesting.
Yeah,
So
I wasn't here by that conversation.
He was a coin earther. He believes the earth is a coin.
Pizza.
It's a pizza. Pizza world.
So what was his best evidence?
I did not listen for the whole. But do you guys know that there's a Facebook group?
I'm not on Facebook, but yeah, I guess think so.
Like where like they are hardcore globers. They even banned me.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
The group is called Flat Earth, but it's run by globers. Let me rejoin this group. I even left when they banned me, but I will rejoin this group. And I will invite some of those members here to come and spew their nonsense here.
Yeah, you know what we should do? We should join these groups and pretend to be globalists, and then post pictures and mathematics about how the Earth is flat, basically. Maybe they are not realizing what they are what we are posting, but
Why don't you just ask sincere questions like a glober should? Like, for example, okay, if the Earth is globe, right, and it's proven, then why is all the proofs that I find seem to be logical fallacies? Do you guys have any that aren't logical fallacies?
I did that. They just commit other fallacies. They go on to red herrings and they go on to just different fallacies.
I mean, you can't argue with them in logic, you know? It's like when they see a formula that is representative for what it is, like when we try to debunk the curve, for instance, and say the mathematics they are using are not adding up to what is, basically.
Right.
They are not listening. They shut down immediately. Usually. I've only met once about of hundreds and 200s of people I've talked to. Only one guy has mentioned that, okay, I'm reconsidering it, but everyone else is like, what are you talking about? And then they are just going into the repeat mode.
They are not used to arguing at this level. Where you guys are right now at this level, they are not used to it. They are like.
I mean, for instance, very, very simple. We know how gases work, you know, the gas that we breathe, the O2 stuff and such, and then the unbreathable stuff that is gases that are very light, that hover above our O2 stuff and such. This is why they are wearing suits and such when they are up there and pretending to be in space and such. You cannot breathe gases that are not suitable for your body to absorb, you know, it's illogical, but they don't tell us. You know, it's like... Try to breathe helium without a mixture of O2. You hear no sound at all. Some people have done this. They tried it. It is only a part of a few seconds because otherwise your body would shut down and panic. You're going to panic, but it's like trying to breathe underwater. It doesn't work.
Is there any Earth-based demonstrations of a spacesuit in a vacuum chamber?
I think so.
No,
it implodes. Yeah, I've seen one. It implodes. It just implodes.
Yeah, it would be basically the reverse of being hundreds of meters underwater with a limited or none about of oxygen you can breathe. It would collapse. Your lung would collapse or expand. For instance, if you would in the higher ups, without mixture.
I wonder how hard it would be to get a live demonstration of a spacesuit in the NASA, the big NASA vacuum chamber that Brian Cox visited for his little dropping a bowling ball in a feather video. Because we got a volunteer from the Flat Earth side, Mark Sargent. He's been volunteering forever he says,
Yeah, I
strap the
mean,
spacesuit on me.
I would too, but the thing is, the people are ridiculing him for what he says and cutting and making videos that are not in context about what he is saying. It's like the same for Reb Skiba, who tried the same thing, They making a mockery of him also. Everyone
will kill you even.
Yeah.
They will actually kill you if you try to test them.
Well, I mean, most people believe it's perfectly fine, so they would have no reason to believe that the person entering would die. And it seems like a pretty, massive blow to the flat Earth argument. It's surprising that they wouldn't want to do it. Now, obviously, you need to get permission from the, whoever's owning the chamber, because it's way too expensive to build one yourself that size.
I mean, you cannot create when you are sub-level or in the same sub-level of oxygen, the pressure still applies to a vacuum chamber anyways, regardless if you remove in that place the oxygen as such. You have to refill it to counteract with much stronger gases in order to achieve this. And they wouldn't do this. I mean, they might do it in order to visualize to us that they are in space. It's like, I think when they show us those videos, they just have recorded stuff that they are somehow able to CGI onto us while being in water or any place else. I mean, they themselves said that they cannot. The people who are operating those systems are not able to distinguish between reality anymore and simulation. And that is when I am saying, yep, this is why they are fooling also. Saying or I mean, I have problems in German from German to translate things. Give me a second. The company to tell you that you are still doing it in the same way for them to distinguish between this.
Yeah, but that's what we need, man. We need practical demonstrations, right?
I mean, if you have the money, then we could.
Yeah, but I mean in general.
We need one who is basically sacrificing his position in order to give us the needs to make the science, We have 1 or 2 hours from that person who sacrificed his position in order to give us the needs to reprove them and the recordings and everything, and then go out of the complex and what have you, I would do it gladly. I would risk my life for this.
Well, that's the point. Is it shouldn't even be considered a risk of life when you think about it. It should just be business as usual. Since NASA's been doing it so long, it should just be, yeah, of course you could get in a spacesuit and get in the vacuum chamber. No problem. It's perfectly safe. We've done this a million times.
Yeah, but we do not know about the people who may sign an NDA about this and or are threatened if we say otherwise, what we have seen and such.
Yep.
Right? So this is a side we do not see. Because usually even the ones who have been on the moon and such are still to this day not going away from this because they are so afraid about losing their lives and family, I guess, maybe.
I don't know. Some of them are getting pretty old. Then they're going to start having that old man I don't care syndrome.
I mean, they might say it when they almost at the grave, at the deathbed. Yeah, maybe like Werner von Braun, who did tell the truth in the end, because he didn't care anymore. He was dying anyway. So, but still, this truth got shut down somehow. And I mean, not for us, we know.
For the ones that are that old, why don't they have the I don't care syndrome already?
Well, listen, check this out. There's a fine line between reaching the I don't care syndrome while maintaining your cognitive functioning simultaneously.
Yeah.
You could be losing your memory and actually start having false memories, and then you get I don't care syndrome, but you believe the fake memory, so now it doesn't matter.
Yeah, either way, they would find a workaround about this. They would just declare you're senile and what have you, and
exactly.
Yeah, they
but,
would.
But you see, I actually already told the forum, not you, so you're not aware of this, that there actually is I'm not going to call it a ghostwriter, but a writer that's been working with Mr. Aldrin for years, right? And basically establishing a memoir that's going to be published post-death, and it's going to explain the whole thing. It's going to be great.
I mean, hopefully so. I mean, it would be awesome. But either way, who is gonna believe it,
There's the answer. That's exactly what I wanted you to say, because even if there's this writer who, basically Buzz confided in, right? Told him everything, right?
Yeah.
When the book is released, it's really just going to be minus the details that are given, right? And the ability to go verify certain things. It's mostly going to a book of belief. Whoever trusts the book is going to believe what it says. Whoever distrusts the book is not going to believe what it says. It's really not going to change that much. It may sway a few people here and there. And it's definitely going to make whoever's benefiting from the sales of the book a lot of money.
Yeah.
Now, for all you know, it's not even really by Buzz. It's just by somebody who claims it's by Buzz and has all these writings and interviews and, whatever, that's allegedly Buzz spilling the beans. Right? And they publish the book. There's no way to validate whether the guy's being honest or not, so you can't sue him for fraud or anything. You just have to take the book at face value.
I mean, it could even be one of those who are in their interns about still believing the Earth is global,
Yeah, or it could be...
They are putting it out and pretend to be a flat earther,
Right, or it could be a flat earther. It could be a flat earther doing it. Right, just to capitalize on the name and the, excitement over the topic, just to raise money for flat Earth endeavors. And so basically all the Globers who buy it, right, are basically going to be suckers. Now, isn't it amazing how you can muddy the waters about the truth of something just by talking about it, like in these terms? So now, if this memoir does come out, right, and there's no extreme validation of it, it's basically setting up the premise for people to believe all the things I just said. Whichever anybody wants to believe how it came to be, they'll believe.
I mean, the people who are listening to this need to have a focal point to steer on. If they have not one seed planted in them that talks about this in some way or form, they might going to be denied. It depends on the person in general. You know, there are some people who are genuinely interested in listening to this without condemning the topic as a whole.
Now, what if this memoir only reveals that they told the moon mission men that it's completely possible to go to the moon, but because we're in this space race, right, we're going to have two missions. One, we work to try to make it to the moon legitly. Two, we have a backup plan of faking it, and depending on the way we go, we're going to execute one or the other. Now, these men are all excited to go to the moon. Lo and behold, the day comes and they get the red light on the actual mission. They get the green light on the fake it mission. Now, these men fully believe that it's possible to go to the moon. It just can't happen for them at that time. So they will be robbed of their greatest adventure. They will be forced to fake their greatest adventure. And they will be forced to rest on their laurels, and would make you absolutely miserable, wouldn't it? Knowing that you could have went to the moon, but you got robbed from it. So those people have no clue, right, that the Earth is this or that or the other thing, right?
Yeah.
So in other words, they still believe the Earth's a globe. They still believe you could go to the moon, but they're just going to tell the truth about how they didn't actually go to the moon and that it was fake. Now, don't forget to buy your copy of the book when it comes out. You know, Daddy needs a new pair of shoes.
I mean, I don't read books. The only book I read is the Bible. And it already told me about flat Earth, you know? It's like, it guided me into the right direction. So I'm
don't worry. You could buy it as a gift.
I mean, I don't mind, you know, but I have no need for this. I know it's not for everyone else. Everyone has to have a specific steering point he may trust on, you know. Everyone has its...
Yeah, but look, there's plenty of reasons to buy a book. One is a gift for somebody else. Another reason is to put it on your shelf so you look like you have a library.
I mean, my only library are the Bible, basically. It's like when I'm going to start a live stream in the future, then all I see is those books of different Bible versions.
Yeah, but even the Bible, man, you need a lexicon. You need an encyclopedia of the history of the areas that are mentioned. There's quite a bit of books that you can have inspired to the Bible.
Yeah, you have to do so much research in terms of how did the people think previously before you. You know, it's like there's such a difference in terms of also like somewhat of logic, but mostly in terms of words that are being used and what did they mean to them during their time. This is the difference. Why we have all these translations anyway, besides the different translations in different languages. But we in English, we have so many different translations. This is ridiculous. Everyone tries to do their best in terms of, I do the best translation. It's like, this is what I'm getting basically when I'm reading those lines.
Oh yeah. Well, the beauty of the Bible, if somebody wants to textually criticize it, is that it has a lot of historical iterations back to the manuscripts from which they got them. So you don't have to accept a direct English translation. You can go to the source manuscripts or the prior version from which it came and verify or validate it for yourself if you're willing to do the work.
Yeah, man, the difference stems from the people who got on the translation itself first and made their best effort to translate it themselves without considering other scholars who may intervene and correct you in certain ways in terms of understanding of the word and such, you know. But still, the general consensus of what is being said does make sense. So I do trust the ones who may start their first translation because they are not influenced by anyone else.
Right, like the verse where if you pull it up and put it through the version where it shows all the versions, one I think one or two of the versions actually have the word globe. The Earth is a globe, and it says the word globe in it, right? Mm-hmm. But when you go to the source text, it doesn't say anything about a globe. It's like you clearly put that word in there, dude.
Yeah, I'm looking for the root words anyways, and the root words, I've grown up with this and I know what it says. If I see globe, I'm looking for the root word, I'm looking in Hebrew or whatever language it was written on, and then try to see what they wanted to say. But generally speaking, they usually jump to conclusions by putting it in globe when they write this, right? So they have predetermined observation about the worldview and just concluding ahead.
Yep. Yeah, words definitely mean something, and you got to understand the context and the idiomatic senses in which they're used in order to truly understand the meaning half the time. A lot of people, they take modern interpretations of words and try to retroactively place them into, ancient writings.
Yeah, I mean, this is the same for the political viewpoint. They invent new words in order to steer the public in terms of understanding what it means. When they talk about solidarity never existed. This is not a word. This is a generated word they invented. But the Duden, I'm speaking from German, basically the what is your version called when you look up specific words?
Well, it depends. There's the dictionary. There's a lexicon.
Yeah, dictionary, lexicon. Yeah, they start to bring those into those books, mostly online, because the books that have been printed don't have this word anyway in it. But they make effort in this, They really try to bring out and change the whole lot in a few years. Maybe 2 to 3 years, they may have changed everything already. And this is very crucial in terms of how fast our
Dude, they changed the definition of level that you could search in Google in the top 3 results on the fly in the midst of after the peak of the spread of flat Earth, when the argument level was being put out there heavily, right? And
I'm not. Yeah, I know.
They had to appeal to that definition. They had to appeal to that definition, right?
Yeah.
All the time, and we have it in recordings and debates here that we've had, right? And then all of a sudden, when we were appealing to it, it changed. We were like, "What the heck?" They literally changed the definition to say wrapping around the Earth curve.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, let's get real.
I mean, I was one of the people who still went to Wikipedia when it was still being able to be changed publicly, and viewed up different words and tried to make them correct by bringing into interpretations and bringing up sources to provide on and such. And within a day or two, they got to be changed, and I have been locked out of the whole program. They blocked my account. Whoever wrote this, basically this was I guess in 28 I started, 27, 28. Not 28, but 2007 and 2008. This were when I made my effort, and then I started to see that, okay, they're blocking me, then what the heck, dude? What is my effort worth if I have no chance about being accurate about this anymore,
Right.
Even though some people who may have sitting here have made the same effort and know what I'm talking about, because at some point you get so frustrated you don't know how to fight the system. I'm not a hacker. If I would be, I would bring them down basically if I could, I mean, one mind goes against another basically in terms of hacking and stuff, who knows the most. But they have the more heads they have, basically, the more calculated and the more refined their code gets, and you have more difficulty in entering them.
Let's see. Mr. Mirror Image is requesting image perms. Mr. Mirror Image, use the command !right user your name so I can see how long you've been in the server. Then I'll decide. Also known as the greater than symbol.
The what symbol? What do you say again? The what symbol?
Oh, greater than, chevron right, caret right.
What is that about? I don't know.
It's a command. It's a bot command.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind.
Beep, beep, beep. We don't just slang perms out around here. You know what I mean? Let me see. bloop, bloop, doop. Looking through your message history. Boop, boop, doop. Only 260. Oh, that won't take too long. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Oh, John Wick, huh? Yeah, John Wick was kind of disappointing. Lo sha, lo sha, lo sha, lo sha. Lo shi, your message history. No pasa mudazo. What? 3/29/2023. 11 days. Oh, okay. Okay, blink, 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 blink. Ching chong bam bam boom. All right, Mr. Mirror, I will grant you the image perms. However, if you fail to use them appropriately and with discretion and a modicum of respect and vigilance, I will nuke Texas. Ding dongy dongy dong. Man, this better be good, dude. This better be good. All right, hold on. I got to scroll through 372 rolls to choose from.
I don't even know what you are looking at.
As you shouldn't.
Right, because I don't have permission.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
We hear you.
I like how you explained that somebody could be in line to go to whatever, the moon or space. They tell them, you know what, you can't go yet. We're going to push it off. But they can still think that it's possible. You know, they won't think the Earth is flat just from that.
Yep.
You know.
Right. So in the military, this is what's known. Yeah. So in the military, you know, you've heard of black ops before, right? And obviously, you know what regular ops are. They're perfectly broadcast. Everybody knows what's up. But then there's gray ops, which are ops that are purported to happen but don't really happen, or ops that person involved thinks that the other party is doing it, but the other party thinks that the other guy who thinks that he's doing it is doing it, but nobody actually did it. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, man. There's a lot of it, and you know, you could call that stuff kind of like, even you could, some of it is even borderline psyops, you know, or media propaganda. But yeah,
Yeah, by the way, I figured out how they developed the flying bell, from 1939, when Adolf Hitler
Mercury
was
centrifuge.
yeah, and the whole process is that they developed a new kind of material that is able to let frequency, because you need a direction of frequency in order to levitate, but it has to be levitated centrally. So you have to guide the waves to an object. But they want the object itself to fly. Therefore, they have to create a material that is able to let the rebounds of the frequency through the material in order to bounce it back and levitate the whole object. If that makes sense. It's like you're looking through a mirror, but at some part you have a reflection. You know what I mean? They're taking this reflection approach in terms of you can see through, but the see-through is the frequency that goes through. It's a multiple rebouncing process that is going on, and therefore the object itself starts to levitate because it's simulating as if it would be stand still. When we look at the first project they had done on the Bell project, they had this cycle that we could say is the England Georgia Guidestones. It's basically the same project what has been going on there, but without the central bell, basically. It's the same kind.
Interesting.
It's about I saw a documentary in 2014, 2015, roundabout, where someone went to Asia, and there was a tribe who still used trumpets to generate a specific sound, or horns, long horns, to create a specific kind of frequency that would then levitate a stone, and the frequency has to be guided by those horns. So therefore, they have to move the horns with the stone that was levitating. And sometimes when they didn't focus exactly, the stone would fall because it would lose its frequency, basically, and break. So it had to be guided by multiple horns that had the same frequency in order to guide this stone onto the mountain. And the mountain itself had the same kind of basically, when you look at mathematically, it was a reverse counterfeit of what was going on at the bottom when they are starting using those sounds. There was no one who would receive the sound, but the object itself was guided onto that object on the mountain, which I guess would have been a receiver in some kind. I don't know. I mean, you have to have a receiver in order to guide frequency in general. So therefore, you have to be in a vicinity of frequency. And if you are out of bound from those vicinity, the object itself loses the frequency. If that makes sense. This is why I was talking about the material that would guide frequency through the object in order to receive it by whatever would be bounced off. That's very complicated. When I saw it, and I know how to decipher it, but you cannot really explain it, but by my visual expression. So it's, for me, it's totally possible. To
Why
make
not?
a
So,
fly.
yeah, why not, man? It's like, what makes a magnet work? Nobody knows that, dude. Why can you pass your hand through a magnetic field?
Yeah, nothing happens basically. You have not enough iron basically to stimulate your nerves that are in your hand to receive the magnetic differences. This is
Yeah,
the
but
reason.
what I mean is there's nothing apparently physical in the sense of an object connecting a magnet to the thing that it's attracted to. But if you pull it away an inch, you can pass your fingers between it, right? So it's either some type of object that's connecting the two things, creating the pulling tension, right, that you can pass your hand through, or it's a force field. Either way, that means that it's plausible to affect things by force fields or objects that can pass through other objects. So, I mean, that opens up a huge field of possibilities.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you have seen the Hutchinson videos. John Hutchinson. Hutchinson. Yeah, Hutchinson.
I don't know. Explain them.
Yeah, this guy basically, before he got raided by CIA and military agents, he made what is it called? Different objects float and melt together, like melting steel and wood together, fusing them basically. So now when you look at this channel by John Hutchinson, you see a transgender man, woman, whatever. You see a creature that is not anymore what it was before. So when I first started seeing him, he was a normal man who had black hair, short hair, and was doing all kinds of stuff with frequency, even clearing up rivers and such by basically shining on the river the frequency, which would then cause the particles that were in the river to fall faster to the ground and make the water clear again than it would be otherwise in, I guess, 30 to 20 days or so. It would take only 1 to 2 days to make the river clear. So he took part in many different experiences like this. But he is not the person anymore that he once was. So therefore, I'm reconsidering my opinion about that the CIA may have done something to him, maybe by indoctrination, forcing him, or I don't know. I don't know how they do this.
Drugs and trauma. That's
Yeah,
how.
I guess.
All right, buds, I got to take off for a little bit, but hopefully you'll continue a productive conversation. So, let's see how you could segue that. Is part of the moral of that story is a lot of people in the flat Earth community and many in the server have collected their knowledge base around the topic from sources that are online that they haven't
You cut off there. You haven't. They haven't caught. You still with us?
He was just about to say something. When it always happens.
Yeah, I find it always curious. At least when something is being said very of importance, then people are cutting out somehow.
Dadgum Nazis.
Damn Nazis. And maybe he doesn't know that he cut off or doesn't even hear us. I mean, what was the show called?
Yeah, taking too long. It's definitely an internet dropout.
Yeah. What was the show called in the 2025 aroundish or so, where they always talked about UFOs and stuff. There was one show in America that one particular person made the most impact on when starting a show. What's it called?
When was the show?
He had a very, very soothing voice.
Oh, the show?
Yeah, I'm looking for it right now. I'm trying to go through words I know about. Yeah, it's not the History Channel. Definitely not. I mean, you can't even search on YouTube anymore. This is all so manipulated.
Yeah, it's a mess.
Art Bell? Was it Art Bell? The show Art Bell? I don't know.
He hosted the show Coast to Coast. AM.
Yeah. This was it. Yeah. This is what I was talking about.
Yeah, I used to listen to that. It's a good show.
Is it still? Does it still exist?
I think it's still around. Art Bell is no longer around. Well, first it was hosted by George Norrie, then Art Bell. Now someone else is the host, but I don't know who it is.
Okay. Yeah, George Bell was the guy who, during my time, I listened to him, and there
Okay.
was a whole bunch of crazy stuff. It's like this was basically the back then my information source when something strange was happening. This was what steered my mind, basically, to think about. Especially when someone was talking about I think everyone knows it, about the Area 51 call, about him talking about, yeah, here are creatures and such, but he didn't say creatures. He was basically talking from the compound he was in, and was basically telling everyone what he just saw. And then he got shut down. The signal got very unclear, and then Art Bell was cut out also. It's like they know how to interfere when it comes to military,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I like how they go for a lot of, they talk about a lot of paranormal stuff on there. It's quite interesting.
I mean, if it's normal stuff right now, then it's pretty boring. I don't know about this new guy. I mean, I can look it up and try to search for him. Yeah, the whole time travel stuff is totally stupid. I think those are people who have been really maybe have been manipulated to make something happen for us, basically. For stupid people to listen to, It's like people need stuff to not catch the drift, basically. Topics that derail people from the actual truth that is going on. Does anyone remember Project Camelot? Project Camelot was also another thing where this woman pulled in all kinds of people who have been, I'm a secret soldier, to I have been in space, I have been with the Galactic Federation and what have you. It's like, dude, now I know it was totally bogus what they're talking about, but back then I started to search for the truth, and it's like, at some point I said to my mom, Mom, I don't know what is right and wrong anymore. Can you help me? Basically, my mind was basically shutting down because I was basically 27. I slept only 7 or 4 hours basically, and started the new day on YouTube back then. It's like I was totally only YouTube videos, only conspiracy theory and New Age and what have you, and Buddhism and all the bullshit. No,
Yeah.
how the world
Man, I
is
feel you
really
there.
thinking.
I was into a lot of that myself.
I mean, I'm glad I'm came out of it. Thank to God, literally, It's like, if it wouldn't be for him, I would have been a mess, and I wouldn't have been a resourceful provider of information nowadays.
Oh, if it wasn't for who?
What do you mean?
You said if it wasn't for him, who are you talking about?
I'm talking about Yah or God himself.
Oh, okay.
The All Father. Yeah, not All Father. I'm not talking about the Nord stuff, The Nords, they call them all Father, but basically the Lords of Spirits, which is Father in heaven.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Looking back now, like I was into a lot of the I guess if it was non-mainstream, I was into it, like aliens, new age stuff, paranormal, and I feel like now I've come to a place where I'm sort of in the middle. I'm more of a rationalist than someone who's just knee-jerk automatically against anything mainstream. So yeah, it's better.
I mean, when it comes to rationalizing what is happening about UFOs, and when people talk about demons and angels, it's like, nowadays for me it is a clear picture of what is going on, especially if you know about the weaknesses that our mind has when they are being manipulated by drugs and other types of stimulation that we do not control or have no control of, like MK Ultra, when they project a certain frequency into your mind or show you a picture in the old days repeatedly to make you at a certain point start acting or become a new personality in terms of information you have gathered, or that would trigger you into that personality,
Yeah.
It's like, once you know about this, you are no longer receptible to any kind of this information. Even if they would try to capture me and try to manipulate me, I would come out of it anyways, because I know the tricks they used to make this happen in me. I've reviewed myself so critically in terms of thoughts I have, and testing spirits that are influencing me spiritually, that I can now distinguish between them and say, this is not me, this is external, that is influence from outside and such. All the different levels in terms of this. That's, of course, speaking for myself. It's difficult for everyone else who is in a specific state about still learning this, how to distinguish about those things.
Right. And that's good.
I have an interesting Art Bell story if anybody wants to hear it really quickly.
Oh, yeah, shoot.
Okay, so I used to listen to Art Bell. I started listening to Art Bell back in 1997, somewhere after August of 1997.
Oh, nice.
And I would listen to him late at night. And what years and years later, I realized a very large percentage of what they were talking about was nonsense, whether it be Mel's Hole or like alligator reptile women, from, outer space. But every now and then, things would drop through, like especially callers. But one time in 97, somewhere between August of 97 and December of 97, he had a guy named Father Malachi Martin on, who was the priest.
I heard about him.
Yeah, well, check this out. So in 97, I was listening to that interview live, and a caller asked Father Malachi Martin, has he seen the Antichrist? And Father Malachi Martin said, well, there's many Antichrists, but yes, I have seen one. And I've seen him in Manhattan. He's very rich, and he has red hair, but I can't talk about him because I'll get sued. So, and I was like, and the next day, the guy who turned me on to Art Bell was also listening that night, and we had a long conversation about it, like, who's the guy with the red hair? So, and I'm not making any claims either. I'm not saying, who I now think was probably that red. He was, Father Malachi said he was like a building contractor. So years later, like about in 2020, I went back to look for that interview online. And I found it online, and that part was cut out of the show. It's no longer with Malachi Martin talking. And I know a couple people that said, oh, yeah, no, I remember hearing that too. It's no longer, if you listen to the replays of that stream, Art Bell cut that part out of the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is also why it's so dangerous in terms of having YouTube only as source. But yeah, it's not the only source. We know there's different services, but you have to upload to them also, and also they have to be provided with enough security to not being manipulated or cut out of such information, in terms that they are able to, when those interviews, for instance, come up, to those who have experienced this to be altered.
Well, I think it was done at the Coast to Coast show itself. I don't think YouTube deleted that out of the stream, because Art was ex-military.
I know.
And a lot of disinformation was going on that show. So, I don't know what to make of it, but I always found that to be very weird.
I mean, I wonder why different calls that were very, very curious have been done mostly by Art Bell himself, always. It's like the most, in terms of information that you get out of it, like in terms of UFOs and extraterrestrials and anything that has to do with this mostly comes from Art Bell, and it's the most resourceful. But depending on how it was done, in terms, it may have been done also to direct the general population who were listening to this, also inciting fear and such, and making people uncertain about the situation they are in, and such. It's like they were meant to be to steer the minds around.
Oh yeah, Art would do shows on the Antarctic ice shelf melting constantly and the coming superstorms. There was a lot of nonsense going on his show, but not all. I'm not saying all of it was nonsense, but a lot of it was nonsense, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be really knowledgeable, and I mean really knowledgeable about yourself, how the world works, and such, to distinguish from such information. But as normal listener who jumps straight into this, or has been a listener for only 1 year and such, and does not know about this anyway, yeah, they might get steered in a way that they should not walk around, but they would make themselves a fool by talking about this.
Yeah, it seemed like
oh yeah, definitely.
they cared more about the show being interesting than whether it was true or not.
Oh yeah, all the time. Yeah, and it kind of had like a carnival effect. It was like he's what's it, Barnum and Bailey kind of. It was like a circus vibe,
Yeah.
But I learned a lot from that show. Being able to figure, it was a stepping stone to my future, discernment.
Yeah, I mean, of course, everyone has to listen to a bunch of bullcrap to stir their minds in a specific way beforehand, It's like, the most intelligent thing about this is, do not talk about this if you're not sure what you're talking about. It's like, don't repeat what anyone says to you beforehand. You make yourself a fool to someone who is knowledgeable. Because if you are talking about this, let's say you are starting to say, oh, I believe this, and you approach the officials who are in the know, they know how to manipulate you to make yourself believe that it is true, but it is not, basically. They know the details about what is going on in the detail.
Yeah. Yeah. I did enjoy his Halloween shows, though. Those were really good when the callers would call in.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was all ghost stories, like people calling in to tell their ghost stories. And some people you could tell were just like making a story up, but there were other people that you're just like, whoa, oh my god.
Yeah, incoherencies that are coming up by the way they speak. They I don't know. It makes sense when you listen to them, but I have no concern at the moment. But I know what you're talking about. It does make sense.
Yeah. The one thing I've been looking for on like eBay is video. Like cassette recordings of the live Art Bell with Father Malachi Martin on it, because I think if I got that cassette tape of the live Father Malachi Martin on a physical tape, a cassette tape, then I could see that he actually did say that about the redheaded guy that was really rich that builds buildings in Manhattan. That's the Antichrist.
Yeah, you know what? Speaking about this, nowadays they are being able to stir your minds so much so that you think that when you heard of the Mandela effect and such, that they think they make you think that time was altered in some way or shape or form, even though it was not. When you listen to the original, this is why it is so important to have original recordings about this. Anyways,
Yeah, that's why the Mandela is so dangerous. I don't mess with the Mandela at all because it gives you a solipsistic view on the world, like nothing's real, head in a jar kind of vibe. So I don't mess with the Mandela. Yeah, there's some weird stuff, but I don't give it too much thought.
Yeah,
And I don't participate in that.
Yeah, the problem with this is if you are known in linguistic, the way of speech also may alter your memory system in your brain.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors going on with that. Yeah. But it's definitely weird. I'm not going to say it's not weird, but yeah. Oh, the Star Wars thing I know is nonsense because I saw that in the movie theater with the gold leg. I saw it at the end of the thing, so that's one I know is nonsense. I don't even want to talk about the Mandela Effect.
Yeah, don't talk about Star Wars. I mean, it would be fun. I mean, for everyone's eyes, but if it would be possible, but it's not. It's like the recent video that came out about Disney having the real lightsaber and such. If anyone has seen it, it's total bogus.
Yeah.
Hey, does anyone remember this dude on, I think it was Coast to Coast? He was saying he was a super soldier. And
what was his name? I've heard about many super soldiers who claim to be super soldiers, you know.
Yeah, they're saying like they can like use their mind powers to like kill people and see through walls and all kinds of like crazy stuff.
Yeah, I've listened about this.
And
it reminds me about the movie that came out in the 2026 or so, 2006. That was about who was this actor about who made Ocean 11 and such.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
This is also this. I think you know about what movie I'm talking about right now.
Yeah, these clowns, man, they're like, yeah, I was in the military, but it was Black Ops. It was so top secret. You won't find any record of me being in the military.
Yeah.
Like that kind of a clown.
The remote viewer people.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone can make this stuff up. It's like the drug addicts you find in Los Angeles who say, "Oh, I was a big businessman, and but you don't find any records of me because they have deleted my records and such a ruler." It's all bogus. Everyone can make this up.
Yeah, I found this guy called Don Shipley. He's a former Navy SEAL. And he goes after clowns like that claim to be a former special operations military person. And like when he calls them on, hey, there's no record of you even being in the military, they always say, yeah, it was classified, bro. Like they always go with that. It's total BS.
It doesn't work that way. I've known people who have been in the military and they are not even known in the public, and I do not talk about them anyways, because they are the real deal, you know?
Yeah.
Like you cannot talk about them. You would be basically in the NDA, physically speaking, because you recognize and honor their jobs they have done. You're not talking about them recklessly.
And a lot of Navy SEALs, if they've done some really wild stuff, they won't even be acknowledged in newspaper reports. I have
Yeah,
a
yeah.
friend that was like a very good friend of mine who after 2020 no longer speaks to me. He was a Navy SEAL, and he was one of like 7 guys that attached a crane to the Challenger after it went into the Bermuda Triangle there. And at the time, I thought the Challenger was real, but I knew since high school I knew the moon landing was fake. But for some reason, I thought everything else was real. Anyway, I was and he would tell me wild stories about stuff he had done, and events that he had been in. And I kind of like thought he was like lying, or not lying, just spinning stories. Yeah, lying. I thought he was lying.
Right.
But I was helping him move one day from his house, and it was one of the drawers of his
you saw something physical that he was speaking about of.
Yeah, well, it was a picture of him and like 7 other dudes in these like deep in these like wetsuits, orange wetsuits. And he's like, oh yeah, no, that's when that's a photo from when me and the other Navy SEALs hooked a crane up to the Challenger and and to get it towed out of the ocean. And I was at that point, I was like, wow, and then when I figured out that there was some nonsense going on with the whole Challenger thing, I forgot where I was going with that. But he told me back then, this is in probably 89 or like early 90s. He said, oh yeah, all the people on the Challenger drowned. And that wasn't mainstream news at the time. That wasn't mainstream news for a good 10 years.
So he was a survivor, basically?
Well, I think he hooked up a crane to something in the ocean that was just nonsense, a piece of like garbage in the ocean, a piece of metal in the ocean, and they told him a story. Because I don't think he saw any bodies. And I went back and I looked online at newspaper reports from it, and the story just reeks of nonsense. Like it talks about the ship captain. It talks about the ship captain, but it doesn't talk about anybody else. And like one of the bodies was missing. And they said, oh, and he went back out for weeks on end looking for that final body, and he could never find the final body.
Yeah, maybe he was a missing person, but didn't say it was him.
So you think he was in the know? Like about this kind of stuff?
No. Oh, no, I don't think he's in the know at all. I think he believes all of it. He was at... I think he believes everything because, like, he believes a lot of stuff that's crazy. But he also was at the Marine barracks. He was in a helicopter the day. This is in the 80s. A Marine barracks got blown up in, like, I think Beirut, where a quote unquote, a terrorist drove a big giant vehicle into a Marine barracks and blew up the Marine barracks. He just happened to be out. He just happened to be out that day in a helicopter doing something. And when he came back, the whole barracks was blown up and there was a bunch of dead guys around. And he said he was talking about how he had to pull bodies out of the wreckage and stuff. And I didn't believe him at the time. I was like, oh, it's another, story. Then years later, I'm watching CBS News, and it's a retrospective on the Beirut thing. And there on TV is the guy I know pulling bodies out of the wreckage. And I was like, oh, my God.
Yeah, it got unclassified then. That was one true story. I mean, some news we hear about nowadays can take years and years and years apart. And when we hear about it, it sounds for us for a recent event, most likely.
Yeah, I kind of wish he didn't unfriend me in 2020 because I've got a lot of questions for that guy, man.
So yeah, maybe he got uncomfortable. You know, I mean,
oh, definitely got uncomfortable.
I mean, if he has this kind of record, then I would be kind of uncomfortable about this also, talking about this. You know, it's like I can.
Is he still in the military or did he get out?
I guess.
Oh no, he's been out for, and he was real anti. Well, not real anti-government, but like I went on marches with him against the Central American, some kind of oil thing. But yeah, no, he was like a. He was a guy. He was like I was in a band, and he would be the hype guy at the beginning of the band. He's like, well, welcome to the wetlands in New York City for appearing tonight, and blah blah blah. And because he was, I would play parties at his house all the time.
Was it in 2011-ish?
No. It was 90, 89, 90, 91.
Yeah, I was talking about the oil spill that was happening.
Oh, I'm not sure. It was probably around that time too. Well, it wasn't an oil spill. It was a war effort to. I think it was something to do with Central America. It was a long walk. I walked through 4 or 5 towns with people yelling at me.
Yeah, I don't know anything about this.
Yeah, it was this maybe Nicaragua or something. I forget. Protesting is ridiculous also, but that was when I was young and kind of naive.
Yeah, I mean, guys, protesting doesn't serve for me a purpose anyway. It's like the only legal tool that the governments allow about to make people fools of themselves. Basically, for me, it's all like, if you are not agreeing, take your gun and march to the location they are about. It's like, but don't threaten them immediately. It's like,
yeah, it's a tough situation.
Yeah. I mean, uniting people in general is difficult enough nowadays with all the bogus that is happening, that one side steers another side around. It's like, man, what is going on? How do we approach this? I mean, if we're talking about Black Lives Matter and such, the only people who may steer their own minds around about their own people are the ones who see through this, that are black people, It's like they're talking to their people, dude, you are being manipulated, do not listen to them. And then they're called traitors and what have you. It's like those people are totally out of state and out of mind. They have no ground anymore. It's like, how do you deal with these people without forcing them basically into you cannot force anyone with physical trauma and such. It's like, how do you deal with this? It's like when their mental capacity doesn't reach critical thinking anymore.
I think a lot of people are coming around. I think a lot more people, like, as opposed to 4 or 5 years ago or 3 years ago, a lot more people are seeing it now and seeing how the television divides people and tries to, shrink, to separate everyone. I think a lot of good things have happened in the last few years in that regard,
I mean, yeah, it takes a slow approach. Some may wake up from this, but others are not. It depends.
I just tried to look up Coast to Coast, and I looked up Eric Dubay, and I don't think they've ever had Eric Dubay on Coast to Coast. So they don't want anything to do with real flat earthers, but they'll talk to someone who's talking about hollow Earth. They'll talk to someone who's talking about extraterrestrials. So they'll
I
talk
mean,
to
the hollow Earth topic is about something that you cannot see. Who was the general that was talking about this previously in the 1930s or 20s? General.
well, allegedly.
Yeah,
George
allegedly.
George
Yeah.
Norrie George Norrie did have Dave Weiss on one time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's probably on Weiss's channel.
Was it? Is Dave Weiss this general?
No, Dave Weiss is a flat Earth guy. Dave Weiss is, the Dearth channel, DIRTH, down deep inside the rabbit hole.
Yeah, you're thinking of Admiral Byrd, mate.
Yeah, birdie body.
Yeah.
Admiral Byrd.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I may, if it was true, what he was witnessing, talking about the bird thingy, that he was being able to approach Sheol, which is talked about in the Bible, the place where the dead spirits are living, and are also the children of the fallen angels are being bound at. I mean, the way he was describing it was like a city and giants who welcomed him and have a warm approach and what have you. It's like, okay, what is going on here, you know?
Did he actually say this, or was this released by his nephew? Or
He did say it on our...
when?
I don't know exactly the date, but I saw it on YouTube when he talked
No,
about
you're not talking about inner Earth. You're just talking about the warmer parts past the South Pole. Yeah.
Yeah, now that you mentioned it.
It might be the
inner Earth. The inner Earth
Yeah,
has to do with his journals, but we can't corroborate the journals because they were actually released by his nephew, I think, or someone like that. So
yeah, it was
after
his
death.
his son. It was the diary that his son released after his death. Yes,
Correct. Yeah. So if you want to go by those sources, I wouldn't take it, as truth.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you get swayed, anyways. You know, it's like it's
of
nice to listen to you in your lifetime during this about hearing something new that someone may have experiences and may steer you around about how your world looks like. But in truth, I'm just gonna listen to scriptures who have been way older before my forefathers and even the scientists that are going roundabout and telling us stuff that is bogus anyways. It's like, yeah, I'm listening to older people rather. Or by people who have been in the days that we do not recognize anyways.
I think there's cave systems and things like that, but I don't know. I don't know about cities, and they say there's another sun under there, and I don't know how much I really want to take on board of that.
Yeah. Yeah. So by the way, I'm going to jump into another channel. Was nice talking to you. I may come back sooner or later. I don't know when.
Yeah.
But,
into the land of speculation. again, you know.
You are
It's a
stuttering.
load of man. Don't believe all the stories you hear. Okay.
Yeah, Timbo is
I just
roboting.
said, see you later. I said, don't believe all the stories.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I understood. See you later. Okay. Yeah, have a good day and good night and good morning wherever you are. See
Is that
ya.
bad?
Bye bye.
Peace out.
Yeah.
Hey guys, how's it going?
I heard your procedure went well.
Yeah. Well, hold on. Trying not to cough. Kind of.
Would it leave
I
someone?
gotta go do it again next week.
Is that pretty normal? Normal that it takes a couple times, or no?
So yeah, that'll be fun. And I just accidentally unplugged my headset. No, I've been passing gravel all day.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Did you know that's only possible on a level stationary plane, Earth?
I know that everything follows or finds its level when it hits the toilet. Where did I put my stuff? Shoot. My things are missing. How are you doing, man? I hope all's well with you and yours.
Man, had a good day. Went and consulted with some people about some personal things, and then went to Costco with my grandmother and got stocked up for a while.
Yeah.
So life is good on the home front as far as that goes.
Nice.
Super tired today for some reason.
Yeah. Well, you might be going too hard. You take a break.
Oh yeah, I've been in high stress the last since like last Friday.
Yeah.
I was listening a little bit when I was shopping around at Costco. Yeah, these guys had a pretty good panel on then. I mean, the panel's always good here, but there were some guys from the UK I don't hear too often because I'm asleep when they're awake. Sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh, who did I hear? Brandon. They were talking with Brandon. That was before I left, though.
Yeah. I get a chance to talk with people that I normally wouldn't because of being unable to sleep some nights. That's the thing. Some weeks, I'll go like a month, a couple weeks, and just my schedule's off, and then it goes to normal. I'll wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning and then go to bed at 10, 11 o'clock. And then other times it shifts, and then I'm nocturnal for some reason.
Yes, ever since I was a child, I've had I would just stay up all night for just because it felt right, felt normal, and then it carried into my adulthood, and that's how I got to know Timbo, was staying up so late.
Nice. Yeah, that was good. What I was about to say is I get to chat with a whole bunch of really cool people who I normally wouldn't, just because I stay up when it's their regular day.
Exactly. It's weird how the night owls, they get a lot of shamed a lot, or not looked at like in it's always like early bird gets the worm and whatnot. But I heard some random study about how when people back in the day when we were a little bit more less futuristic or whatnot, less advanced, there would be people that would stay up on purpose because they were like the night watch people to make sure animals didn't come eat them and stuff. And so we could be descendants of the night watchers.
Yeah, the ones who would sit up by the fire and keep a lookout.
Yep.
Keeping up the family tradition. It's the family business. We're the watchmen. The watchmen versus the watchers.
Versus the globe zealots.
Yeah, that's true too. I was just making a joke about the 200 and then that's the thing is that whole Mount Hermon thing, I actually consider that to be where that cult started. The heliocentric cult, but that's a belief.
That's tied to the 300 movie?
I'll say that's a belief, but it had because of where and why. But basically, the 200 the fallen angels that went down to Mount Hermon in the Book of Enoch.
Oh yeah.
That's where I think that all like the deathology cult and the heliocentrism cult, all that stuff was planned out then by them, or at least the original parts. It's not like the whole thing needed to be. It's just like, hey, we're gonna make a pact to do some messed up crap. So everybody's like, who's they? And they're looking for a human target. We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers and spiritual wickedness in high places.
That's sure what it would seem to be.
Freaking drop mic. No, I'm just kidding. But back to the flat smack and the flat earth. How many globies have you flat smacked today? No, that's funny though.
Oh, goodness,
you guys are funny. It's 0. Yeah, for me as well. It's 0. I was gonna ask a chaplain about if he knew the difference between Chug and Dur, and if he believed that Isaiah knew his own language.
Chug and Dur?
Yeah, the difference between a ball and a circle.
Aha. Well, one's round.
But then he got a phone call from the Prince of the Power of the Air, I guess, and he left. So
Saved by the Bell.
yeah, exactly. He's like, no, that's not about to happen. You're not gonna flat smack this guy. Keep him. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, well, that's the thing is I've met that guy before, and he's actually a really cool dude, and I wanted to chat with him. Like, it was an honest question. Like, I wasn't just gonna. It's not about being a butt. I really wanted to know if he had read these things, like the Hebrew and the Greek type stuff. Like, I like talking to pastors to see how deep their knowledge goes. How far did they study?
Yeah, some of them have a lot of info.
Yeah, and I mean, he's a chaplain here, and he just goes and talks to like patients and stuff. So he's a friendly guy. He's nice.
The resident chaplain there at the hospital.
Yeah. It's just that a lot of these Southern Baptist folks are in their ways.
How far south are you?
I'm in North Carolina.
That's right.
Which I've been saying that from the jump when I came in here. I've been saying that from the jump when I came in here. Everybody knows that. I'll either say I'm from North Carolina or I'm from the Carolinas. Either way, same thing.
All-encompassing answer.
Yeah. Yeah. We'd already talked about one of the stores nearby here anyway.
Do you have anybody new or in the?
What's that?
Do you have anybody new in the room?
I'm making a picture for somebody. One of those like picture things. I'm back here at the list. I don't see anybody new. That I'm reading now. If anybody else wants to chat though, y'all can chime in. I'm actually making slow-mo moon buggies little card thing.
Oh, nice.
Doing it. Yeah, I'm almost done with it. That Black Swan card is cool. Did you see that?
I don't think I've seen that one yet.
Voice text.
I've been saving everyone that I see though.
It's like a card game, and you collect them just as they pass the stream when they're shared. Like anybody can collect them whenever they see them and search for them through the. You have to search through the server to even find them. So if somebody like is looking through, they might flat smack themselves by trying to find the cards. Okay, so this one, where is it? This is the Black Swan card I was talking about, which I think T-Dubs wanted me to, if I recall correctly, wanted me to make that or requested it.
I have not seen that one yet.
It's kind of like, it's based off of the trap card meme. What? I didn't. Hold on a second, because I'm sharing Slow-Mo Moon Buggy's card, and then I'll be done. I'm not as fast as I normally am.
Like a Magic the Gathering card from here.
Yeah, that's what it is. There's well, I didn't make the card. I just put the card there. It was a request. We shared a meme that had it on, that had the Black Swan picture in it, where it made it a card. Funny. Here, I'll go get I'll get it though and share it. Scroll back. Yeah, it was T-Dub. Called them T-Dubs.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he shared that, and then I put that on the little, yeah. There. Now we have a little meme card that can be used.
Could you
Hold on a second.
My 41 gigabyte copy of 2001: A Space Odyssey finally finished sometime last night.
Nice. Hey, dude, you could stream it through the thing if you have access, and then we could just all watch it.
Yeah.
Host a movie night, man. He downloaded a really high quality copy of Space Odyssey. I was like, you could host a movie night, and we could watch that together. Because they can do cinema thing, you can stream it there. That would be pretty cool. What? No. Don't talk about anything like that. What is wrong with you? They can. The microphone picks up across the room. Yeah, I have a really good mic. Poke you in the ribs. Don't talk about that while I'm in here.
We don't talk about it.
Gonna get me in trouble. Damn. I'll be right back in a minute. The nurse is about to come in here and hook up the IV and stuff, and once I get settled, I'll come back.
Roger that.
Alright, I'm back.
you tell us, what is the curvature? That sea level, 8 inch per mile square, that stuff. Because now 10 miles is flat, but you shoot to curve, something like 66 foot of drop with accent, I can tell you in Italian, I can tell you in Croatian, it doesn't matter, it's the same,
See, Sasha, here's the thing. Usually, it's not your accent is fine. It's that sometimes you rush some words. That's the problem.
Oh, I rush.
Let's talk about the Earth rather than
rushing to sea level.
Russian. I've dated many foreign girls. I understand accents.
You are living on UK, like me. That's island all around. It's sea level.
Yeah, I've also lived near the Thames River. I know how fog affects how things look.
Yeah, can you live with that? You can live with that because people saying that water is curving. The only problem is because water doesn't care what people say.
No, you're completely right. Water doesn't curve, but tides and waves do exist.
Yeah.
Yep. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about elevation change. We're talking about curvature.
Awesome. Being as water doesn't curve.
Water doesn't curve without an applied force. You guys are absolutely correct. The thing about that is, forces are applying to water all the time.
Awesome. Are you going to talk about gravity again?
I said forces, not just gravity.
Not just gravity.
No, not just gravity. Kinetic forces as well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So being as water is level upon the surface, observed, measured, practically used to be as such. Where's the curve of the water of the Earth? Where is it?
I can give you many explanations. You just won't accept any of them.
Here we go, many. We want one.
Absolutely.
We want one proof that you can prove the horizon in the picture. In the picture. We're using an example. Of the picture. Show us the curve in the picture. Where is the horizon at 1.225 miles? Show it to us.
Calm down, Uncle fucking... Okay. Calm down, Uncle. Go back home. Honestly, you've outstayed the family gathering event. Back to what I was saying.
No, just you try to address the actual argument here instead of waffling away like a weasel.
A weasel? What do you guys have against weasels? They're beautiful.
Talk about weasels instead of the lack of curvature. Good idea. Let's just avoid that at all.
1.225.
Weasels are great. Anyway, to point out the forces that are applied to water, there's more than just gravity. You guys know this, right?
Gravity is one of them.
Yeah.
Gravity is not a force, is it?
Guys, stop fucking spurging out, okay? Do you guys need to go to care homes? You guys need somebody to fucking look after you and give you your meds?
Excuse me. Gravity is not a force. We had this conversation earlier. Would you?
I know gravity is an apparent force. Gravity is not an actual force. It's a phenomena that produces effects very similar to a force. Yes, we can agree on that.
That's the bending and warping of space-time, non-Euclidean geometry. You're going to apply to your curved surface.
The bending and warping of space-time produces an apparent phenomenon that is an apparent force. Yes.
So where is the curvature of the Earth then?
Pardon?
Where is the curvature of the Earth then? Where is it observed? Where is it measured?
Where is the curvature of the Earth? Everywhere on Earth.
Awesome. Can you point to it, please?
I can just point to the Earth.
Awesome. So underneath me, that's flat. That's curving, is it?
It's not flat.
No, is it not? Have you got a direct measurement of that?
I don't have the direct measurement, but it sure as fuck isn't flat. What can I say?
Well, being it is observed, measured, and practically used to be flat, that's not a problem. And I'm also talking to somebody who couldn't point to the horizon in a picture earlier, so most definitely wouldn't be able to point to the curvature of the Earth now, would you?
No, I can't point to the curvature of the Earth because it's apparent. It's not a real thing that actually exists in the universe. You're absolutely right.
Like the horizon?
You don't say.
Guys, you understand? Curvature is an aspect of something. It's not an actual physical thing that exists on its own. Yeah.
So wait. What does apparent mean again?
Apparent is
something saying.
You know what? No, I'm gonna go for the Google definition because some of you guys are fucking like.
Yeah.
Hold on, sorry.
We'll be patient.
Okay, guys. So apparent, clearly visible or understood to be obvious.
5 seconds. The next time somebody comes in and asks a question like Heretic, please don't jump in and start making comments. Right, so Heretic has asked a question. He's going to get a direct response from this man. Nobody else is going to jump in with that 10 pence worth. Do you get me now? Question, response, please.
Smell juice.
So apparent means clearly visible or understood to be obvious. Shut up. Seeming real or true. Can this guy shut up?
Prove the globe, silly goober.
Well, guess what? I'm gonna piss on your fucking nan. Anyway, seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Similar to the word ostensible.
Okay, so quick question: could you restate that statement you just said about the curvature of the Earth, where you said it was apparent, not actual?
It's not actual. So it's apparent, clearly visible or understood to be obvious, seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Absolutely. It seems to be so.
Quick question: Is the curvature of the Earth apparent or not?
It's apparent, obviously.
So it's actual.
No,
it's not
like okay, visibly it's apparent. Yeah.
Okay, but that would mean that it appears that way, but is not actually that way.
Yeah, if you look at the horizon, it appears the curvature is so. But if you use measurements that observe not the curvature itself, but the effects of curvature, then it necessarily must be true.
Well, wait, hold on. I just realized I got a little ahead of myself because I just realized that even in that sentence, you're misusing the word apparent, or at least from my perspective, you are. It's more subjective at that level. So I would say
subjective. We will cling on to that word. Continue.
So it appears the base word. All right. So I would say the Earth does not appear to be curved, but you would say it appears to be curved, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. But you do understand that apparent does not mean actual, meaning that something can appear to be one, but it does not mean it is that way.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that. But then the question arises, do you have a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth detecting curvature?
No, because what you guys mean by direct measurement is not something that could be produced for something that can't be directly seen, but has to be seen through its consequences.
So you can directly observe the effects of curvature, but not.
So guys, let me give you the example. You can't directly see God, but you can see the consequences of God, right?
Oh boy, here we go again.
That's the non sequitur. Listen, April, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It's a non sequitur to what we're talking about. Nothing to do with it.
All right. Human society, you don't see it, you see its consequences.
Okay, but how do you know that those are consequences of curve if you've never observed curve? Wouldn't you have to have proof of the curve, confirmation of the curve, to know that any of these things are effects of curve? No. You don't have to prove the curve to know that something you're looking at is an effect of curve.
Say that again, please, and say it slower this time. Really listen to what you're saying.
You don't have to have proof of the curve to know whether something you're looking at is an effect of that curve you don't have proof of.
Do you realize what you just said?
Yes. Can you
say it again, this time slower. This time I want you to stress the A's and R's.
Twice is enough.
No, you're just going to answer now. You're not going to ask him to repeat it slower. You're not going to troll him like that, my motherfucker. You're just going to answer the question.
Yeah.
How
do you know that any of these are effects of curve if you can't directly confirm the curve?
Yeah.
You don't know the curve is there, so how do you know you're looking at an effect of it?
you guys know proof by contradiction? By any chance? Proof by contradiction.
Can't answer?
You can't answer.
You can't answer?
No,
He
I'm
didn't
asking
ask
you
to ask
guys.
him a question. Like, he asked you the kind of question where you're not supposed to answer with another question.
I can't answer. I'm just asking you a question.
You can't answer. Okay. Yeah, so you don't know that you're actually looking at the effect of any curve. You just imagine that to be the case. Because you don't know there's any curve there to know that there's any curve having any effect on anything. You just
Hey, a follow-up question. Is it possible that you're only assuming that to be the case because you were raised to believe that? Is that possible?
No, I'm an extremely open-minded person. Most of the beliefs I was raised with, I don't currently have. I often have beliefs in opposition to the things I was raised to believe, actually. So I'm very much a person who can change their mind.
Well, that's good, but that doesn't answer my question, technically.
Well, no, it's not good because most of the things that I believe in are not things you would agree with. So you would say, oh, it's disgusting, you change your mind. But, anyway.
I get that. But the question, you still didn't answer the question, technically. The question is it possible that you're only assuming this or that effect or whatever to be an effect of curvature because you were raised to believe that? Is it possible that you only believe that because you were raised to believe that?
No.
It's not possible?
No.
You're going to say that? Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that doesn't sound very intellectually honest to me, but whatever.
Oh, it sounds quite intellectually honest.
How do you validate curve as the cause of any of these effects?
By having a basic understanding of non-Euclidean geometry.
Okay, someone else is gonna have to take this. I got a call. 1 sec.
So you mean you affirm the consequent then?
No, here's the thing. I understand that the universe has geometries that aren't Euclidean, and the universe also has geometries where results are based on things being literally light years away. And I also understand the universe has some effects based on geometries that are based on vector spaces.
These are just begging the question fallacies. This has nothing to do with trying to prove the curve.
Say that again.
These are just begging the question fallacies. You're just begging the question because your whole religion is nestled in your cosmos that you believe in. Therefore, your religion is true and your Earth is curved.
Okay, can you explain begging the question fallacy? I know what it is, but I need you to explain it because I don't believe you fully understand it. And I want to
when your conclusion is in your premises, it is called the begging the question fallacy.
He does know it. That's good. And
so why is your conclusion within your cosmological paradigm?
Explain that one for me, please. Why
you were just saying how you know about the non-Euclidean geometry and the cosmos and all this bullshit. Like this has nothing to do with proving the curve on the Earth.
It absolutely is.
No, this is you talking about.
Oh no, you're begging the question by assuming that the Earth doesn't require proof
because your beliefs contain the Earth as a globe. That's not logical.
It is. You just misunderstand what logic is.
It's called being irrational. It's called the begging the question fallacy. It's not logical.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You just fundamentally
you want to try to make a coherent argument for your side, or you're just going to waffle here with sophistry all day?
I'm not waffling. I'm not a sophist. I'm quite.
You are a sophist. That's pretty obvious for all to see. You have used nothing but sophistry since you got here. Try to make a coherent, logical argument, and we will go from there.
We're waiting.
Waiting for what?
Your logical argument instead of the sophistry you say you don't.
Arguments about what? I'm so, like, you guys have me so disorientated all the time.
Yeah, we gave you a modus tollens argument, and you said you couldn't see the horizon. You don't know where the ground and the sky are. You're uncharted. Yeah, we know.
You call me retarded? That's not very nice. I assume
I know it's not very nice, but that's just my opinion of you after having listened to you using nothing but sophistry and not a single ounce of fucking logic.
I'm actually mentally disabled. You're being very mean to me. You're a bully.
Well, maybe you should go then.
No, I shouldn't
I'm
go.
not speaking about your disabilities.
I'm still very
You can have
intelligent. I am mentally disabled.
I'm not
and he is
saying
being
anything
very
about
mean
that.
to me.
I clearly specified.
No,
why
you're a bully.
I clearly specified.
You bully disabled people.
Why
Anyway,
I call you a sophist.
The subject is done.
I
You're a bully.
specified why I called you a retard, because you're a sophist, and only because of that. That has nothing to do with anything else.
Well, no,
that's
but
just what I call sophists.
Sophists have been some of the smartest people I know of. They've been so smart, they've managed to fool the masses. Sophistry is something that we actually see amongst the smart people, not the stupid people.
No, you see it mostly from Machiavellian types and narcissists.
Exactly, the smart people who
sociopaths
have the
and
intelligence to manipulate people, not stupid people. Don't misunderstand what sophistry is. Sophistry isn't what
I've seen
stupid people do
plenty
'cause
of
they
dumb
understand.
sophists, my friend. It has nothing. It's not equal to intelligence.
No,
Just
but
like
it
you
is
have
correlated
proven here
with it.
tonight.
It is correlated with intelligence.
Victim.
I'm not a victim. No, I'm mentally disabled and I have been bullied. But yeah, I don't really care. It's whatever.
Hold on. Yeah, every single time that someone's raised their voice or used a word you don't like, victim. You've also made up the fact that you're probably not even disabled. You're a victim and you want to be a victim.
No, I am disabled. No, do you want to see my benefit claims forms? I can prove to you I'm actually disabled.
Even be up for discussion, mate. You shouldn't even bring it up.
I should do though. He called me a retard, bro. Like, it's fucking bullying, dude. He tried to make me feel bad about being mentally disabled.
Do you want to be a victim all your life? Do you want to be a victim all of your life?
Oh no, I don't pretend to be a victim. I'm doing quite well.
Shut up. Stop
I'm
complaining about
attractive
shit.
and I'm smart. There are parts of my life I really love.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
So stop being a victim and let's get back on
I'm not
subject.
trying to be a victim. That's what I'm talking about. No, don't do that. I'm pointing out how he's being a bully. Don't say, I'm being a victim.
Yeah, I'm not being a bully. I clearly defined for you what I was talking about when I used that word. I'm not talking about what you are talking about. So you're just building a straw man and trying to burn it because you're irrational.
Okay.
Okay. Sound like a fucking 5-year-old, man. Fuck arguing with a woman.
He just been destroyed.
Do you not like women? Because the women I've spoken to have been amazing.
Here you go again. You want to talk about anything but the topic here, huh?
No, but he brought up women. I'm pointing out women can be
but it's
great
not really
if you
the
meet good
topic.
women and you speak to them
Yeah,
nicely.
it's just a
like,
sidebar, dude. Don't jump all over it. Let's just stay focused here.
Women are just great if you be friends with them and you pull up with them and you have conversations with them. You know what I'm saying? Women can be great.
So what do you want to talk about?
Not everybody has to have a wife and be fucking miserable with the wife.
Drunk.
Get back to the topic, April.
For the last 2 hours, what do you expect from the guy?
Guys, seriously, you can have a wonderful time with your wife. Just saying.
Hey, April.
Just
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat? If
the fact that the moon doesn't really change its appearance at all, no matter where you go, it should signify based on basic optical knowledge of parallax and stuff. And not even parallax, just the fact that we understand how straight lines work at distances. Clearly, the moon must be very far away. We're thousands of miles. Because when you see things even miles away, they don't.
April, did you see ever in your life lake or body of water? Ever?
Wait, yeah, but let's analyze this. I just asked you a question about the surface of the Earth, and you pointed to the moon and said the moon is doing this, thus the Earth must be curved.
Yes, okay. In the exact same way that if you look at an ecosystem, you don't just look at the fucking plants on the ground. You look at everything going on. Yeah.
No, that's a non sequitur.
No. It's not a non sequitur. The Earth is more complicated. The universe is more complicated than just the surface of the Earth.
No, you're looking at
on just the surface of the Earth. There is the things above the surface of the Earth.
It's a non sequitur.
Yeah, you're looking for curvature of the surface, so that's where you want to look.
Okay, this is how you guys tried to divert the conversation.
Divert by talking about the exact thing we're talking about.
Where you can just bring it into like a constant circle about, can you find the curvature of the Earth? No, I cannot find the direct curvature of the Earth. I need to use stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you can't do that. You have to look at the curvature of the Earth. I can't use the direct curvature of the Earth. Oh,
no,
I need to use stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you cannot use things outside of the curvature of the Earth.
Thank you for admitting at least that you cannot find the curvature of the Earth in your beginning of your list.
Correctly, yes. I cannot use a ruler and show you the curvature of the Earth directly on the ground. I need to go above sea level.
You could use lasers of different wavelengths if you wanted to try it.
No, because you guys say, oh, actually, the atmosphere and blah, 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 blah.
No, don't you know that lasers of different wavelengths refract at different rates? So you would see by the separation of the beams how much refraction is in the air? You don't know that?
That's already been done, and y'all fucking said it wasn't true. Okay?
It's already been done, and it shows that the Earth is flat.
How high do you need to go to see the curvature, April?
Like many, many miles.
How many miles?
Huh?
How many miles?
I don't know. It depends.
You are saying now.
Sasha, it depends. How good are your eyes? What lenses are you using? What is the atmosphere like? I don't know.
Yeah, and how high we need to go?
I don't know. It depends.
It depends of what?
It depends. It depends on the conditions. It depends.
Approximately.
Approximately, I don't know. I don't know the average the stats for this.
What is the first height when you can start to see the curvature?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
I can Google it. Maybe it will give me an answer. Maybe it won't. I don't know.
Oh, you think that everything is on Google?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Does Google saying also how it's curving in reality?
Yeah, there were plenty of wiki pages on it. Yeah.
Okay,
there are plenty of non-wiki pages on it.
Okay, April. That means that you will Google and believe that what some people think about that lake, or you will believe that lake. Go to that lake and see yourself. Maybe it's not curving.
Do I believe what lake?
Yeah, because I can Google it and somebody can say, look, this lake, it's going up cylindrical, or whatever. It's spiraling, It's spiraling every 1 mile, and have waves like 30 meters waves. And I say, oh, fuck, let's see that. And I go to that lake, and that lake doesn't have like a wave, not even like 20 centimeters.
Well, you understand that, they wouldn't say the lake has 30-meter waves. Every wave is different. They would say the biggest wave the lake ever had was 30 meters.
That means lake, what is some big lake, it's curving for sure, because it must curve, because we are on spherical land. And if it's written on Google with that size, it must curve in reality, of course. And you don't need to check that because they are saying that. The problem is you need to live with reality now. You have this information, and you can live with that. You can believe that what Google's saying, or you can believe that nature, how it's presenting itself. And that's on you now. And it's not, nobody wants that you...
Well, you guys don't even believe in nature. You guys don't even believe in evolution.
No, I believe in nature. I believe that lake doesn't curve and the ocean doesn't curve.
Do you believe in evolution? No, you don't. You don't believe what nature shows you.
How people...
That's a false equivalence.
Man-made
theory is not nature.
April, how people in Switzerland calling sea level? People in Switzerland, how they are calling sea level?
Something sea level, something Switzerland. What?
Yeah, how people in Switzerland saying for the sea level, how they call that?
I don't know. They call sea level. What?
Okay, and which sea level they are using for measuring mountains?
I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know about Switzerland. What?
Yeah, but Switzerland, it's not on the sea. It's inside of the Europe.
I don't know. They just use fucking global average. I don't know.
Global average.
Maybe. I don't know. I told you I don't.
And what is telling you sea level? Is that maybe average called 0 point?
I don't know.
What is that in UK? That hills, you know what you have hills in Scotland. Is that elevation above the sea level?
What?
All around UK, it's a sea level, not sea curve.
Sea level is different at different elevations. Not different elevations. Sorry, different. Not elevation. What the fuck's it called? Different.
Yeah, I go to one hill.
Wait a second. It's latitudes.
Listen, I'm in London, and I go to one hill, and then that hill is 100 meter, and now I go to Birmingham, you know, and I go to another hill that is 200 meter hill, you know, and I'm 200 meter above the sea level, also in Birmingham, and there was 100 meter in London above the sea level, but sea level is the same, you know, it doesn't curve. And that land doesn't curve also.
That's like asking Yo-Yo Smasher. That's like asking, why do you call yourself a mathematician? You don't know all the math in the world. Okay.
I know what is sea level.
Sea level is an average.
But it's a level, you know.
We have tides all over the planet based on the
of course, tides more or less, you know, but on some distance, you know, for example.
Exactly. So this idea there's an exact sea level, it just isn't true.
Yeah, but for example, you have the guy who made a photo distance, long distance photo. It's like 275 miles, you know. And then he got some mountains there with elevations, you know, above the sea level.
Hey, what's going on, you guys?
This is going to blow your guys' minds. Did you know
what's on my mind?
That they actually don't reach the same heights every single day.
Wait, are you guys talking about? Are you guys talking about flat Earth or anything right now?
Yep, we're talking about tides.
The tides?
Yep, tides never reach the same height twice. Never.
I don't believe in flat Earth.
I didn't know that.
So there are actually so many bodies affecting the gravitation that produces tides in the first place.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you guys know about like how chaotic bodies work. This idea you have a system and small changes in the beginning affect changes in the end.
Stories. If you want to pursue something to support your belief system, then you're welcome to try to do so.
It's just true.
We are not here to listen to your nonsensical stories and your belief system and your rants.
But nothing curves. That's the point.
I like ranting.
Well, that's not true because booties curve. What are you on about?
So, if gravity is affecting the oceans, right, then it must be curving, right? The ocean must be curving if it's being.
Yes. No. Okay. Here's the thing. It depends on what you mean by curving. If you mean curving in reference to the surface, then no. If you mean curving in gravity doesn't cause curving in reference to the surface.
So it's not causing the ocean to conform to a ball.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Did you know it's not?
I'm getting some clarification on what you're saying. Hold on, whoever you are. So I'm just getting some clarification on what you're saying.
So, for example, if the Earth was a perfect sphere, then gravity.
Irrelevant. I didn't ask about the shape of the sphere or whether it's perfect.
Given the explanation
I asked about whether oceans are conforming to it, meaning that they would curve around its surface.
See, this is why I educate people who are 18.
Okay, educate me then. I'm asking for you to do that. Do the oceans conform to the surface of a sphere, imperfect or otherwise? Doesn't matter. That's the question. Okay, go.
The Earth isn't the sphere.
Okay. So what?
There's your answer. The Earth isn't the sphere. So your question.
Okay, so what is it?
Invalid.
So what is it?
The Earth is approximately an oblate spheroid.
It's an oblate spheroid. So
approximately.
Okay, great. Approximately an oblate spheroid. So are oceans conforming to an approximate oblate spheroid?
Yes.
Yes, they are. Okay, so there should be observable, measurable curvature over the surface of an ocean then, since it's conforming to an oblate spheroid, which is a curved object, right?
There isn't observable curvature over the surface.
Why not? How do you know it's there then?
Because the surface adheres to the approximate oblate spheroid.
How do you know that if you don't observe it?
Well, we can though. We can observe the effects. We don't directly observe it.
That's what I'm talking about. One of the effects of that oblate spheroid with gravity would be the curved oceans that we're talking about. But you say you don't observe those, so how do you know that they're there?
We indirectly observe them for things like.
Why would we have to do that? Why can't we just directly observe them?
Can you directly observe every murder?
No.
Exactly.
It's a false equivalence.
It's not.
It is.
So how big is it? How big is your oblate spheroid?
No, because a murder has consequences.
Got an approximate radius
curvature has consequences.
Okay, yeah. Curvature has consequences, but you don't know that there is any because you still haven't demonstrated.
And you don't know if there's a murder.
That's a begging the question fallacy.
You don't know if there's a murder. Maybe it was a. Maybe
use it as a premise in your argument.
Maybe it was a suicide.
Okay, that's great, but enough about that. I know you're really desperate to get off this topic, whatever you can do. But does your oblate spheroid have an approximate radius value?
Like roughly 4,000 miles.
Roughly 4,000 miles. Okay, that's good enough to have. Okay, no problem. We should have a geometric horizon at roughly 1.2 miles times.
Bearing in mind, guys, the radius actually changes all the time.
Okay, I'll give you 4,600 miles. Do you think that'll cover any change?
No, it's like 3,900 and something miles.
Sure, I'm gonna go ahead and just give you 4,600. How about that?
What? No, that's not even roughly.
You don't want it?
1,000. That's like a whole half of 1,000 extra. That's not even remotely.
Yeah, no problem. It won't make any difference. It won't make any difference.
Yes, it will. Are you kidding me?
At a 1 foot
Shut
observer
up.
height.
What do you want about? Shut up.
Hold on.
You're being cringe. Be quiet.
At a 1 foot observer height with the 4,600 mile radius value, you might get an extra tenth or two of a mile of geometric horizon distance. So, big deal, doesn't really matter. Your variable radius and your oblate spheroid doesn't really do anything to affect the rate of curvature we should be seeing over the surface, so it's a red herring, it's a non sequitur, and it doesn't matter. So where is this curvature, and how do you know it's there if we don't observe it? Because it should be observable given the dimensions that you just claimed.
Who keeps muting me?
I do, because you won't shut up when I'm talking.
Show me your balls.
I'm done, though. I stopped talking, so you can go now.
Do you have balls?
That's also off topic.
Okay. I won't mention it again then. I'm
I know you have ball envy because you're in desperate search of a ball. You don't have any, so you can only imagine them, obviously. That's why you're here doing this. But anyways, try to stay focused on the topic.
I have wonderful balls.
Yeah, see, I shouldn't have even said that because now you're completely distracted. So let's go back to the topic, right? Given the radius that you've claimed, right, there should be a pretty observable amount of curvature. We've just talked about the formulas, right? We're not observing it. Why not? Where is it? How do you know it's there if we don't observe it?
Will you let me speak the whole time? You won't mute me, okay?
Yeah.
Can you promise this?
Okay, are you gonna
No promises.
No, I'm being serious now because you keep muting me.
Yeah, don't waste your airtime to ask if you can talk. Just talk.
My airtime?
You have the airtime for it. Okay, now you're going to waste it on not talking. So you're either going to not talk about the topic or you're not going to talk. Not a lot of glow proof to be found there.
What's the question? Sorry, I forgot. I was too busy.
Well, yeah, you gave me the approximate radius value. From that, we get the approximate rate of curvature, the geometric horizon distance we should be seeing, right? So we have all of that now because you've given us the radius, right? We're not observing it. You've said yourself that we can't observe it, even though it should be observable, given the geometry that you've claimed. So the question becomes, how do we observe it? How do we know it's there if you don't observe it?
Can you observe the entire border of Spain?
Okay, it's another non sequitur.
No, seriously, can you observe the whole border of Spain?
No, yes, seriously, that it was a non sequitur. Try to answer the question.
It's not you guys don't understand what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it doesn't follow. It has nothing to do with what I just said.
That's not what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it is.
No, non sequitur means that the logical...
It doesn't logically follow. Okay, so start again. We're trying to find this curve. You say it's there, but you also say it can't be observed. That doesn't logically follow either. How do you know it's there if it can't be observed if you haven't observed it? What are you talking about?
You guys already decided I was wrong before I even started speaking.
You won't speak. You waste all your airtime saying stuff like this instead of telling us why you're right.
Yeah, that was a mind-reading fallacy as well. Try to answer the question.
Mind-reading fallacy. Okay.
Yeah, when you try to divine other people's intent and what they think or what they're gonna do. That's a fallacy.
And the biggest amount of projection ever.
Yeah. So how can you know?
How can you know? Oh my god! I can't even point out how there are things that are simply too large, too round, that I can't show you them.
They're not too
laboratory.
Not too large. Once again, you've given us the radius value. From that, we can derive the rate of curvature. We can derive the geometric horizon distance. It's not too large to observe, geometrically speaking, based on that radius you gave us. So why don't we observe it? And if we don't observe it, like you agree we don't, how do you know it's there?
But we do observe it.
Oh, okay, now we do. Okay, where?
Yeah. We know that the Earth is a globe based on the fucking pounds of the stars.
Oh, now we're looking away from the surface again. We're looking away from the globe itself.
Yeah, and this is exactly. This is your obfuscation.
No.
Yes.
No, looking
so something
anywhere
away from the surface can never affect the surface.
No, looking away from the surface, the very thing in question here, and talking about everything else, that's the obfuscation. So can you get back to the point, which is the surface?
Why do you keep muting me?
Because you don't shut up and because you keep going off topic.
You hear my voice, don't you?
No, because we're going to go directly to the surface, right? The thing that you're saying is curved, and we're going to find the curvature there directly. We're not going off of it. We're not going somewhere else. We're not looking in the opposite direction. So when you do that, yeah, I'm just going to mute you and bring it back. Yeah, we're not going to look in the wrong direction. We are going to look at the thing you are claiming by looking in the wrong direction. So how can we directly observe it? Given the dimensions you've claimed, we should. It's not that big. It's not too big.
Directly. Tell me, what does directly observing curvature mean? What?
Looking at it.
What?
Looking at it.
Seeing curvature.
Yeah.
What if the curvature... What if the curvature can be shown to exist, but is too small for you to see with the naked eye at the surface of the beach? Right,
well, like you say, we should see the effects of it, the main one being a geometric horizon. That should be the main effect.
I never said you have to see it with the naked eye.
Well, we should see a geometric horizon. If not with the naked eye, then
for example, bacteria exist. You believe this, yes?
Okay, it's another irrelevant thing. Because
it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant at all. It's not irrelevant at all. You can say it's a non sequitur. You can say it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. That doesn't mean that you're right.
Right. But now you're just talking about why you can't
if you want to go into some kind of asking us a question, first establish your point. And then ask us a question.
So the point I'm making is
don't try to answer a question with a question. Answer the question first, and then you can ask us the question based on your answer.
Okay. There are many facts about the real world you cannot see.
Okay, so once again, you're just going to tell us why we can't see the thing that you're claiming. So how do you know it's there if you can't see it? It's kind of self-defeating, don't you think?
Magnetism.
Magnetism?
You cannot see magnetic fields.
Okay, yeah, but that's irrelevant because we should be able to see the things.
It's
that
not
you just
irrelevant
claimed.
because you
It is
cannot
irrelevant.
see.
It's a false
You cannot
equivalency.
see directly.
Okay, gotta meet you again. It is irrelevant
this is a
because
false
it's a false
equivalence.
equivalency. Yeah, it's false equivalence, right? Because we should be able to see it given the dimensions and given the radius value that you just claimed. 1.2 miles at a 1 foot height is not too far to see because as you can see, we have a picture of a horizon that's 10 times further than that, right? The camera can resolve that far, so we can see things that are further than that. It's a false equivalence. Try again.
Just because the camera can see it, doesn't mean you can notice the curvature.
Simple geometry.
I'm very good at geometry, and I know that you don't know fully what geometry is. So.
Okay.
You know what?
I literally get paid to teach people geometry. I know geometry. I know that you guys think you know geometry.
You clearly don't, bro.
I clearly do.
Yeah, you're going off topic again. We should be able to resolve this horizon. Given the telescope, the telephoto lens, good camera, we should be able to resolve this 1.2 mile horizon and confirm its existence. No
You
problem.
can resolve it. Does that mean the human eye can distinguish it? No.
That's irrelevant. The human eye looks through a camera. The human eye looks at a patch. The human eye looks at a picture that was taken with a zoom lens. That's irrelevant. We don't need to see it with our naked eye. We can use tools to resolve it.
You have to be able to resolve it for the human eye to see it.
We did, using a camera.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Buenas noches.
What's up?
Casey, how are we today?
Hold on 1 second. There we go. I gotta fix my headset. Just give me
No worries. Yeah, no, take your time.
Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. Yeah, I can hear you too. I had to fix the. All right,
Sounds like you're recovering.
kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Doing a little bit better, but I got to come back here in like a week or so
Sure.
for the same thing. But yeah.
Well, still good to hear you.
Yeah. How you been, man?
I've been well, thank you. I was talking with some other, brethren earlier, and it's like we're all kind of experiencing the same thing where like, like fellowship is just hard to find.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cuz I didn't bring it up, but it was a thought in my mind. Like we can agree with 99% of things, but if there's like a 1% we don't, there's always a potential for a falling out.
Yeah, there's.
I like because people have like different doctrines and all that, and
Create schisms.
yeah.
Hey, check your DMs, man. I'm kind of working on something.
Oh yeah.
Ooh. I gotta add text to it, but work in progress.
Yep, the Black Swan. That's a trump card, really.
Yeah. I found the assets that I made for that card game, so I decided to start making some stuff. I was inspired to use the assets that I made from years ago by this little emoji card thing that I've been doing recently. I'm like, well, I think I'll work on real cards.
And you have like a 3D printer at home, yeah?
Yeah. I got a bunch of different things. I have a yeah, because I got a Cameo where I can cut vinyls and a t-shirt press, like a heat press. Sorry, hold on a second. I had to mute my mic so I could eat something.
There's always room for Jello.
No. I hate Jello.
I know, right?
You can't make Jello on a ball Earth because the Earth is spinning too fast and it wouldn't set up. Oh man.
Oh yeah, but about your cards, I was kind of thinking like, I mean, if you used your 3D printer, you could make like a plastic form of them if you wanted, rather than paperback.
I don't think it would. I could do that. Oh wait, yeah. Actually, if I could make like a 3D thing. Hold on a second, I got to do something.
Sure. This may sound strange to some people, but I actually enjoy quiet. You know, because there's something to it where it's like it's not just talking for the sake of talking. It's fluid, for a lack of a better word. I mean, if we were to like scale it down to like individual size, you know, somebody who's always talking, that person is bound to be a fool. So yeah, at times of quiet, it shows consideration, reflection, thought. It's a good thing. May not always be the most comfortable, but it's good nonetheless. Oh, and I made a cup of this Dunkin' Donut coffee, like K-Cups. This stuff is just... It's got to be one of the most Colombian tasting cups of coffee I've ever had. Not that I'm, you know, promoting Dunkin' Donuts or anything, but just wow.
Yeah, they're a little false, misleading. They don't taste a thing like donuts. It's supposed to represent the crappy. Yeah, it's supposed to represent the crappy coffee that they sell, I believe. But they put like a donut on the packaging and stuff, so it's extremely like misleading.
Oh, yeah. See, I actually don't eat the donuts. I just grab some of the coffee, and it's just wow. Like, I think I'm going to get a caffeine high off of this. And good evening, Toby. Hope you're doing well.
You as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just taking it easy over here. Ever since Citizens, Cit FE, what he goes by now, ever since his server got taken down, man, that stinks, because that's where I spent a lot of my time on Discord. I'm sorry, what's that?
What was his server called?
Under the Dome.
Aha, I'm not sure if I had that one or not.
And he's had to remake that server like 7 times or so, somewhere in that ballpark. I mean, because they kind of bring a speech to the edge. What you can say, what you can't say. They push the limit. Where that's not a bad thing. That's good on them.
That's all it takes to get them shut down these days.
Yeah, I don't bother with Discord anymore, so I just set up an element space. There's no moderation or censorship because it's open source.
Which one?
Element.
Yeah, I still have yet to look into that, Paul, but I hope it'll yield beneficial results.
It's slightly different. I mean, the text forums here are slightly better looking, but you get much better sound quality.
Mm-hmm. I mean, because I heard Indio talking earlier. He was like on some kind of like a Twitter type app, that you can join and speak with other people. Yeah, it's like we're all looking for sources where we can talk more with other people.
Well, I mean, if you or Indio wants me to show you around Element, I'm happy to do that. You just need an email and a password, and once you've got an account, you can send me a message. And then once we're in a room, I can screen share. It's much easier on here. I can't actually screen share on here for some reason. It don't work. And it's not to do with permissions either.
Well, on here on Discord, actually, yeah, it does involve permissions. Like you only have VC verified.
No, I don't mean on here. I'm on That Flat Earth, and I'm a moderator, so I should be able to stream on Arrow. I just find Element much easier to use. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, everyone's here is because everyone's here, but I don't know why Discord was chosen in the first place. Was it the best thing at the time? Was it?
I think it's just where they met up. I think it was the ODD channel might have been the first one that a lot of these guys were on.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, it was.
I mean, you can have public rooms, so you can be on the Matrix register as a Flat Earth channel, and you can still have private rooms, and it's just not quite so easy to order the rooms is the only thing. You have to put 1, 2, 3, 4 down to 10 on the rooms if you want them in that order. Otherwise, they go in a different order based on activity and stuff. They're alphabetical. That's the only limitation I've found so far. People didn't used to like it because you had to, it's like Skype, you had to have 2 people in a room to start a call. Therefore, sometimes calls never started. But now they have open channels, so it's just like this now.
Sure.
Is it on a PC and phone or Android and iOS?
Yeah, they have an app, but I've got an Android. I prefer to use it in desktop mode in a browser. It just works slightly better, but I know iPhones is not that easy.
Yeah,
they
was curious. I was curious about that because I have an iPhone and I'm not so sure if it would work so well on that.
You're supposed to be able to pick desktop setting or something, but I was on FED Gilded for a bit when they got kicked off, and had all sorts of problems with iPhones on Gilded, and then of course the voice channels kept crashing. And of course they're the same as Discord. Really, they got the same community standards. These companies don't seem to mind being based in the US and breaking the First Amendment all the time, but there we are. They sell these boosts, yeah, so they can't say they're a private company because they sell boosts, so therefore they're in commerce. Therefore they're subject to the Constitution. I'm surprised someone from here hasn't taken them on because there's lots of legal people. You notice?
Probably just a matter of time.
Well, and it's like with these mainstream companies, it's like, they love the First Amendment in order to, garner popularity for a time. Like YouTube did the same thing. But then once they reach a certain threshold, all of a sudden, well, now we have too many advertisers who are telling us to not allow too many people to say certain things. Now we have to cut back on that. And now all of a sudden we don't like the First Amendment anymore.
I think the only reason you'd get kicked off the Matrix, which is what Element uses, you can use other apps for that. Element seems to be the best, is like threats of violence or something, or like obscene imagery. They could probably get you on that because it's unlawful, but no, other than that, and if you know what you're doing and have a server, you can put Element on your own server, so you don't even need to use the Matrix. But I find it works quite well. I've not tried it with lots of people, obviously. We've only had like 6 people in the room so far. Flatsoid uses it for his shows now because it's better quality than Discord for the sound.
Yes, mirror image. Paul is British.
Well, someone guessed right. The last two people who guessed said I was from New Zealand. So there we are.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm from Suffolk.
I mean, there can be some certain similarities between British and New Zealand, but no, just with you, no, it's British, 100%. Like Aussies and New Zealanders, they have a bit more twang in their speech, in my opinion.
Yeah, but we have an impossible number of accents here. West Country, you got posh London, Essex, London. You've got Essex Country, which is like a milder version of my accent. Norfolk, which is a bit stronger than my accent. And you've got Northeastern, Durham, which is a milder Geordie. And then you've got Liverpudlian and then Scottish and Welsh. So.
I find that fascinating. I really do. Like my accent, I'm American from Minnesota. I mean, I'm basic potato. No salt, no butter, no sauce.
No sauce.
Right. It's as basic as you can get.
Born and raised there?
What's that?
Were you born and raised there?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right on.
Mm-hmm. Though, yeah, I mean, speaking of being born here, I actually died when I was an infant, but was resuscitated by an emergency team from the Children's Hospital.
That's pretty intense.
Yeah, well, you know. Yeah, so I'm not sure why I thought that was worth mentioning, but
I'd say it's noteworthy. We're just here, kind of just passing the breeze, waiting for the next new guy.
Sure. Now, yeah. Well, just to touch on that a bit. I was born at North Memorial Hospital in Robbinsdale, and then I was actually taken home. But after a day, my mom had walked in like the next morning, and I was like purple and blue because I was suffocating. Like something happened to me where somebody infected me with pneumonia, where babies do not normally get pneumonia unless you like cough directly in their mouth or something.
Oh no, sanitary. That hospital maybe it was unsanitary, or like you said, a nurse coughed on you.
No, I'm pretty well. It was my older brother actually, because he had pneumonia. And when I was brought home, my mom put me in my crib, and my older brother looked down at me, and people say you can't really remember things as a baby, but I remember him looking over me, and then he like, not on purpose, but like just some spit just kind of ran out of his mouth, and it like went directly into mine. And
I knew a guy who said he remembered. This will just 1 second. He's touch on what you said. He said he remembers coming out of the womb.
I don't doubt it.
So you're the second person that I've heard have memories of a baby. So it's not unheard of for me.
And I mean, it was a brief memory because I just remembered this sickness in my mouth, and then next thing I know, I'm like 4 years old. So, yeah, very brief.
My first memory, I was in a child seat, and I was in Kansas still. I lived there till I was about 3. That's where I was born. And I remember rain hitting me and seeing my mom. And at the time, it was my stepdad. My father passed away when I was a baby. I remember seeing them like go into the house, and I remember looking up and feeling the raindrops hitting my face. And then that's kind of where the memory ends. And then, like you said, I kind of don't have much until about 3 or 4 years old.
Mm-hmm. And actually, I take it back. I do remember something from when I was 3. So not 4. I was bit in the face by a dog when I was 3. Like the neighbors.
Damn. Did it scar you a little bit?
the neighbors we had picked up a dog from the Humane Society where it was like a 10-year-old dog. They didn't really know it, but they were bringing it around the neighborhood, to show it off. They brought it to our house. I opened the door. They're like, "Oh, hey, Derek, is your mom home?" I'm like, "Yeah." And, I went to go yell for her. I'm like, like neighbors are here type thing. And she's like, "I'll be down in a minute." I go back out to the front, and they're just standing there with their dog. And I asked them, "Can I pet it?" They're like, "Oh, yeah, go ahead." I give it 2 gentle taps on its head, and the thing looks at me, jumps on me, and almost got my eye. It actually, one of its teeth actually got into my tear duct on the left side of my face.
What irresponsible dog owners. God.
My mom came running out and had to pry the dog off of me, and she had to rush me to the hospital. And yeah, that was interesting. But
that's pretty traumatic.
Well, yeah, normally it would be, but to this day, I still love dogs.
Do you remember being with them for a while after that?
Do I remember being what?
Were you afraid of them for a while after that?
No, I really wasn't. I was kind of a fearless kid.
Mashallah.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh. Well, yeah, I mean, I did not hold it against the dog. Even as a kid, I held it against my neighbors because they were the ones responsible for it. Like, you told me it was okay to pet him, and it wasn't. Yep, I didn't even hold it against the dog. But anyway, yeah, and then from 3, I still didn't have any more memory until later. So those were my.
So wait, is this the Flat Earth server?
Yeah.
So how flat is the Earth?
Relatively level.
Okay, so there's no curve whatsoever.
I don't know what you mean. Like, there's topography. We got rivers, mountains, oceans,
streams, yeah, creeks,
valleys,
yeah, flat geometric orientation,
level water on top of it.
The form.
Yeah,
do have relief. You
learn something new every day.
I mean, does that does any of that translate into Earth? Curving into a spheroid? Unfortunately, no.
Well, yeah, I was told that it was round, and they were wrong.
I used to believe that myself.
Round like a quarter or a pizza?
Yeah, like a sphere.
A pizza is not spherical.
You got sphere pizzas?
Yeah, dude. Little pizza balls.
Oh, no, you do not.
They're a new thing.
Pizza balls.
Yeah.
I might dig down on that if it were for dinner, but I haven't heard of that.
Yeah. But no, yeah, I was told it was a sphere, and I was lied to, and I'm upset about that. Why are they lying to us?
I used to be furious.
On that one.
I mean, poof.
So,
in the beginning, for me, I was just livid. But it wasn't a good thing. The anger, despite being understandable, it's not acceptable. Like, as far as conveying the truth to others.
Right.
Yeah.
For sure. I don't know. So, have you guys done your own research and shit for the flat Earth model?
Well, there's no flat Earth model. Because a model inherently is a concept, and nobody has gone to the outer reaches of Earth. that we know of.
So how would you get to the edge of Earth? Is it possible?
For me, I don't really want to, but yeah, I mean, you probably
plus you're not allowed.
Well, where does you think there's so many people that would have that? At least tried.
Other than the treaties being in place, I mean, where
is that Buckslayer? Hey, Buckslayer.
Yeah. Yeah, what's up?
Somebody has tried, I believe.
Is that Buckslayer?
Yeah, it is.
Hmm.
Why? Sorry, what were you saying, Derek?
I'm not sure what's going on between you other guys. Did he call you Barnslayer?
No, Buckslayer.
Like
that was my old name.
Buck.
Yeah, like a deer.
Okay. Sure. Well, I'm just saying.
So my question is, how come there's so many people in this world? You'd think that somebody would by now have tried to, or at least stumbled upon the edge of Earth and recorded it, or in some way, like.
I mean, supposedly there is an explorer that tried. His name's, I believe, Carl Yonderway, and
oh yeah,
he was sailing around about in that region, but he got turned back. Part of his crew got stranded and/or died.
Huh.
So yeah, they have people, as far as I know, patrolling and they'll turn you back
on every edge of the Earth, every part,
all around it. So there's this news broadcast where these guys are in a plane and they try to see how far they can fly into that zone before getting turned back, and they get scrambled on fairly quick.
What? That's crazy.
They don't want people going there, man. The penguins.
The penguins, yeah.
How to protect them.
That's weird. Huh. So does anybody have like a model they could send me on what their take on the Earth is, so I can kind of get a little comprehension?
It would be speculative at best, because no one here has cartographed out the land.
Because they couldn't, right?
No.
Well, and I can model you level water using a container, but I mean, you can't provide me a model with level water using a spherical, no container.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Don't mean to laugh, but I'm serious.
No, I'm not a spherer, dude. I'm like agnostic,
Oh, all right.
When it comes to the Earth shape, I just don't know.
Just a give me proof type of guy.
Well, I mean, I think there should be proof for any statement that anybody makes about anything. If it's as controversial as the Earth shape, I think that's kind of a big statement when you say it's something other than what we thought it has been for hundreds of years. But I don't know.
Yeah, sometimes I see people getting hung up on like model replacement, and I challenge you to see take a look at how relevant that is. Unless you're just curious about that particular, it's really not really relevant.
No, I just wanted to know so I could, visualize it better when we're talking about it, But if it's,
I'll post a link that has a bunch of concept stuff in it that can give you something to ponder on.
Okay, cool.
Just give me a couple minutes.
All right.
All right, I'm gonna post it in the live stream for you right now.
Oh,
It's a
sorry, you
link
posted
to-
it where?
Yeah, it's a link to a bunch of concept maps and stuff that AI generated with some prompts I put in.
Oh, nice. You put it where now?
It's just for literally for entertainment only. It's in the live stream voice text.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Purely entertainment. This is not what I think Earth looks like or anything else or think anybody should think Earth looks like.
But it gets you thinking, yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting stuff.
Oh, when anybody asks me, like, anybody says, oh, you think the Earth is flat? I'm just like, listen, you ever been on an airplane? Yeah. Okay. Well, next time you're on one, look out the window. Tell me if you see a fucking ball, if you see a flat plane. Okay. You're gonna see a flat. You're gonna see a flat plane. You're not gonna see a ball. If we lived on a ball, we look down. It's like looking down at a tennis ball, right? You could see it's a tennis ball. It's the same fucking shit. If you're thousands of feet in the air and you look down from an airplane, you're gonna see a fucking ball. Simple as that.
Well, what is the cruising altitude of a passenger airplane? Like 40,000 feet?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, you definitely see some kind of curve. If it was.
But you don't.
Yeah.
So, it's just I don't know.
That's a good point.
I'm tired of explaining to these fucking retards. I really am.
Yeah.
Well, it's not that they're retarded. I mean, a lot of them are actually really smart. It's simply that we are arguing.
You're right.
We're arguing with their belief.
Because we were there at one point too. So you're
with our old selves.
Yeah.
It's a very difficult thing to argue with belief. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
It's not tangible.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly, dude. If only we had the resources to explore and figure it out, and band it together and just fucking finally figured it out. It'd be great.
I would be down to do that just for the exploration of it. Like I'm already set on that Earth's not a ball. I don't need it for that, but it would be cool just to go look at stuff out. People aren't supposed to look at.
Yeah. So on the edge of the on the Earth, is it cold on the edges? Is that what you guys think?
I'm gonna go ahead and not claim an edge. I don't really know what goes on past where we're not supposed to go, but I can tell you there's probably 100% chance there's a container, which would require some sort of wall going up, unless it's some sort of physics or on God level physics we don't know about, like the sun and the moon flying around forever.
Yeah. Outer limits would count as a container because they'd be the end of the natural world.
Right.
And for me, I'll just be honest. I believe it's cold on the outskirts. I won't say an edge either because I don't know that. I haven't been there.
Right. Huh. Well, I mean, one thing that makes me kind of, think that the sphere could be possible is like seasons and the change in weather. It makes sense a little bit because
could you post what helped you make sense of that with the sphere model? Because even their model is wackadoo to me.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if you think about it, if there's a sphere and it's spinning and there's a sun somewhere out in the solar or the, whatever, there'd be different weather as it spins because the sun's shining on a different spot. That kind of makes a little sense, but no, if it was
what
flat,
about the part where the sun's further away in the summer or whatever, or further away, hold on, I forgot how it goes, but there's like a backwards part where they said like it's colder. I don't know, I can't remember. I'll get back to you.
All right, but and another thing is why what would cause day and night if there wasn't something covering the sun, So do you think that we're spinning at least, or in some kind of weird way?
No, it definitely does not feel like we're spinning. No, I can say that our ceiling looks like the ceiling's moving, the stuff above me, but I feel very, very still.
So
I think
what would cause night and day
humans would
then?
struggle if we were moving.
Just the sun going too far away for us to see. Like if you were to hold a flashlight in a gymnasium, shine it down on the ground, holding it about 3 feet off the ground, it's not going to light up the entire gym. It's going to light up what's underneath it.
Well, my question to you is why does the sun? What causes it to move? Is it spinning? Is it flat? Or what?
Come on, that is a mystery to me.
Yeah.
Oh.
Huh. I mean, because we know something moves, obviously.
For all we know, it could be on tracks. You know what I mean? Who knows? That's on some God level stuff I don't know about.
Yeah. So you're a Christian, though, right?
Oh, I'm not. I don't really have a label on that. I was raised Christian, yes, but no, I'm not any religious denomination right now.
Well, for me,
Okay.
I mean, I am a Christian, and I don't want to push, beliefs if I don't have to.
Can I ask you? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, but to give you some perspective of where I'm looking at it from, it's like, Scripture tells me the heavens declare the glory of God. And so when I look at it, I'm like, can I explain, tangibly, what shape the sun is or the moon? Can I prove it? And the answer is no. It literally humbles me. It sits my ass down.
Yeah.
It makes me be honest with myself. But yet here in the mainstream world or whatever, they're like, oh, we know exactly what it is. And no, they don't.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Hey,
I don't know.
you're not new to this, though, mate. You've spent a lot of time in the service previously, so
Who, me?
you've heard all these arguments before.
Who, me?
Yeah,
It's been a while since I've been
it's
in
been
here.
a while, but what do? Do you just forget things, do you?
Say what now?
Do you just forget things, do you?
Well, yeah. If I wasn't, fully understanding it.
Well, you weren't fully understanding it. You came in pretending to be a flat earther, and then you got called out. So that's what happened.
This time?
Yeah, no, not this time. Last time.
Oh, I don't remember.
Ooh, I got a meme for that too.
I remember that. That's funny because I remember everything.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate his questions, regardless.
I don't think my questions have a negative connotation whatsoever. I think they're great questions that most people would ask.
Yeah, I know, but you've you've come in here. You've been in the server for ages before. You've spent a lot of time talking to people, and then you're asking silly questions like that.
How are they silly?
Well, last time you came in, you were pretending to be a flat earther for about 2 months. And then you got called out, and then you left, and now you're back.
Ooh, who pretended?
Asking silly questions that you already had answers to in the past.
Who pretended?
This guy here. This guy here.
What guy? There's a bunch of guys.
Well, who do you think I'm talking to?
I'm asking you.
Sorry, I was saying goodnight to somebody. What?
Am I talk? See?
I don't know who
What's his name? Because he's changed his name. So OBS Chevy.
What's going on?
Oh, okay. OBS Chevy, you were
Yeah.
playing. So you. Okay.
Huh?
He was playing Flat Earth. Now he's come back in with a different name. Didn't
Actually, I'm
think
pretty sure
anyone,
I specified that I was in between. I didn't know.
Well, he's saying you were.
This time he was clear about he was not a flat earther. This time he was. I don't know about last time. I wasn't here last time. He was here.
Yeah, he's saying you were playing both sides of the fence. If you were, that's pretty.
I agree with certain things. Yeah, I'm not going to have my heart set on something I have no idea about.
All right. Well, so what do you think now? What's your opinion now?
I think he told me some information that would slightly confirm the Earth is flat, maybe, and I'm still learning.
Well, that's better.
That's good to hear.
And it's honestly, it's okay. It's okay to fence jump for a while. It took me 6 years to go from globe Earth to flat Earth. I mean, I was first introduced to flat Earth back in 2009.
Yeah.
It took me
Well, here's the
6
thing.
years.
This isn't my livelihood, and I'm honestly just here to have a conversation and learn.
Not our livelihood either.
Yeah, it's how you learn, bro. I mean, you know.
Yeah,
What do you think
I mean,
on the app?
I don't even know why we're bringing up the fact that I'm neither a flat earther or a glober.
Well, no,
No,
because
you
he was
came in
talking
with it.
about. He was saying
You came on. You came in with a different name.
Yeah, he said
and you were going to start pretending to be someone else, and I knew exactly who you were.
Wait, I was never
So you had to
pretending to be
admit who you
anybody else.
Yeah, you were. You changed your name. You didn't come in and say, "Oh, I used to be on here." You came in a different.
Why would
character.
I tell you that I was on here unless it was
came
brought
in
up?
a different character.
How?
Wait,
how?
Tim, wait,
Do I
Tim,
sound the same?
100% sure it was
I
him?
sound the same. I sound exactly the same. Why wouldn't you guys change your fucking name?
Timbo, are you
I
sure it
changed
was
my
him?
name.
though? What if it wasn't him?
Yeah, 100%. He knows it. He knows it. He's already admitted who it was.
Okay. All right. So if you admitted that, OBS, what did you? Oh, you admitted it.
What? If I admitted what?
You admitted that you were, being sneaky.
No, absolutely not.
Oh,
I just came in here and I started talking with you guys. Nobody brought up the fact that I've been on here before until he said so, and I agreed. Yeah, I've been on here before.
Yeah, but
Why do you have to come in on a different account?
It's the same account, dummy. Look when I joined. Look at my profile picture, or look at my profile. I'll just tell you.
I don't go by that. I just go by voices.
March 28, 2020. That's when I joined.
Dummy. Why am I dumb? For what?
Because this is the same fucking profile that it was on when I joined last time.
Oh, yeah.
You're too paranoid or something.
Well, let's not be insulting if we don't have to be. Thank you.
There you go.
Did he just leave, or did he get booted?
Oh, he just left. Okay, that means he's guilty.
Well, I mean, on the
Means you were
positive,
right.
on the positive side, though, I mean, I did like his questions, because it forced.
Yeah, I didn't like his attitude at the end there. How come?
Well, for me, it just afforded me, chances to be honest, what I think, how I view things.
Yeah, man, that's all. Like, I don't understand why people lie. Like, just be honest. People respect.
Yeah.
Yeah, people respect honesty. That's it.
Right.
This is the wrong room to lie in. Too many truth to bullshit meters on high alert here.
Hey, people don't like liars. They don't. People like people who are honest, brutally honest. You speak your mind, say how you really feel, and not tiptoe around the truth or how you feel.
And in being honest, we want people who believe a lie to come to the truth. That's where that drive comes from.
Man.
I get it. Hey, Casey, how you doing?
How's it going, guys?
It's going all right.
Oh, I'm talking to them. I love you. People I was talking to her. So, I'm wide awake and falling asleep at the same time. And this is the most horrible experience right now. This fucking sucks.
I would give you a hug if I were there.
They gave me Dilaudid for my pain.
Mhm.
It's a really strong drug, and then my IV that they had to use a freaking ultrasound to put in got somehow it twisted in my vein, like inside, because I was just setting the bed back and then pulling the blanket up so that I could go to sleep.
Oh.
It twisted in, and it would like. Thing. Because I didn't bend my arm or anything, I just pulled a blanket over, but I moved my arm to do that. But I think it was also twisted from when we went and I had to take a shower and stuff, so I had to move around before. But then the IV stopped flowing. They tried to put another one in because they had to take that one out after trying to like fix it. And she stuck me a couple of times, and the last time was like it went into kind of a nerve, and so
Oh God! I mean,
yeah, and then it wouldn't.
For the love of God,
And the veins
can you
were
get a
all
capable
rolling.
nurse who knows how to put an IV in?
She's good. It's actually my body that acts weird. My veins roll really bad, and then when I'm dehydrated, they just blow. So it's one or the other. I'm like, damned if I do, damned if I don't. So she was trying, but when she was trying to put it in, it ended up sticking a nerve, which I also have an excessive amount of nerves due to Beckwith-Lehman syndrome. So they're like everywhere. It's like playing the Minesweeper game on the computer. Yeah. So anyway, now that nerve thing got me wide awake, but yet I'm also, the medicine's got me wanting to doze off, but then I just wake right back up. So I'm kind of like in limbo between sleep, and I cannot go to sleep.
Oh, no worries.
No, I'll relax eventually. I just have to calm down a little bit, and then I'll pass out. But it's nobody's fault. It's not her fault or anything. It's just nerves. It's whatever. Shit happens. I didn't really come up here, bitch. I actually originally came up here to be like, ask some questions about that dude who was just on here, because I heard like the tail end of that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, despite
I wanted to. I don't know.
I find people like that useful because
that is true. No, I get what Timbo was doing. He's being a smart ass.
Sure.
Not Timbo, but the other guy, and he was calling him out.
That's bad energy.
Yeah, he was calling him out on being a smart ass because the dude, you could tell he was being like fucking. He thought he was being cute. He thought he was being fucking cheeky, and that's not cool. Oh, what did I do? What did I do, man? What did I do? Just admit it, and then we can move forward. If one of the boys calls you out on a lie or on something that looks deceptive or deceitful, then just say, okay, here's what's going on, and move forward. Be done with it. But it looks like he turned it into a deal. I don't know. That's just my opinion. But like I said, I caught the tail end of it, and I did not hear anything else before that. So,
well, I mean, and for me, in my experience, it's like God uses people. Sorry to solicit belief, but I mean, God used atheists to first provoke me to flat Earth, where they were mocking me.
I refuse to acknowledge it. I am atheistic towards the existence of atheists. I don't believe in them.
Well, that's what they, call themselves.
Yeah, I don't believe they exist. I've never seen one, and I don't believe they exist. There's no evidence of them existing, because all the ones that claim that they are, they'll say they're 99.9% sure, thus turning them into an agnostic.
I get it.
I have never seen an atheist in my life, and I don't think anybody else has either. It's like a unicorn.
I've seen one or two. That's about it.
But yeah, I just back in 2009, the way these guys were ripping on me. Oh my goodness. It's like there was a reason for it, despite them being, wrong in how they were going about it.
It's like they were right.
But God, dude, I mean,
they're wrong about it, but they're right about it too.
Right. God was using them in a way to tell me what God is telling you in scripture is true. No, I don't, because the original videos we were arguing on were all taken down by YouTube.
I'm just wondering if maybe some of them ended up finding some stuff out.
Dude, I would not doubt it, because these guys were all about the scientific method. Like they were just I'm
saying the fact that they were looking at the Bible in that way.
It's like, but no, these were the guys who burned the scientific method into my mind. They're like direct observation, tangible measurement, repeatable experiment. And lo and behold, that's exactly what a flat Earth can adhere to, but not a globe Earth.
Yeah. Dude, that's the thing. It doesn't matter. Sometimes it doesn't matter how one goes about trying to explain this to people, because you can say it as kindly as possible or as roughly or meanly as possible, but it doesn't matter. Some people, they don't want to hear it. They don't care. They're only here to troll, and they don't want to hear anything that any of us have to say.
Well, with like the last gentleman, he was listening. It just
I'm not saying that about him. I'm just
right
in general. We see him all the time, every day, day in and day out.
And the way I consider it, I mean, if it took me 6 years, I'm kind of willing to afford that for others, where it just takes patience. It takes patience.
Yeah. Well, that's why the little emoji cards that I make, I'll make them for everybody. Anybody who's active, I'll just make them. You got a cool profile pic? Hey, that's neat. I haven't seen you around. Let me make a little emoji card and just post it. It's kind of like an olive branch. Like, what's up? Let's talk and chill about. Let's chill and talk about some stuff. Let's talk and chill about some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I said it wrong the first time, and I'll say it wrong again. But for real, like, I'm thinking, if a man is to have friends, he must show himself friendly. And these people, they're not meant to be our enemies. We're supposed to love our enemies. We love them enough to tell them the truth. They think that we're fighting with them, but that's not actually the case. We love them enough to tell them the truth. They're the ones coming here for a fight, and then they spiral out over shapes and sounds.
Well, it's like in the past, there was another Christian friend of mine who I've known for years, where he knows the gospel, like he can, pass scripture hands down as far as what spirit he's of, but when it comes to flat earth, he's a no-go. Absolutely hostile to it. And so with him, the only thing in my mind is, well, I have to give him patience. I got to give it. Because that's what it took for me. Like, I was exposed to this stuff like years before anybody else. And no, that's not a popping my collar type thing. I rejected it even when I was exposed to it. I'm like, what flat earth? What are you talking about? Like, we all know that Earth is a globe, because of satellites and all that, But I still had that programming in my mind. It wasn't until later where I had actual observations that were not manipulated that I could actually see.
Yeah, hold on a second. I gotta do something real quick, man. I'm still here. I'm listening.
I just looked it up. Creamer Wheat is an atheist, so we can count him as one. He's supposed to be debating James Tor. Did you hear that?
No, you don't understand. They don't exist, period. Because even them, no matter who they are, they will all admit they don't know. They cannot prove that God doesn't.
Well, I mean, he claims to be an atheist.
Yeah, I don't believe people's claims, though, either.
I bet he watches upwards of 20 hours a week TV.
I mean, he's pretty much on the wrong side of everything, isn't he? As far as I can tell.
Well, it's like he was still, in my mind, still being used to raise questions.
Yeah, and see,
that's not a bad thing.
That is a good thing to have people around ask questions. And see, that's another thing. I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. I just mean that in the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. And they'll admit all of these different things, so they, by their own doctrine and accord, openly admit that they don't know. So that therefore they have to be agnostic. They don't have evidence in anything related to there not being a God, other than they just claim, and they all of them, and they don't know. So that just automatically takes that 0.000 off to the divide by fucking zero. It goes all the way to the end, billions and billions, but still there's a little one at the end, and that makes them agnostic.
I mean, because I can't help but remember the alleged claimed atheists, years ago, who rammed the scientific method down my throat. And now it was like years later, like if they were to compare that with Earth, can they use the scientific method towards a globe? Absolutely not.
Dude, speaking of that, isn't it weird that a priest from the Catholic Church invented the Big Bang Theory?
Yeah.
That's pretty weird. I'm just saying. So,
I'm not a big fan of the Catholic Church.
But then you've got all these, they openly proclaim to be atheists, and they follow the doctrines of the Catholic priest. That's really bizarre.
Well, Catholics aren't Christian, are they? So I don't think that really.
No, they say that themselves.
That's true, still. But I'm not gonna get into it. I just think it's interesting. But you are right there with that, Paul.
But I mean,
that their doctrines, their beliefs come from the church, these different churches and ancient religions. Hold on one second.
So in my experience, a lot of times the atheists were the guys the kind of the edgy guys, because that's like the edgy promoted character on TV shows and whatnot. Is the atheist guy wearing all black?
Yeah.
How do I know this? I used to be him.
Hey, here's something. Let me share that picture since we're on the discussion. I'll do the etymology picture of the word God.
Oh, what I believe that God created. Yeah.
Check this out. It's just interesting to me.
So
Theos, and in the Bible it says the Logos is the Theos, and the Theos is the Logos.
Yeah. It was God.
And so when these people, they say they got a theory, I'm thinking, I bet you do. I bet you do have a theory.
Does logos mean like with God?
Logos is word.
A capital word, W word, or
like word. Here, hold on. I'll
word.
Like word, man. No, I'll get the picture though.
Right on, thank you.
Word or reason, actually. That's nice. I didn't know about the part reason there. I just thought it was just word. And this is why I always double check, triple check, quadruple check stuff I think I already know.
And then keep checking for when they go to change it.
Yep. You always got to check, because sometimes they will modify things, and then, yeah. While I do study using Google's stuff, I keep track of other things by cross-comparing stuff sometimes with other sites.
So I've heard they changed the definition of what was level?
Yeah, they changed the definition.
Oh, they're trying to. Oh, yes, they are.
Yep.
Does anybody have what it was before?
Yeah, I do.
The most recent modern.
This is like their, they always add in new meanings, like you have the original like etymological root, and then it grows into this tree with all these branches. They're trying to add a new branch onto the tree that redefines their little meaning, like an extra meaning for level that includes a balls level, because it's mostly level.
Like I have a great Reader's Digest encyclopedic dictionary. And it does not include, a curve for level.
Yeah, it's straight.
It's not in there. But I mean, that's what these guys who are, globers are trying to do. They're trying to change the definition of words so they don't have to argue about it anymore.
This right here is something that all right, when it comes to the etymology stuff, there's certain things because it didn't exist in the past, so you have to look at the modern version of it. But some stuff, it's always been and always will be. It's going to be what it is, and it can't be changed. I'm about to share a picture, but it talks about horizontal, and it goes back to like that's. Here we go. Which is interesting because it is connected to the word Libra. And Libra does have to do with scales and balancing. But if scales are balanced, they are level. It's flat.
Thank you.
It's level. They're even. It's level. There's no curve to scales that are balanced.
Where's your ball balance?
Oh, they'll do some magic tricks, man. They'll sit
Where's
there
your
and juggle.
curvel?
They'll juggle with them and stuff too, or do some like Harlem Globetrotters junk, spinning them around on their fingertip.
No, it's so yeah. With these guys, they are they're not driven by science; they're driven by belief, and so they push word changes in favor of their belief, not science. It's what they did to gravity.
Belief's a very interesting word too.
It has the word lie in it, which is funny.
You compare believe, and I go to believe, and I get this. Oh, believe. Well, what the heck is that? Then I have to go there. Hold on, let me find it. There it is.
You know, when you
Leaf.
act like the middle piece of a dinner table, you
Right
know,
there.
belief.
See the top part? I should have highlighted that with because it says as happily or as gladly. Or something that's dear or pleasant. It's all it is something that makes people happy. It doesn't have to be real or true or anything. It just makes people happy. That's all belief
It's
is.
so funny. That's like exactly what it is.
Yep. And then there's like faith and other things have way different meanings, but belief specifically has to do with happiness or being glad. Glad in the. Oh, wait. There's another word that I'm looking for. Oh, yeah, the difference between kind and nice. May as well do that too while we're at it, since people always want to bring that up. Oh,
You're
be
not nice.
Oh, be nice. Be nice, Toby dog. They want everybody to be nice. But if you look at what the word nice means, I'd rather be kind.
Though for me, I do use nice in both in the modern version and old,
Yeah.
depending on who I'm talking to.
Well, I will use the word nice too, like especially when like something's cool and I'm like nice, but
Right. Yeah.
But and that's that's a colloquial way of using it. But then when I see when somebody's like, "Oh, be nice," that they're kind of commanding you to be ignorant. In that case, in my opinion, they want you to play
sense.
stupid.
You know, in
you're
Greek,
roboting a little bit, man.
Theo is
There you go.
uncle as well. Oh,
Theo's uncle.
oh, sorry. Theo in Greek is uncle as well. Yeah.
Let me look. Is that? I wonder how far back that goes.
Uncle Vaughn.
Yeah. That's interesting. Oh, it's a there's an I between the E and the O, and it makes it. Oh, okay. I wonder if Theo's connected with Oh, it look. Okay, I'm not going down that rabbit hole. That's interesting. I'll check that out later. But thank you, Timbo. That is interesting. I can't do that right now. I'm on medicine. That's a bad idea for me.
But
before
yeah,
I go, does anyone know which is the original Flat Earth Society? There seems to be about 3.
The original was Adam and Eve when they were hanging out with God, and yeah, then they kind of ruined that and they scattered.
No, the forum.
Yeah, I'm joking, but the modern time, I don't know where any of that is. I never really paid much attention to.
See, they point a lot of people there, not only through searches but through TV shows. And I was just thinking, if we get enough of us together, we could take it over.
There is a forum that, but I thought about registering there, but it's kind of weird. It's really, there's some toxicity.
Well,
I read some of the stuff.
On Discord, for example, Flat Earth Society has a server, and I was booted from there inside of 2 hours.
Okay, yeah, that's the only thing I wondered, whether the admin would just keep proper flat earthers out. But
wait, that's what I think is happening. Like, if you try and actually stick with the truth.
Nathan said Mark Sargent tried something once, but he didn't go into details, and he gave me his contact, so I'm going to ask him what he did. But
you can get up with Mark Sargent?
Well, yeah, because I know Nathan, so
nice. Well, obviously, yeah.
And anyone can send him an email, but it's just whether he'll reply to you or not.
Yeah. Well, that's cool. Yeah, because he called. Well, he was hanging out with the at the meetup before, and then didn't Flat Earth Professor Dude call in and then talk? And, yeah.
And I know a lot of people who just say he's a Mason, but
Mimas
don't
interviewed
really
him.
know what
Yeah, because
there.
I was there for that. I was just saying, like, I'm trying to make sure that was that, because my memory's a little foggy right now, and I hate it. I don't like being on here.
Mimas wound up interviewing him.
Yeah, he did a really good job.
I don't know if Flat Earth Dude did before he did, because I got here a little late too on that one. I got on right when Mark was talking to
It was very spontaneous. Like, he just kind of said, he called in and then handed the phone over to him after doing kind of a little introduction, and then Mimas.
Yeah, it turned into a really cool combo.
Yeah, he went right into interview mode. Yeah, that was really cool. I look forward to seeing what happens in the future. In fact, like, I would love for us to have a really large scale Flat Earth meetup where we do it in multiple locations and we run tests across the entire nation. You got the East Coast and West Coast meeting up at the same time, and you've got Central, and then do that for every continent.
That'd be awesome.
And then we can run tests around the entire world. That'd be kind of cool.
Well, I mean, to be honest, we don't even really need to do that. We already know that's what it is.
Yeah, well, we know what it is, but see,
We
like,
do it for
it's
funsies.
yes, it's something we can do. It's like a community thing we can do for fun. We get to hang out, and then, like, we can invite the Globies to come over and get flat smacked. It'd be awesome. But it's inspiring to see other people gather together, and I'd like to meet up with some folks. Anybody who's around or local. I actually, once we get the bus finished, I'd like to travel around and, like, visit with some of y'all. I already know for sure that I'm gonna go hit up Derek at some point. Y'all willing?
Oh, in Minnesota? Yeah.
Oh, we'll have a bus. I'll be able to go everywhere. Got to finish working on it.
But agreed. Not willing. Amen.
I really want to kind of set up the front end of it so it's sort of like a small studio. Like, just have 2 seats up there, or 3. I don't know. Set it up so that I can record up there.
No, I would advise doing it, like during springtime, summer, or fall. Winter, not so much.
Yeah, it's solid metal. It gets pretty cold in there.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go south.
I mean, you could.
Just go south for the winter. Hit up Florida.
Yeah.
Watch some rockets launch if they do any. See them send it off in the Bermuda Triangle. That would be another thing that would be fun to do. Gather together with a bunch of people and go do some flat smacking by the rocket launches. Because there's always people out there trying to watch them. So
it reminds me of when Joshua Swift came to my house. I was still trying to walk my mom into flat Earth, like a little bit at a time. And he comes in the door. I'm like, "Hey, what's up, man?" He's like, "Hey." and my mom was upstairs. She's like, "Hello," and he was kind of hostile. He's like, "Did you know the Earth's flat?" I'm like, "Wait." Yeah, I'm trying to gently walk
That's his
her into it
standard
again.
greeting.
Well, I'm sorry. What's that, Paul?
Is that his standard greeting for everyone? Is it?
Right.
Yeah.
No, I'm not sure what was going on with him at the time. Maybe he just felt really defensive. But no, he was just kind of over the top, is all. I mean, because it's with flat Earth, it does depend on the person. Sometimes you need to walk on eggshells, and in other cases, you can just be totally careless. Like my mom had trouble because she's not the most scripturally literate. She listens to me. I would say about half the time about things, but she struggles. And I can't quite say I blame her. Anyway, I just had Josh over to my house for a little while, and I'm just not sure why he had to make that a point right away when me and him were already in agreement. It's funny in hindsight. But at any rate, my mom was welcoming of him, fed him, and we had a good talk. So.
Yeah.
I ended up visiting him at the hospital later, like 3 months later or so. Because he has cystic fibrosis. He's still fortunate to still be alive.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, put that. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I may doze off soon. I'm starting to feel a little sleepy. I calmed down, I guess, chatting.
Yeah, you calm down.
My nerves.
Yeah. They giving you enough juice?
I hate being here. I hate having my mind foggy like this. I hate when they stick me with needles and have to stick me again and again.
Yeah.
I love that they're there to help people. That's awesome. I hate being at them.
Dude, I'm not even a medic, and I could hit your vein, whether they're scarce or not, in one hit. I know exactly how to. Okay, in the future, if they're trying to find a vein in your arm, before they come, wave your arm up and down, and so it will protrude your veins in your arm so they can actually see something. Yeah. Like, excuse me, produce some more blood that isn't going back into your body for a second in your arm when you're waving it back and forth. It will cause the veins in your arm to be filled and easily observable.
I think
And if they have a problem with finding it after that, then they're just totally ridiculous.
Trying to get pretty sleepy. I think I'm gonna go lay down.
Good night, brother.
Y'all have a good night and stay blessed, man. I'll hit you guys up tomorrow.
Sounds good, Casey. Love you, bro.
Love you too, man. Peace out. Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Oh, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go take care of something. I'll be back on just a little bit.
All good? Miggy, are you online right now? No worries if you're not. You're probably listening in the background, but maybe not available. No worries.
Did anyone see Brian Logic's new video?
No.
He did the calculations again on the EMLS B69, the Anacapa one, 31 miles or so. He got it slightly wrong, the first one, so Adam helped him apply it correctly. Don't ask me how it works. I don't know about calculus. And it's now 12.5 times bigger, the globe, based on that observations. It's a 640 R now. It was 51 the last video, so he had to correct it. 12.5 times bigger. It's just like a balloon, isn't it? It expands, it shrinks. Wonderful.
That's what happens on an imagined globe, yeah. Or assumed, sorry.
Derek, I sent you a screenshot in private message of how Element looks. There's no categories, so you just have a big long chain of rooms. So I just made them alphabetical, so they lined up in the right order.
That looks a lot like Discord. Huh.
It is very similar. There's just no categories yet, and I'm sure they'll add them because some of their functions are in beta now, and they keep adding stuff. As I say, they've got open voice channels now, which was the main thing.
Nice in a good way.
But yeah, because you can add icons or avatars to all of the rooms, so it makes it stand out a bit more. Don't know why, but 3,840 over 6R sounds funnier than 640R. So.
Well, I can tell you right now, I am going to download it. Just not at the moment, but I will.
You follow Flatoid?
What's that?
You follow Flatoid at all?
Yeah.
You could join his show if he was on there. So.
Well, no, I used to be a champion on his Discord server, but I mean, God bless Keith, but I mean, he leaves flat earthers too vulnerable to just constant Glober attack, where you can't do anything about it. You can literally prove your point, and they'll just ignore it, and then just spam the crap out of you.
Oh yeah, today he's talking to Craig again. I don't really know why.
So I left Keith's server.
Yeah. Well, I don't really like the anti-flat videos either, so I'll probably just be talking to someone on Element then, I guess, if there'll be a debate. I don't think... I know Michael Kahn, I'm not sure he likes watching debate, so perhaps I can have a talk with him.
Maybe. I mean, ultimately, there is no debate.
Yeah.
Not as far as the scientific method is concerned.
It's very difficult to get people to look at new apps, though, and I understand why, because you've probably got 20 apps on your phone already. It's just, I don't know, I've not heard anything bad about Element, and I have heard things about Discord using up a lot of memory or something.
Well, it's not just the memory for Discord. It's the fact that, like, if you say things that are contrary to the mainstream narrative, you'll just get shut down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I could go into debunking that thing you mentioned earlier about pathogens. But I can't, so I stayed quiet.
So it's like we have to be careful about this stuff. I mean,
it's extremely easy to debunk, though, because there's no science to it at all.
Mm-hmm.
And even if they were to do correlation studies, they don't even do control.
No, they don't. No, so that's why I was talking earlier about Citizen's server under the dome. He has had to restart that
I've not
server.
heard that one. I know Shane had to redo his server.
And it's like, I mean, they're not telling lies. They're telling the absolute truth, and they're getting shut down for it.
Yeah, well, if you know anyone there, send them my details and I'll show them Element. That's really easy. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to work it.
Well, it's just a question in my mind. I mean, how long before Element becomes like Discord?
Well, that's like blockchain sort of thing. It's on the Matrix. And if they got taken over, then you could put it on your own server because it's open source. So if you can't even put stuff on your own server, then we're finished anyway. So that'll already be the end of the Brave New World. And we'll be into make room, make room.
We're not finished, not by a long shot. It actually just kind of shows how desperate the mainstream is. We have to shut down your communication in order to, herald our point.
Yeah, but that's too useful for them, the internet, isn't it? They can't shut it down. So there's always Tor, and that's a lot more difficult for them.
And to be honest,
there you go now because it's 6 o'clock in England. So.
Well, and like here in America, like on my own block, I've gotten to know neighbors in the time that I've been getting my butt kicked on YouTube and Discord, and I have a lot of neighbors who think the way I do.
Yeah, well, a lot of people I was for, and they went to Odyssey, but I think Rumble's better now because Odyssey's live streaming's a bit pants. As whether they'll remain censorship free, because I imagine there's not much flat Earth stuff on Rumble, but I can't imagine there's any shadow banning. So I think anyone who streams on YouTube should try and multi-stream onto Rumble, because you don't need to render 2 streams. You just need to use an extra bit of CPU power. So obviously there's some limitations for some people, but I think most people should be able to do 2 streams.
But as far as Flat Earth on Rumble, yeah, no, it's not really advertised, but you can find it.
Yeah, I mean, if you just say live streaming on YouTube and Rumble and then nothing else, you don't directly link to your Rumble, you shouldn't be able to get any community strikes for that. Because they don't think they disallow it, at least not as far as I could tell, and I did read the terms of service. Very boring, and can mean anything they want them to. I mean, Discord says misinformation that may cause societal harms. That's super vague.
Yeah, but what they don't tell you is that they devalue your you in the algorithm. They'll bury you in the algorithm.
Oh, I'm buried, sheepdog.
Oh, we all are.
Anyway, nice to speak to you all. I'll see you again another day, I'm sure.
Oh, that was short-lived.
But I'd rather be, holding to the truth and buried by the world rather than give it up. Like, you're not taking truth from me no matter what you do.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Let's see if I can pull somebody in from the lobby.
And I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm just going to make another cup of joe.
Yeah. Who is that? Who entered? Platter. Was it Platter? Who wants to come in the live stream? Somebody wants to come in the live stream. So we got somebody in the lobby named Bryn. Bryn should come into the live stream. That's one of my favorites, Grim. I know you're not in here, but that is one of my favorite videos. That's Sundial. Who is in here?
Yo, Gizbo.
What's up, Timbo?
What's happening, mate? How's your time off?
That's pretty good, man. Got 2 new tattoos.
Catching up with family?
Yeah, I spent a little bit with family.
When you heading back out there? You got another week or so?
Kind of like a week and a half, but I got to go back and cover for somebody early, so I'll make 2 days worth of pay.
Yeah, it's good.
And then, I'll be off for 2 days, and then I go back out for 3 weeks.
How far is the drive there?
It's like 4 to 6 hours.
Fair drive.
Yeah.
So you're going to come back for 2 days, or are you just going to stay up there?
I'm debating on that. I may pack some clothes just to stay out there and go hang out or whatever. Maybe just get a hotel room and just stay local, so I don't have to drive all the way back.
Is it near a city or?
Kind of. It's like a small city. It's like it's an oil field city. Like it's a bunch of people that are like roughnecks or like everybody out there is pretty well off as far as things go and everything. It's just a real windy fucking place to live.
Yeah. Should
it's really flat.
Fucking Airbnb for a couple of days or something.
Right.
Have a look around.
My one of my friends, he says there's a coffee shop there that the women wear lingerie and serve coffee.
Such a mining town.
Right.
All the mining towns here in Australia, they all have topless bars.
Right.
The women just serve beers with no tops on.
Right.
That's funny.
Appreciate the free show, man. It's pretty cool. Anyway, that's my new tattoo. I got it all cleaned up. It's bloody in that picture, but it still turned out pretty good.
I'm looking at that. Excuse me.
Okay, 12 Zodiacs or what?
No, it's the Nordic compass and then the Tammuz tire sign.
Right,
What I heard,
compass.
man.
Yeah.
Is it Vegas here? Type it out in the. Basically, you combine those 2 tattoos with my third tattoo, Oh, the one that I showed y'all
Is
the
that
other
the one above?
couple months
Is that the one above your back with an arrow pointing down that says enter?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Sorry, man. I'm just being a cat.
No, I know you are. So that sign that I just posted right there, that means protection. And then the other two, the compass is like knowing your path, knowing your way. And then the arrow is the symbol for warrior. And so the three combined says the protected warrior knowing his own path.
Well, you have protection in Christ no matter what you do.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Yes, you do.
But I like having the art too.
And what was the tattoo on your back?
It's art.
You got a bullseye.
You don't have to show it, no worries.
I wasn't going to. You didn't buy me dinner.
No, it's all good.
Get your Maccas, mate. Cheap date.
Right?
It's not that cheap anymore, is it?
No, it's
Oh,
not.
what do you call it? Mickey D's, man. Mickey D's. We call it Maccas. Anyone with the name Mick is called Macca.
Yeah.
And Mick, whatever. Anyone is a Macca. As Macca. That's their name. So as you can imagine, there's a lot of Maccas here.
To make America great again.
Yeah.
You know, I would love to make America great again, but I mean, the whole thing about we are legion nonsense. I just no. No. No bueno. No, there's no such thing. Oh, you're on the good side of saying we are legion.
Well, I gotta say this. Joe Biden was right. I said Joe Biden was right. We were never great. We were always the bad guys on every war that was ever created.
No, not all of them. No.
How about that? It's seen. America's seen pretty much all over the world as the bad guy.
Right.
like the last 20-ish wars, yes, we were the bad guys. But the initial ones, no, they were in defiance of a king over taxes of all things.
That's what we were told.
Well, I mean, that's what I found in my family records.
No, I have no doubt that we were meant for greatness at some point. And even like the people in this country, like they are some great people. It's the politicians that made this country like shit.
Well, they don't take their oaths serious, you know. So
right. Well, they're not held accountable.
Oh, and there's that too. So
Well, that's what happens when you make an atheist swear an oath to God.
Right. Right.
Doesn't really matter.
So did y'all see what Memories put in the live stream voice text?
Who?
Memories made a joke.
Wow. That's a fair point, you know.
Good one.
Touche.
Anyone spoken of Memories?
No.
I think I've spoken to Memories briefly one day, like 2, 3, 4 days ago,
Um,
and it was very brief.
Teal, my friend, how are you? Welcome back.
Who?
Teal. She knew.
Teal. Hi, Teal.
But Memories isn't in the VC. She's only in the chat. She must be listening on YouTube. She, he, I don't know. There's a picture of a she, but very,
A very
who
generic
knows?
Asian picture.
These days, you know, with people on the internet, unless you hear them speak, you can't. Yeah, they. They. Maybe that's why they want to be called they. They. Are you a they, Gizbo? Are you going to have babies?
Only when I'm anonymous.
Babies. Can you believe that?
I've never heard that before, but
They were going to call their babies so that they didn't have to give them a gender.
Ridiculous.
Fucking crazy idiots.
Define a woman.
Adult female.
It's whoever fits in with the idea.
Yeah. If they feel like it, then that's what they are.
How dare you, you bigot? No, just kidding. Oh, it's insane.
It's fucking delusional, mate. I can't reconcile that people actually live this way. I swear it's just an internet thing. It has to be. It's just people put it on the internet and make it look like it's a popular thing to believe, but it's not.
Well, for whatever reason, it makes it to the top of the fucking algorithm, dude. And you're just like,
no, because the algorithm is programmed, bro.
It's social programming, yeah.
It's engineered on purpose.
But surely people don't think this way. Maybe
and the fucking 0.01% get to pick how the world runs.
Yeah,
well, and they're trying to force it. It's do you remember radio stations back in like the early 90s?
Yeah.
Where they actually used to play good music?
Yeah, and then
all of a sudden advertisers took over, and all of a sudden they played just shitty music for the next until now.
Yeah, true.
It's the same thing on the internet. It's the exact same thing.
Was it just good music? You think it was good music because you were younger?
Well, I mean, the
point I know
being,
the music I
like,
think is good now. Like I thought it sucked as a kid, but now I'm like, I have appreciation for it.
Well, the point I'm trying to make is that a lot of the music in radio today is driven by advertisement, not because it's good. Yeah, and they're trying to act like it's popular, not because it is. They're trying to force it.
Yeah, they just push.
Yeah, it's pushed.
If you think about it, there's only 20 songs, isn't there? Like at a time. 20 of the same songs, and they're all on the same radio station.
And so, like on YouTube, it's the same thing. Like advertisers, push, some channels over others, especially if they support what they want. It's not because it's good.
I never look at my recommended. Of course, I glance at it. It's there, but I never actually click on anything that I get in recommended.
I turned all of that off on my phone, believe it or not.
What? YouTube?
All my recommended shit.
Oh, can you turn it off, can you?
Mm-hmm. It's a pain in the ass to go through it all because you literally got to go like setting by setting and manipulate everything. But you can turn it all off.
Well, now YouTube Shorts gives me the shits because they just made it like TikTok.
Well, that's what
Now they're-
that's what they're going for. They want to be like a TikTok.
Yeah,
That's
well,
like
now,
when
now they're
Walmart
eating
wants to
into
beat out.
people's.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just saying they're eating into now. Kids who would like longer videos on YouTube are now watching YouTube Shorts for like a minute. So their attention span's getting shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter.
Yeah. That's like when people, you tell them to look something up, or you give them something to look up. You're like, that looks like a 5-minute read. I don't have time for that.
Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that.
But what I was saying was, Walmart is trying to compete with Amazon, and they're going to start doing a service similar to Amazon, a delivery service.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Never used it. Amazon.
Amazon or Walmart?
No, never used Amazon.
Really?
Yeah.
It's convenient. I've used it for certain things like safety goggles and shit like that at work shit.
I just go to the hardware store.
Well, some of us are fucking lazy, okay?
You are not lazy.
I am when the fucking nearest hardware store is 35 minutes away.
Like the way I think of it, it's you are very active in paying attention to truth. So in that respect, you are not lazy. No.
And I've used Amazon to like buy books on how to forage and how to reload ammo. Because I'm convinced that one day the internet's going to go out, and I need to have some kind of survival tools in my back pocket.
I mean, call me crazy, but I kind of look forward to that.
And shamanism, you got books on shamanism.
You know, I'm kind of all about, yeah, go ahead, bring the whole internet down.
Me too, dude. watch them all fucking squirm.
Like, oh, what are you gonna do? Have me get to know my neighbors?
Again.
Oh yeah. Oh my goodness.
And then you'll find out that they're all like weirdos and shit.
Well, no. I mean, I already know a lot of my neighbors, and a lot of them are not weirdos.
Yeah.
Like my next door neighbors, they're Hmong. They escaped communist China. I mean, they know all about, tyranny. They know it so well, it's practically ingrained in them. And we serve as fantastic neighbors. I love them being my neighbors, and they love me being their neighbor. I feel like Mr. Rogers. Won't you be my neighbor?
Daniel Tiger.
I'm sorry, what?
Won't you be my neighbor? Like that.
How's that Earth looking?
Pretty flat. Or if
Funny
level
that
is
they have
more
to
accurate
admit.
word.
Yeah. Funny that they have to admit that they experience it flat and stationary. It's so funny.
I experience no movement unless if I move. When I'm sitting down, there's no
all
movement.
relative, Derek. It's all relative, mate. Yeah.
Oh right, yeah. Oh
Because
yeah.
you were born spinning. That's why. You've always been spinning, so you're not going to feel any spinning.
Meanwhile, if you spin in like 5 circles on the ground, with your body, you're liable to just tip over because the spin is too much. Oh, but yet it's accounting for 1,000-mile-an-hour spin. It's ridiculous.
That's funny.
It's true. Like, oh yeah, your brain is accounting for 1,000-mile-an-hour spin, but if you, spin around in circles in one spot for a minute, even, you're liable to just fall over. I mean, that's only like another mile per hour spinning in a circle.
See, like with all that spinning going on, this is how I imagine Earth. This is what it should feel like.
Oh.
Just can't, man. These people. I do a final check on all my messages, and I think I'm going to jump off. I'm tired.
And maybe off topic, but as truthers, I just want to provide all of you with encouragement. Like, quite literally, all of you are apart from the mainstream, the majority of the world. You're not the same. And despite, the rest of the world having the upper hand at the moment, temporarily, it's not eternal. It's not eternal.
I'm off to bed.
What's that?
I said I'm off to bed.
All right. Have a good night, bro.
Take care.
Take it easy. And yet, just to throw this out there, it's like when it comes to truth, it is not the most popular subject. In fact, the more you pursue truth, the more friends you lose. And if you don't know that, then you're not really paying attention.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, how many people followed Christ to the cross? I mean, I'm just using that as an example, but true. I mean, there you have it. I mean, people drop like flies. And I'm not saying I'm the greatest truth adherer myself, because I'm not. Just being honest.
Just had to hear the you guys' last words, I guess, and then I head to bed. See you later, Derek.
All right. Good night, Elijah. Have a good evening and tomorrow. Yeah, when it comes to truth, the path can get very lonely. But that's not a disadvantage. It's more a thing to build you up for yourself. Because ultimately, we can only account for our own walk in the end. And again, to repeat myself, I don't have the best walk. In fact, to be honest about myself, I have one of the worst walks as far as Christ is concerned that people know about. Because it's not even walking what I've done. It's more like I've had to be carried on his back. I am in no position to exalt myself over anybody else. So I just want to provide encouragement for those I care about. And that would be all of you who care for truth.
Queen Liz in the house. Queen Liz.
What's that, Timbo?
Queen Liz. Queen Liz in the house.
Oh, yes, Queen Liz is in the house. Yep. I've never had the pleasure, but welcome.
So DC verified. Ladies' night. Link embedded roles. Ah, yes, I remember you. You used to be blonde, I think. You had a different name. Wasn't Queen Liz. Lizzie or something like that.
It was just Liz and
No. It.
It's not the Queen. All hail the Queen.
It's not Queen Elizabeth.
I just realized that that's what it could be construed as. I should change that back.
It's all right.
I just like to listen. Thanks, y'all.
No worries. Not much going on at the moment, so you can, if you want to bring up a subject, you're quite welcome to.
Yeah, we're just taking it easy for now. I just got done. Oh, what?
I said, let's measure the curvature.
Oh, yeah.
All right. How are we going to do that?
I know. I'm just lying.
Scoop. That's all right. It's a funny one, too, because you go, oh, let's measure the curvature. How do you measure something that doesn't exist?
No kidding.
What are you guys talking about?
Measuring curvature that doesn't exist.
Yeah. Like, we can't directly observe it. We can't tangibly measure it. We can't even repeatedly experiment with it, but yet it's there, right? No.
Huh.
I think we experience the Earth as flat and stationary, but
how dare you? How dare you, Timbo? How dare you say something that's true?
Oh.
That's all we ever experience. Flat and stationary. Or at least relatively level. I mean, for those who are too caught up in, like, oh, absolute flat or whatever.
And curved in a sphere in a vacuum of space. But we don't experience that, so you'll have to prove to me what you experience. Huh?
None of us ever experienced curve. Ever.
No, no one has. Like, no.
Yeah, I've been in an aeroplane.
No one has. We experience is flat.
I've been in a plane and it goes over a stationary surface.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you know, to keep it in, I don't know, whatever.
I like when I was 5 in a plane looking at the horizon, I was like, well, I can't quite see the curve, but it must be out there somewhere. It never was.
You can't see it left to right. You can only see it
right. Yes.
When boats go over it.
A sphere
in front of you
requires omnidirectional curve in both directions.
No,
but
I
never saw that.
It's cylinder Earth. Got it all wrong.
The fact that we even still have to argue about this. Oh my goodness.
It's not even an argument anymore.
No, not really. Well, there's no debate. That's for sure.
Yeah, there's no debate. Yeah.
Right. And that's why me in the past, I kind of harped on, like Nathan Oakley with his flat earth debate. Like, there's no debate. But whatever, he was just doing what he could at the time. So
I think he's the same though, isn't he? Well, there is no debate.
No,
I think he's the same. I know his show's called Flat Earth Debate, but
like, not as far as his scientific method is concerned. There's literally no debate, none. Like, I mean, a globe Earth adherent cannot pass the scientific method at all. They literally depend on pseudoscience, aka belief. And yet they're sitting there in the mainstream touting it as science, lying their butts off. Like, no, your pseudoscience is not science. Never has been, never will be. That is why they cannot debate.
No, they can't debate. They can't. All they got is gravity.
Belief based. Yep.
Well, gravity, you need a curve for that.
A curve they can't deduce.
He just regurgitates shit.
Right. No, they're just projecting beliefs over and over again. I mean, that is not science.
They got no.
Real science will never require your belief. Never. But yet, that's all the globe ever does. And I used to be hardcore globe. Oh man, was I pissed.
Hardcore?
Oh yeah. I used to believe in I used to believe in space and everything, I used to believe Earth was a ball and
yeah, but how are you hardcore though? Like what like went to war with flat earthers?
No, not like that. No, I just
okay.
No, the way it got brought to me, I was arguing with, people who claim to be atheists. And I was arguing from a Christian point of view where we're actually arguing about creation and animals. Like, I was like, well, every creature is made after their own kind type of thing. Where there's no such thing as macroevolution. And they couldn't really argue against that from a biblical point of view. And so they came back at me with flat earth. They're like, well, you know what else your Bible says? Flat earth. That it's stationary and geocentric. And this is back when I was a glober. I'm like, hold on a minute. I still had the glober programming in my mind. I had it since birth. Or not birth, but, as soon as you could kind of cognitively receive things in your mind, Like, I didn't know what to do. I'm sitting there looking at that. I'm looking at these scriptures they're giving me. I'm like, crap. I can't argue against this. Not unless I become dishonest. Because beforehand, with the globe programming in my mind beforehand, I had never really considered it that way. Like when I read the Earth, was stationary, I just kind of put that out of my mind. Like maybe it's stationary somehow in its orbit somewhere. Yeah, yeah. It wasn't until years later where I actually came to the conclusion that Scripture is actually genuine. Earth is not moving. There's literally no scientific experiment that shows that Earth moves whatsoever.
No, not at all. Not at all.
None.
And if it did move, you don't think we feel it? I mean, come on. They say we're on a ball that's spinning 1,000 miles an hour. We don't feel a thing. Get the fuck out of here.
Correct.
Come on, bro. Really?
Mm-hmm.
Come on. You spin around 10 times, you'll get dizzy and fall flat on your face. We're moving 1,000 miles an hour and we don't feel a fucking thing.
You're right. Nothing.
Come on. Who were they kidding?
They're kidding us and themselves.
Yeah, they're kidding retards. You can't think for themselves, but.
Well, no, it's not really retards. It's more like
right.
just.
Well, right. Yeah. No, I know. I'm just saying, like,
it's deception.
Right, because we were deceived at one point.
I absolutely was, 100%.
Yeah. So. Yeah, we were. So, we can't. Yeah. No, yeah. They're not retards. They're just they're brainwashed. That's all.
And I've actually had lengthy arguments with people who still advocate for the globe, who are smarter than astronauts today.
Astronauts. The moon landing was fake. You know that, right?
Oh, dude, we never went to the moon. No, that's not physically possible.
Right.
And them taking pictures, also not physically possible.
Yeah, I mean, Buzz Aldrin even admitted it.
He's been desperate to try to tell the truth. I mean, we've heard him over and over. Globers will say, like, "Oh, you're taking it out of context." No, he's trying his utmost to say something that's true for once in his life. Or twice.
Yeah.
The man dang near broke down in front of a little girl. Like, why haven't we been back to the moon in such a long time? And he just grabbed his heart. Like, oh. You remember that? And he's like, well, the thing is, we didn't go there. The dude couldn't lie to a little girl. And then, yet we'll hear from Glover, so like, oh, that's not what he really meant. We know exactly what he meant. The man made a confession to a little child because it was killing him. And it did him good to confess it. It really did. Buzz Aldrin has been trying to tell the truth for a long time, despite his hindrances. The same hindrances that would prevent Gus Grissom from living. Like, that's how they roll. Like, if you tell too much truth, they'll kill you. That's how they roll. So, my advice for people who are actually still Freemasons and know the truth, be careful. Do what you can to get away from it. But then again, I've run into Freemasons who have families to care about, where they're worrying about them. Where it's like, well, your families haven't taken the oath. Just you have. It's up to you to decide how to continue.
Oh, fuck. Gotta get more fucking weed.
What's that, Davey?
I said I gotta get more weed.
Oh.
I'm out of weed. I'm out of weed.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, I know. Goodness is right.
Well, I hope it's not a dire situation.
Well, no, it's not dire. I mean,
A temporary problem, I hope.
Right.
Like something that'll be solved soon enough.
Yeah, it'll be solved. It'll be solved.
Right on.
Right. Where the fuck? Oh no, I guess you're going now. What is this that I'm looking at? With this guy falling down in a store?
Oh, that was Sheepdog Legends GIF.
I guess some guy, he's just drunk, I guess.
Well, no, he was comparing it to a person who lives on a globe and that spins and rotates.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like. Yeah, bro. Like, you know, remember like when you go to the carnival. You remember those fucking rides?
Like the Gravitron.
The Gravitron. When you stick to the side of it and you just like laying there, like it's like, you know what I mean? Like, that's what it would be like if, you know what I mean? But it's just, I mean, come on, bro. The whole concept. It's the concept of us living on a.
Right. Like, you know, Earth is actually spinning in the direction of a Gravitron. But yet they want us to believe the opposite, that we're somehow sucked to the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, and it's all about God.
Instead of spinning away. It doesn't make any sense.
Nah, they want to connect it to evolution, okay? They want to take God out of the equation. They want to, it's all, I think it's about God, you know? Because if you believe in, that we live on a ball, and you believe in the dinosaurs, and you believe in evolution, and it's all intertwined. You know what I'm saying? So, It's all about, you know what I'm saying? They just want to take God out of the picture. That's it. You know? But that's just me. That's just what I feel.
I hear you.
Yeah. But I don't know, man. I think I don't know, man. You know, not just the country, but the whole world. You know, we're gonna be a one world government soon.
Well, that's being pushed. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, well, that fucking clown, Glenn Beck. I don't know if you saw it. It was on Tucker Carlson. He was predicting by 2025 will be, you know.
Oh, see, the thing is, you can't listen too much to anybody in the mainstream.
Be a one world currency. You know what I'm saying?
No, dude, I'm telling you.
No, the guy's a retard. No, I know. I'm just saying, you know.
Don't take anything that anybody says in the mainstream too serious.
Of course not. Of course not. But I will say, some things they say are true. Okay, they sprinkle truth in lies. That's all. That's what they do. That's what they do. It's like in the movies. You know what I mean? The movies may be full of shit, but they sprinkle some truth. You know.
Well, the thing is, a lot of them don't have any truth. I mean, they're just straight up lying now. Like there's no truth to it. But they have a dark power to back it up, where they're just lying their asses off.
All right, so where do you think this country's going to be 5 years from now? What do you think? Because Glenn Beck. I'm not saying I don't watch this guy, but I just someone sent me a clip. I saw it.
Well, Glenn Beck
saying that by 2025,
Glenn Beck, he's a fence
we're going to
jumper.
be living in a police state.
Glenn Beck, he jumps back and forth over the fence. I mean, what am I supposed to make of that?
I know, but what do you think about what he said, that we're going to be living in a police state by 2025?
Right. Well, I can say for one thing, they don't have the personnel to do that unless it's like a foreign freaking occupation force. There's no way. So that's why they're trying to undermine the Second Amendment and guns and
With these,
I mean, I don't even own guns. I don't even have one, but I know this.
Yeah, they're trying to take all these gun grabs. They're trying to take our fucking guns using these fake ass hoaxes, these fake ass shootings. Are you kidding me?
And right, it's like, have you ever heard of school shootings in Ohio?
Bro, they're fucking actors. They're all fucking actors.
Do you know why you haven't heard of any in Ohio? Because the teachers were allowed to be armed.
Yeah, bro, listen.
They couldn't get away with the school shooting there because they would just be clipped down straight away.
Yeah, bro, it's like...
but everywhere else, like, oh yeah, look at these school shootings where the teachers are and students are basically fishing barrels.
Yeah, but listen,
and yet guns are the problem.
I know. And if we were to tell the average person that, listen, that school shooting with the tranny and shit, that was fake, okay? He'd look at you like you had three heads. You know what I mean? Everyone's fucking, they're all zombies. We're surrounded by zombies, living zombies. You know? So, I don't know. I think we're fucked, man. I really do think we're fucked as a nation.
Well, we are in for hardship. That is for certain.
We're fucked. I mean,
no, we're not. No, we're not fucked. We're just in for hardship.
Yeah. Okay, so we're right. Fine.
Yeah.
In for hard. Yeah. You know, That's why I feel like having a kid, like having a child, and like now would be like child abuse. You know, like knowing.
Dude, reasons why I don't have kids. I mean, I cannot have a child right now. No way.
Yeah, like just knowing how fucked up the world is right now.
Yeah,
having a kid is like equivalent to child abuse, in my opinion. You know, it really is. It's like it's child abuse, in my opinion. So that's why I don't have a kid right now. You know,
you and me both.
Yeah. So, you know. But hey man, I don't know.
But in the meantime, what I like to do is at least spend time with those who appreciate our pursuit of truth. That's all.
Yeah, I forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah.
And to be honest, it's like, despite me not wanting to have kids during this time, I've gotten so angry where it's like, oh, I want to.
I truly believe that. I really do. Like I don't know, my cousin just had a kid, but like, I don't know, man. Look what they're teaching in schools, bro. With transgenders, they're pushing that transgender shit, turning your sons into fucking females.
It's absurd. And no, I would, dude. If I ever have kids, I would never put them in public school because I've been there.
Backwards, bro. It's fucking backwards. That's what I'm talking about. Like you got to be crazy to have a kid now. I mean,
unless I mean, if they're raised right, then it's not so crazy.
Right. But it's a lot of work.
Yeah,
so you got to be right.
Like, here's what they're doing in public school. They're lying their ass off about the heliocentric model. They're lying their ass off about evolution. They're lying their ass off about the Big Bang. These are all things they can't prove.
We're surrounded by Satan, bro. We're surrounded by Satan.
No, we're not. No, we're surrounded by God.
Right, but we're also surrounded by Satan.
No, there's a there's a barrier where Satan can attack us. Yes.
Well, Satan attacks us every day. The media, fucking
Yeah.
The media.
Yeah.
Through music.
I mean, well, yeah, it's that's why it kind of ties into idolatry. Make sure none of that
alcohol, through whatever.
There's that too. Yep.
Yeah, man.
Mm-hmm.
Everything around us is satanic. Everything.
Well, it's a matter of if it controls your temple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a tug of war going on between God and Satan. You know?
Well,
you're being, it's like you got the devil on one shoulder and you got God on the other. You got an angel.
Well, despite Christ being tempted, there was no real tug of war.
No, I know. I'm just saying,
Like, I mean, Satan got his ass kicked with Christ. He really did. Like, if he knew he was, if killing Christ, which is when he entered Judas, if he ever knew that was the worst thing to do, he never would have done it. But he didn't know shit because he has no truth in Christ.
Right.
No, yeah, the devil is a liar. It's also why, I mean, he didn't actually have ownership of all the kingdoms of the world.
Devil?
Did you know that?
Oh.
The devil is a liar from the beginning. Or did you forget that?
Oh, the devil comes. Yeah, bro. The devil comes to you.
But in Scripture, it says that God sets up over the kingdoms of men the basest of men, the lowest.
Right, but one thing I learned was...
That doesn't mean they're Satan's. It just means he has control over them.
Oh,
it doesn't mean... Yeah, dude, do you understand what I'm saying?
Dude, listen. The devil comes to you through using people. Okay?
Potentially.
Yeah. The devil uses people. Dude, just like God uses people. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Same thing. That's one thing I learned. Yeah.
Well, always remember the devil's a liar.
Yeah.
Like the kingdoms of men were never his to offer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Because it's in Scripture that it's always in God's
you,
hand.
Satan, suck my dick, Satan, fucking faggot.
He's awful.
Fucking Satan, piece of shit.
Dude, I mean, when we finally look on him after everything is all over, I mean, like, this is what we were concerned about.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that. And like, you're nothing compared to God.
Nothing.
You never were.
Nada. Nada.
You're a liar. And you were living the perfect life, Satan, and you chose to betray that. Well, I mean, we're human beings struggling to live the perfect life.
Yeah.
He was never in flesh. But yet,
Satan.
But yet he rejected his spiritually perfect life for flesh anyway.
Oh,
I mean, Satan is worse than the worst human being, 100%.
Oh, dude, isn't Satan a transgender? Isn't Satan doesn't Satan have a dick and a vagina?
No, whatever he is.
Like the Baphomet, these
like God made angels like he made them male and then female, like not in gender type, but or masculine and feminine type, but they didn't have genitalia. We do as human beings.
Right.
Human beings have genitalia.
Yeah.
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 And so those who fell, yeah, they had to make up their own. They sure did. And that's why they will never, ever be welcome to God again. They betrayed his order.
Yeah.
It's in Scripture.
I'll be right back.
Not that I'm boasting over them or anything, just for goodness sake. I mean, they had the perfect life, this perfect spiritual life, and they decided to go away from it for fleshly lust. We are aspiring to a perfect spiritual life despite us being in flesh. We are not comparable, or they are not comparable to us in that capacity. They have no excuse. None. We do. We struggle with, being attracted to, women as men. And women struggle with being attracted to men as women. We are flesh and blood. These fallen angels never had that struggle. They made the most spiritual suicidal decision ever. There's no reason to feel sorry for them when they were supposed to be our helpers. Instead of helping us, they betrayed us. And that's that. And I suppose I kind of am talking like a priest right now. Because I kind of am. I've been having to deal with things about Flat Earth since 2015. Where I get prominent Flat Earthers claiming to be for Christ, where they herald other people who claim to be Jesus Christ. AKA Robbie Davidson, where he's just full of shit. It was like, oh, I'm one of you, but yet here's a wolf. Robbie Davidson was never one of us. I'm not sure if Miggy's listening. Mayhem. Robbie Davidson continues to promote Tyler Doka, a man who claims to be Jesus. And Robbie hasn't said a single word. And neither have you. So in that capacity, you're not on that truth front. You don't fight for it at all. doesn't matter if I'm not popular. Can you prove me wrong? Nope.
What are you talking about, Derek?
I'm talking about Robbie Davidson, aka the YouTube channel Celebrate Truth. Me and Miggy used to be moderators for the man on a Discord server. And I did my best for the guy. I really did. But as of the last several years, I mean, I left years ago, mind you. I look back at his channel, and he's still supporting a man named Tyler J. Doka,
Mm-hmm.
who calls himself Jesus Christ. Does that make sense to you?
Nope.
So what does that say to you about Robbie?
I would say it looks like to me that
he's a liar.
Yeah, he's supporting something that is not truth.
And Miggy is not helping me in that whatsoever. Mayhem.
Is he obliged to help you though?
He should be, because me and him were both moderators there at Robbie Davidson's server. But he just continues to be quiet all the time.
Who does?
Miggy. Mayhem.
What does he need to speak up about?
The fact that Robbie Davidson supports a person who calls himself Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but is Miggy part of that or not?
I don't know. The fact is, he never helped me in calling that out.
You're upset with Miggy for not doing something. Is that right?
Right. Yes, I am. Okay. He didn't say a word. He didn't help me when I needed help.
Did you ask him for help?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
That's why he's quiet now.
I'm not sure, man. You'll have to take it up with him. I don't know anything about it.
Well, I can't take it up with him because he continues to be quiet.
I think he's at work, man.
See, that was the argument before. Oh, I'm at work, Derek. No, see, that's the whole point. He wasn't paying attention to begin with.
Why don't you just let it go?
I think you should.
I would love to let it go.
You don't need to bother yourself with those other people that you're talking about.
But I would love to let it go. But the point is, there's a wrong being done.
What's a wrong? But how can someone be doing wrong when they're not doing anything?
Dude, check this out. Okay, say you're a moderator on a server where the server owner is advocating an actual person, a real life person, that they are Jesus Christ.
I don't know. I'm not going to comment, man. I don't know enough about it.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I get it.
But I think, if you got something,
not himself.
yeah, I think if you've got something you need to say to Miggy, maybe you should do it in private.
I tried to do it in private. What?
Yeah, probably not the best place to do it here.
Is it really important? I mean,
Well, it kind of is, because I'm not trying to spring Antichrist on you guys, you know. And the point is, me and Miggy were moderators for a server for Robbie Davidson, aka Celebrate Truth, where he heralds a guy who calls himself Jesus Christ. Where
Yeah,
I
no,
mean,
but isn't the operative word
that's
was?
not how it started, but I mean that's what it's become.
Isn't the operative word was or?
No, that's not how it started. It's what it's become.
No, I know, but is he still a moderator there, or?
I have no idea. I left that server years ago.
Yeah, so why? Maybe he's not even a moderator there.
I have no idea. But the point
Yeah,
is,
so maybe you should
but the
take it up
point
with
is,
him then.
the point is, he never helped me call him out.
I don't know, man. He's probably got his own story about it. So
I don't see the the relevance of calling him out. I mean, don't even bother the guy. Don't talk to him if he actually believes that. I mean, you're not going to sway him off.
Like, who the hell are you?
I mean, he's probably insane. So
Mike Powerswan, who are you?
why are you being so rude, Derek?
Me being rude?
You're just saying you're talking to someone like you're saying, "Who are you?" Like they're nobody.
No, I'm being talked to like I'm nobody.
no, you're not.
How?
Bro. I'm talking with
No
you.
You
one-
guys don't even know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're
No one
talking about some guy.
disrespected you. No
You're
one
talking about
spoke
some
to you.
guy. He's
Yeah.
got beliefs that he thinks he's Jesus. That's pretty much the sum of it.
Okay, do you know who Robbie Davidson is?
Yeah, I've heard. I
Celebrate
don't pay
Truth.
attention too much. Yep.
Okay, well, he has like 150,000 subs. Or something like that.
Is he a flat earther?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know.
And no, the problem is he leads people to a guy called Tyler Doka, who calls himself Jesus Christ.
Oh.
Yes.
So the other guy's the one that thinks he's Jesus Christ. Okay. Not Robbie Davidson. He don't think he's Jesus Christ, right?
No, Robbie doesn't think he's Jesus. He just leads people to Tyler, who says he is.
And Miggy doesn't think Tyler's Jesus Christ.
Of course he doesn't.
So
We know Mickey.
what do we do?
very well.
Yeah.
I don't see the relevance of this whole thing, bro.
But the point is,
there's a flat earther doing deception. Yes, we know.
yeah, no, that is the relevance. He's a flat earther where he's like, "Oh, I'm one of you guys," but I'm going to lead you to a wolf.
It's to be expected.
Well, that's all I'm pointing out. All right.
Yeah. I'm just saying. I think if
I am never going to lead you guys to wolves. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying if you I think if
I
you've got
may
an
get
issue
angry,
with Miggy, then
whatever.
you need to take it up with him in person instead of doing it on the live stream, maybe.
Well, see, that's the whole point. I tried to take it out with him, and he ignored me. I tried to take it out with Miggy. He ignored me too.
I know you said that. I know, but I don't know.
Me and Miggy were moderators for him.
I know. I don't know why you had to be.
Dude,
rude to
I'm
Mike
doing it. I'm
before as
doing
well,
it by the book.
Like Mike never said anything to you that was rude. He never
No, you're
said
all
anything.
good. Timbo, no,
you know?
it's all good.
Yeah. Oh, it's just it was. I think it was a little bit uncalled for. No one was having a go at you or anything. You know.
No, I'm just trying to get you guys away from wolves. All right.
Yeah. No. Yeah, we're pretty. I'm pretty good with working out who the wackos are. Someone who calls themselves Jesus, I think I'll stay clear of them.
I'm one of the only few wackos allowed here.
Yeah, you're alright. You're alright, wacko though.
Well, we're all kind of wackos in our own way, I suppose.
Yeah, that's right, 100%.
Look at that crazy shit happened to me. Oh well.
May I inquire about that?
What? What happened to me?
Yeah.
Oof.
If it's not shareable, that's fine. I don't want to bring your personal business out in the open or anything.
I've already done it here. I've already done it myself. So.
I know about it.
Well, it's definitely biblical. And it's the thing you're not supposed to get on your hand or your forehead. There's your hint. That's what I'm dealing with.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. I've seen a lot of shit in between the 2 years of going through my processing. That's what I call it.
Is it a continual processing?
It took 2 years, and I mean, it took 2 years to get to the timing of the juice going off in you, and it changing every cell in your body.
You're going through that right now?
No, I've already been through that part. That was 6 months after the 2 years. Yeah, that was painful. And it had to be painful and yet fake it and not show my parents. So, yeah. Imagine how bad that can be. And, you know, you don't sleep either, so there's that too. No more sleep.
I don't normally sleep.
No, I mean, it doesn't exist. There's no more sleep. There's no more REM sleep once you get this shit.
Like you don't dream anymore?
Nope, nothing.
Oh, that's sad.
There are slight cellular enhancements, but they're nothing. And vision, hearing, stuff like that, but it's not much better.
So is it like DNA therapy or genetic therapy?
No, it's all autonomous. It does it itself. It's once you get it, it's who knows how all this stuff works, dude. It's supernatural. It could be my spirit making it work. They said some weird hints.
What's provoking it to take place? I mean, why are you doing it?
Oh, it happened at a dentist clinic, dude.
At a dentist clinic?
Oh yeah, it was a great crime against humanity, dude. Get stuck with shit. Say some funny stuff. Say some magic words on laughing gas, not supposed to count. And there you go. Yep. Not to mention the visions and the teleportations I've been through. That I'm not going to go through because most of y'all are not going to believe me on that. I find it hard to believe myself on that.
I mean, I
whether it was a vision or actually being teleported.
I'm not a magician or a wizard or anything, but when I look at you, I have hope for you. I really do.
Oh yeah, I definitely know the truth, and I literally fought that little shit myself. Smashed his freaking head in. Well, I don't want to boast too much because that ain't me. That ain't my strength there. I don't know who did that. I think that was. I mean, it was me, obviously, when it happened when I was sleeping. My last sleep that I got, and bam, he pops up into my room.
So I am very interested in your story. You told me and I think Timbo was there a little bit about it once. I sent you a friend request. I think you accepted it. But yeah, I would love for you to go in detail with me sometime about that. I am definitely interested.
Alrighty.
I'm genuinely fascinated by it.
The CERN symbol. You know the CERN symbol? You go on the website. That's literally baked into my right eye, around my iris. I mean, in the iris, around the pupil.
That you can see, like we can see in your eye, or you can see looking out your eye.
You can see it in my eye.
Now that you could send a picture of us to, right? Picture to it.
Yes. Yes. I could.
You know, we love that evidence here. Not that I'm not that I'm disbelieving you right away, but you know how we are.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Because I have some correlating things about a dentist office. When I was younger, I had an episode that I have suppressed, and I wasn't that young. I was like 17. But yeah, I'd like to talk to you about it sometime in private.
Oh, yeah. How long ago?
This was probably back in 1999 or 2000.
Okay, yeah, they probably stuck you with the old shit. You know, that shit ain't gonna do nothing. It's just gonna go out your system.
Yeah, I think this one was a mechanical, I think.
Yeah. It sucks. That's all I gotta say. It sucks. Knowing you're a complete freaking failure.
That's God's plan somehow.
And then somehow, feeling in your heart, you know it's a freaking mistake. You didn't freaking mean it. He was already silly before you came in. Well, he was in pain and ecstatic. And being ecstatic, I was kind of silly, getting ready, to get the tooth out of my freaking head finally. It was hurting. And, yeah. And of course, I did have a warning vision prior, a week before it happened. And I did pay attention to it. I just forgot it. I didn't. Well, that's the importance of it. And it didn't kind of tell everything in the warning vision. What's that word called? The P word? Premonitions or something like that? That word?
Yeah, that one. Premonition.
Yep. It all happened starting off with a piece of cheap sausage, man. Bit that thing, and there was a sharp-ass bone in it, and it just split my freaking tooth in the back. My furthest tooth in the back.
What, a bone in your sausage?
Yeah, and a piece of sausage. Freaking bone.
Ouch.
What's weird is it hurt when I bit down into it, but I didn't know I cracked my tooth, so I went on for, like, how many months I probably went on long, not knowing, and then I woke up, and I just noticed half my tooth was gone.
That makes sense. There's really not really pain nerves in the enamel part until you get to the root,
Yeah, when it opened up, that's when it got painful. The air got in there, and oof.
I bet.
Being me, though.
All right, I'm out of work. Hang on.
For the globe or that?
Hang on. I'm out of work. So what's the big deal here, Nelson?
No big deal.
Derek, are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Speak up. What's up? What am I not helping you in? Dude, I was pissed.
Oh, so you heard me.
About me. Yeah, you're talking some shit. What's going on? What did I do?
Do you remember back when we were moderators for Robbie?
That was a long time ago, wasn't it?
And did you help me when I needed help?
You never asked me anything. What is this that you're talking about? And then you're announcing it in the live stream like a dumbass? You know that you're announcing it to everybody?
Oh, you're getting real emotional.
Yeah, I am emotional. Because you've been saying some shit behind my back. How would you like it if I did that to you?
Oh, no, you did do that to me.
How? When?
What do you mean, when?
When?
The whole free will subject.
What? Dude, I swear, man, I think you're on some psych meds or something, cause...
No.
You gotta let
I don't know what's going on. Listen, don't be putting this shit on the live stream like the way you've been doing. And you've been talking about some pretty bad stuff, like you don't care about the server either. On top of talking shit about me. I heard you the whole time. I was listening. I was at work, but I couldn't talk. have a good mind to get rid of you. I'm not going to
get rid of me.
Yeah, ban you for the shit that you've been doing. You're risking like the server. Number one, talking about the mass shootings. I heard you talking to Davey just a while ago. Anybody can rewind the live stream.
Oh, you can't even say the word.
Yeah, he was doing it.
Talking to Davey about mass shootings? What are you talking about?
Oh, rewind the live stream.
I don't even remember.
Bro, I don't miss a step. Listen, I don't miss a step.
Yeah, no, actually, you're just making shit up, dude.
No. What I'm gonna do when I get home? I'm gonna rewind the live stream.
I was talking to Davey about mass shootings.
You might be reading it too, too harshly, Miggy. You might be harshly.
Nope.
But
Nope. Listen, I know what I heard. I was listening. So all I gotta say is that I'm gonna play back the live stream, and I'll let that do the talking, because I won't. But you're out of line, Eric. Big time.
I leave for 5 minutes.
Well, you know who's really out of line is you, because you never helped me against Robbie.
Dude, get over.
You know why?
It's past.
Because he still promotes Tyler Doka, who calls himself Jesus Christ.
So
I don't know this shit, Derek.
Well, how don't you know? You're a moderator for him, and you didn't know.
What in the hell is wrong with you?
You didn't say a word.
I did not know any of this. What you're talking? All this is news to me. I knew Robbie Davidson. Shut up! I was there with Robbie Davidson before any of this drama. Before any of it, I was with him because he was a pretty cool dude. That's it. He was a pretty cool dude.
I was with him too. I get it.
I didn't know. Listen, I didn't know that he was doing that. I didn't know he was doing that or whatever, promoting whoever.
I didn't know he was doing that either.
All right,
I didn't know.
Derek. Plus, I left the server and I didn't know all this other shit you're talking about. You're trying to contact me to tell me about this guy. I don't know none of that is true. You did not contact me. I don't know anything about some dude talking about he's Jesus and Robbie's supporting. I don't know any of that at all. I was long gone probably before any of that happened.
Yeah.
So this you conjured up a story. But you conjured up a story now, and you drug my name through the mud, and now everybody's looking at me like I support some guy who's supposedly supports another guy who thinks that guy's Jesus, and it's like, dude, what are you on about? I have no dealings with this, and I need for you to tell the people the honest truth, because right now, if you're advocating for God, you need to be telling everybody here the truth, that you did not come to me and tell me about some character that Robbie Davidson was supporting. I did not know that. I did not know that. And you can't put that on me.
All right.
So but you know what I'm saying? If you want to come clean, then do it now. Because everybody heard that I was some sort of advocate.
Well, dude, okay, I was a moderator and you were a moderator, and it just
so what?
It just appears. So what? It appears that I was the only one paying attention.
I don't know what his dealings was with other people. I wasn't into his life like that. He was just a guy that I joined because it was about flat Earth, and I was new to the subject.
No, I get it. Calm down.
So?
You just hear me out. It's like, oh, he's a flat earther. He tells us the gospel. He knows the words to speak, and yet at the same time, he did a backstab where all of a sudden he's promoting another person.
I don't know any of this. I don't know this. I don't know any of this. This is all new. You were talking about it as if I knew, and you pinned it on me.
I didn't know you didn't know.
Well, that's what didn't sound like that when you were telling everybody here in the live stream, and I was at work. I couldn't defend myself because I'm listening.
All right, Miguel. All right, I apologize.
I'm just saying, if I was to do that shit to you, you would not be happy.
Oh, dude,
not be happy at all. You'd be pretty upset.
But you have to feel where I'm at because you were a moderator with
Eric,
me.
I don't know any of this shit about Robbie Davidson or who's he supporting, or he was just a guy that introduced me, or at least the time that I started learning about Flat Earth, the community. That's it.
It was like I was the only person paying attention, and you left me alone.
Oh, why you got to make it sound like it's on me somehow? Why is it got to be on me? Like, am I supposed to worry about? Like, we
were both.
There was no discussion about. It doesn't matter. You didn't come to me about. I don't know about this. Like, it's all news to me. And so, if that was the case, then I didn't know. But as sure as hell, that wasn't.
Fair enough.
Wasn't doing that when I was there.
Fair enough. You didn't know.
I'm just saying there was that, and then there was the things you were talking with Davey earlier. And listen, we try to do the best we can so that we don't put this server at risk, because it seems like the last home front for the rest of the people who are advocating for Flat Earth. And we're doing the best we can so that it doesn't get taken down. And it seems like when people like yourself feel like they got another server they used to go to that got shut down for speaking whatever truths you were speaking in that server, and come in here, you want to act like it's that kind of a server. And we are taking care of it with the moderation. And you guys who are from another free ball server that you can do whatever you want and say whatever you want, and it gets taken down like 7-8 times, and they come in here and you want to do the same thing. And when we moderate in here, say you guys can't say these things, you're like, oh man, you're just poo-pooing all over us, man. And it's like, no, we want this server to keep going.
You're just making shit up.
We need the moderation in here. We need the moderation in here to make sure that it does.
You making shit up, dude. I'm not bringing any of that here.
That's not what I heard with Davey. You were having a conversation with him, and it sounded like you were speaking in a way about like the things that I just mentioned. I don't even want to say them again because it's the algorithm picks shit up. Listen, but like if these provocative other topics that these trigger word buzzwords, the algorithm will pick it up and it will do something and it will hone in on this server, and then we're not going to have a place anymore.
I'm not saying anything that will bring this server in danger. Knock it off.
That's not what I heard. So I don't know if you know. Yeah, really. Really, really. And I only care about the people that are doing the best they can in here. Yeah. For how long, Derek? And you wanna go ahead and be a habitual line stepper until what? Until what? Until this one gets taken down too? Will you be satisfied then? Huh?
I have no interest in this server being taken down, dude.
Well, then stop talking about those things that you're not supposed to talk. Like you went into them. Like you say, what? It's different if you're saying them on a passing, like, oh, this thing happened or that. But you started going into them, like talking about them.
It proved to me what I said that was actually, line stepping. Prove it.
Hey, Toby,
I'm in my truck right now. I have to go home and rewind the live stream. And I'm gonna have to go 30 minutes to an hour before this.
Or don't you actually remember?
I do. I was listening.
Toby.
Those subjects are buzzwords, trigger words, and the algorithm picks them up. And I don't want to hear. Well, here we're still here. That doesn't matter. You want to toe the line to the point where it's kind of edgy. No, we don't need that. We want to keep this, to a place where it's nice and regulated and people can have the freedom to be in here and talk about the subject of the shape of the earth. It's difficult when people come in from other servers that got shut down and think that it's like their other server, and it's not. I just don't like also being drug into something I had no part in. As if I was a part of some conspiracy to get people to look at some antichrist dude, or I don't know what the hell you're on about, dude. Seriously, I don't know what it is.
No, the whole point is...
That was some weird shit.
No, it's not weird. You were a moderator for Robbie Davidson, and you didn't pick up for the truth at all.
Past, bro. It's the past, man. There's nothing we can do.
No, it's not the past. Listen, what's happening is that he's putting me in a light where, as in, I was advocating for some dude who was advocating for some other guy, and I didn't do any of this stuff. I have no affiliation with any of that. and you're making me out to be some kind of like, and you keep doing it. You keep doing it, Derek. You need to stop. You need to stop, man. I've warned you already. I don't want to be painted in that light. I have no affiliation with anybody like that. And that's the last time I'm going to say that. You go ahead and do it one more time. You already know what's coming. So stop it right now.
All right.
Now I can get past this if you can. If not,
Yeah, no, Miggy, we can get past this. I love you very much. I'm just saying that Robbie pulled a fast one on us, and you were busy at work, and you didn't notice. Yes, he did.
Don't. I'm telling you, whatever it was, I did. Yeah, whatever it was.
You had nothing to do with it.
Okay. Because I don't want to be drawn into some drama shit. I have no part in it. I swear, like
you are innocent. I got your back, bro. I am not attacking you. No.
Well, it didn't sound like that when I was at work. You're like, well, no. Said anything. I couldn't talk because I was at work, dude.
I was simply hurt because.
And how is that nice? Like you're projecting something onto me.
Yeah, I was.
All right.
And I apologize. All right.
Fine. I accept that. I can
Thank
pass
you.
it.
Thank you. Dude, no, Miggy, I got your back.
Excuse me to the live stream, and I'm very sorry for that, but it's just like I'm apologizing to the live stream, Derek. Now, not you. I'm apologizing because I don't normally come in like that, and I'm out of character. I don't like that. When I do get upset, it's mostly because somebody's is lying or they're doing something in here with the Glover side, but not for the people that are in here advocating for truth. So I'm just saying, like, this server means a lot to the people in here. So as me and Timbo,
and I will never do anything to undermine the integrity of this server.
That's fine. I just want to make sure that we are all on the same page of that. That's it.
I mean, but I do have to say, it's like you and me are the only two remaining moderators left on this server right now from Celebrate Truth.
I don't know what to do. Like, I'm really
Brian's gone, Amy's gone, Carrie's gone.
I am not affiliated with that server. I said that twice, the third time. Then why are you saying that we're the only two moderators? I'm not even a part of any of them.
No, I'm saying we're just the leftovers. I'm not saying you're a part of it now. No, but Robbie left our butts hanging in the wind, for a lack of a better phrase.
I don't have any dealings with that, man.
Neither do I, dude.
Well, you didn't leave me hanging in the wind, or I don't know, just Derek, dude, honestly, I would just get some sleep, man, because it might even get worse right now, so just put a pause on it, man. Take 5, honestly. I'm saying it. If you want to consider this as a friendly advice,
I'm not attacking you, Miguel.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's coming out wrong. Even if you're meaning it right, it's coming out wrong, and it doesn't sound good for optics right now. People are not getting that message.
The point I'm trying to make is that now he is supporting a person who calls himself Jesus Christ.
You've already said that.
Does that sound okay to you?
No one's saying that's okay. but at the same time, nobody's making it a topic. You are.
Well, dude, as believers, we are supposed to call out this crap. Not stay silent.
You're not gonna let this go, are you? It's gonna be an issue, is it? Just let me know. If it is gonna be an issue, we're not gonna have this here.
Well, you're basically saying you're not gonna have it at all.
No, we're not gonna have this drama that you're bringing to the server. It's not needed. It's extra shit that doesn't need to be brought in here. Don't bring somebody else's drama into this server and then make it a business here. It's not gonna work. Leave that shit out there. We got our own stuff to deal with in here, much less bringing somebody else's problems in here. We don't need that. Capiche? Or you're not gonna let it go because you got a choice. You got a choice.
I've been listening to it for a while, and I just had to give him a timeout because honestly, it's
sorry,
it's actually pretty silly. Actually, I mean, because he's saying that I'm sorry, I disconnected him.
Yeah, that's cool.
Just because I want him to chill and you to chill, and that's it.
Yeah, I'm pretty chill. Yeah, I appreciate it, but it's not good, man. Like it's like when you have your back turned or something, somebody's talking smack about you. It's not good for optics, man. People are listening to this live stream, and it's like now I have to come in and defend myself from like whatever he was saying. Like I was listening to, and I was like, dude, like he's making it sound like I'm a part of some kind of freaking agenda or something. Like I was listening to Timbo. Timbo was like, I don't think Mickey is dealing with anything, but he wasn't sure either. So it's like I don't want to leave anybody with questions. You know that I've worked too hard in this server to make sure that this place is like leave all that other drama stuff and name dropping and all that. Just don't bring that in here. We don't need that in here.
I was just trying to get him to leave it off the live stream, mate. So I support you 100%.
Yeah, I know.
Mate. Like, yeah.
I appreciate the effort, but he can get on some rants sometimes, and it's kind of hard to like. He's okay, like as far as like he's an okay guy, but I don't know. Today he was on one or something. I don't know. Like I don't know. He's
I don't know where that came from because I just have to say, maybe you should take it up with Mickey and not on the live stream.
I just don't want other drama to come into here. Like whatever that was, leave that out there. Like bring it in here.
Me and Mike both said that. I'm sure Mickey's not like that, mate. So
Yeah, I mean, I was listening. I couldn't. I couldn't unmute, man. I was at like. You'd be hearing the machines the machines will be clanking. And
I saw you still there, and I thought, mate, there's no way he's not listening to this.
Yeah, I know. No, I was. Well, when you see me in here, I'm usually listening, unless it's late at night, then I'll fall asleep.
Yeah.
But I kind of, I'm afraid I'll start snoring, kind of like we caught you the other day, Timbo. Like, I just don't want that to happen to me. I think I did it once, like a long time ago, but just not recently.
Yeah, I've done it a few times.
No, it's good. It's good though. Hey, apologies for the drama, guys. Gemsy.
Oh, good, mate.
Yeah, appreciate you. Okay.
No worries, man. We're all here for each other. So.
I see. Like I'm modding this server and other servers. I don't know 90+% of the stuff that happens in the server and what people do. So yeah, you are a mod in that server, so you should know 100% everything that everybody does.
Yeah, it's scary, man. Because I'm like, I was thinking, what is he talking about? I was thinking in my head, I was like, what did Robbie Davidson do? Did he do something? And I started to think about like the time that I was there at Celebrate Truth, because I used to have Bible studies there with the people that were in that server, and I don't remember any that guy's name that he dropped that pretends to be Jesus or something. I don't know anything about that whole scenario, or that Derek tried to tell me, like, because I heard him say, I tried to get in contact with Miggy and he doesn't. And I'm like, what? I don't remember any of that. Yeah. Like, none of it. and so it seemed like he was on some topic that I don't know. It sounded weird.
He's been holding it for a while. Then he spent a lot of time maybe in that server, and he cared about it. But the people did what they did, and I guess
something got to him, and if he was paying attention or something, and he noticed that Robbie was doing something, and it bothered him, and he knew that I was in that server, so he was like, "Well, why didn't you do anything about it?" kind of thing, and I had no idea. Like it was,
exactly.
But that'd be what it is.
You can't control that stuff.
Yeah, it looks bad though in optics when it's like somebody from another server that you're in, Gemty comes in here and like says things about you. You're like, hold on a second, like I don't know anything about what's going on here. Like, why am I being painted the villain here? Like, what's?
Yeah, no, I get it.
Anyway.
I was listening and quiet. He was talking about Miggy. Miggy's here listening. I'm like, what's going on? I mean,
oh my god! And I think about it too. It's like, had that happened to you too, I don't think you would have been calm either. You would have probably lost your shit. But especially if somebody's talking trash about, like, you're not done anything. Like, I don't know. It's some problems.
I'll open my mic and be like, wait, you're talking about me? What's going on? Yeah.
Yeah. He's not quiet like me.
Oh, I do get upset.
Yeah.
It's all good.
But everybody's sorry, guys. I'm be saying I'm sorry for a couple minutes.
Bro, take care of your business back there. Don't worry about what's going on here at the moment. We got this.
Now I was thinking about what happened today. We had an interaction with
what was that character's name? Hang on.
Was it Froggy? Froggy?
Oh, one back. That must have dropped out.
Yep.
It went silent for a bit, but were you talking about Froggy?
Yeah, it was Froggy. That guy was he was really spiraling like through the whole chat. So I think you guys did a great job. I mean, most of the people that were here, they got a packed house earlier. It was a lot of people.
Yeah, he was a weird specimen.
Yeah, he was. I heard you come in at least a couple times, Timbo. Was that you? I think you.
No, I was typing, but I didn't jump in. It was early in the morning. It was like 5 o'clock in the morning, 5:30 in the morning. So when I'm up that early, I always leave my microphone off. I don't want to wake anyone up, But I was in the text. It was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I reckon he was pretty young. I'm pretty good at picking like ethnicities and stuff like that. I think he was maybe Indian, I would say
he's
Indian from America.
he was leaning that way for me too. I picked up that heavy accent.
Yeah. Which
Well,
made
earlier we
me
had
kind
two
of
people from
funny
India.
when. Yeah, but I think he was American, like so maybe first generation, or something like that, maybe second generation. But which I found weird when he started talking about, oh, you guys just believe in God, because
Yeah,
they
he was.
believe in many gods, and they're very religious, most of them.
I feel like most of the time when they ask that question, they're coming from a more atheist standpoint because they like to kind of tout that because they follow the scientism of the heliocentric model.
Yeah, so
That
it's not a oh, you just believe in God. It's I know the science, so therefore this is better. I've got more answers because I know science. Yeah, that's where they're coming from, isn't it?
Yeah, and so he was kind of using it as a springboard for his like denouncing of like flat Earth straight away.
Yeah.
So he wanted a reason because he couldn't do it. Like when I showed him the 3 points and then we talked afterwards. Like I even was telling him, it's going to be about belief afterwards. So, and
yeah, exactly.
It
Do you
sure
think
was.
he actually listened through those 3 points, or he just wanted? Because I know he was itching to get that question out, and then his question wasn't very good.
Yeah, no, I did. I took him to the 3 points, and he didn't have an answer because I told him, if we do it, just give me the primary source, citation, demonstration, so we understand that for sure that the Earth has measured. And I did all that stuff with him, and
Yeah, he didn't have anything.
he didn't have.
He had no answers.
So once after that, and then I kind of told everybody what was going to happen. His textbook, right? And sure enough, he went straight into like cog disc mode. Like it was just all about belief, man. Just all about it. Like no, you guys are. And I think they went into the eclipses. I think India was taking them to woodshed on the eclipses, and he's all about like, well, what happens if you stand on the other side of the Earth? And he's like, when have you done that? When India was like, have you ever done that? Like when is demonstration? When is we ever? He's like, well, no, but it can happen. You can put some people on the other side of the Earth, and it was crazy.
Because I think he went to the dumb stage at one, like he called dumb. I'm not sure if he called anyone dumb, but he said that's stupid or something, So he went straight for the ad homs straight away after your 3 points.
Yeah, it was ad homs, and what do you guys say? He's taking a piss. That's what it looked like he was doing. So.
He's just taking the piss, mate. I think it was in the end. I think he was just joking around. He wasn't listening at all.
How y'all doing?
Hey, Larry.
Hey, that's a voice I haven't heard in. It's been a while. How you been, Larry?
Great, brother. How y'all doing?
Pretty good.
It's a soothing voice.
Man, it's pretty.
The cigars.
It's late for you. It's late, man. What are you doing up so late? It's 2 o'clock in the morning for me.
Well, I've been doing some studying, trying to learn some stuff.
Good. Real world stuff or internet stuff or what?
Oh, how to, well, I probably shouldn't say it in public. But, how to win, basically.
Bro, you're a winner, man. Come on.
What? How to win at your front door? How to win at the front gate? What? How to win at what?
Is it a motivational book on how to be a winner? Like,
no, just
I think
look into the mirror. Look into the mirror and say, "I'm good enough. I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me." It's self-affirmation, dude. You'll be a winner in no time. Yeah, other than that, man, let's see who else came in here. It was Froggy, and we had those 2 guys from India, but they didn't have much to say. And then Teals came in here. She's brand new. Her dad's a flat earther. Well, she was a flat earther first, and then she talked to her dad about it, and he became a flat earther, and she said that he was super smart, so he became more knowledgeable about flat earth than her, something like that.
Yeah, they were a couple were picking on her, saying that it was owlishness. It was definitely not owlishness.
I know, it's because I know Alish's voice, and that's not owlishness.
Yeah, she's slightly deeper as well. She's got a deeper voice than that. But she jumped back in before. But she said she was at work, so couldn't chat. But she's for a few months. She's got a bit of knowledge. She's keen.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, she's not really sure yet because she's brand new to the whole and it was kind of a bit of a shock for her to hear everybody that was in here during the time. So yeah, we had to get a little kind of spiel afterwards, what was it all about?
Yeah, because I know she got muted, but I was just saying that because I was the one that said, oh, maybe we should run through it with her just so she doesn't get turned off, Because she could have just left that conversation just going, oh, these guys are assholes, And I think we need more women around as well. So
we need more Aussies around, man. Go tell your countrymen to log on.
Yeah, they're all Globers, mate.
The freaking pikers.
Yeah.
All they do is quit.
Yeah, Flat Earth Batman's in here all the time.
We need some
Batman.
Some Dems in here.
Kotsura's an Aussie, but
come in here.
Yeah.
Funny.
There's a few people who don't speak that much are Aussies. Bloody pikers.
Bloody pikers.
Pikers.
And what are you up to, Gemsy? This late? You're just hanging out? Researching? Playing video games? Gemsy's usually up at night. He's always like a night owl. I see his avatar in here. Either that or he puts his headphones on or something, goes to sleep.
I do stay late many nights, sometimes working, but tonight I'm just doing research, listening, and looking into buying some assets, maybe, possibly. Just, I do stay late.
Anything interesting?
Just looking at the economic markets, to see what's happening. We might be looking maybe into the horizon, a new dawn, or maybe looking down the cliff into a collapse. So who knows which one is coming?
Bitcoin has been gaining steam. You've seen that, right? Green candles everywhere. I don't know, man. You know how that big brother Bitcoin starts to move and then everything else starts to take off too. I don't know. I can't tell because I would say just, dollar cost if you're going to do it. I know you have your little XRP stash. That's what I do know. It's sitting there somewhere. Or do you still, or you don't have it anymore?
My keys, my crypto.
Yes, sir. I knew it. I freaking knew it. Because I got them on a Twitter feed, and I keep getting some news about the lawsuit. These guys, man, they don't let it go. The SEC don't let it go. Everybody keeps talking about once they're done, it's gonna moon. Who knows? Queen Liz. Who's Queen Liz? She knew.
Sounds new. That's for sure.
No, that's just Liz. So she just changed her name.
Why do I remember that? She was here before.
She's got a southern accent.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You'll know when she talks, you'll know.
Oh yeah, I do remember her.
What we're looking at right now is kind of like a war in the economics, because the old guard and the legacy system, they want to keep power, obviously. And you see right now in the US, you see how they are kind of like pushing technology away. A lot of the exchanges, even Ripple themselves, have to go to other nations to do business, because obviously the dollar is the currency that we want the other nations to use, right? So the US is kind of trying to control certain aspects of the upcoming economic system. But the whole world, we know there's a bigger octopus that has a lot of hands, maybe moving stuff around. But right now, even the crypto market, I think there's a huge cliff that we're looking at, because a lot of the Bitcoin price has been pushed by Tether. And I think there's a big black hole there that might just open up at some moment. And it could drag the whole market down. Because nobody knows what Tether is actually doing. And the whole price gap of the market, the price cap of the market is basically based on Tether.
The implications if Tether goes belly up, man, it's gonna be like mayhem, bro. Like the crypto world. Freaking.
But the thing is that is the speculation market, because the technology and the utility market is another monster that's gonna be employed to run some facets of the economics, and some of the technology is definitely being implemented to be utilized, not just by the bankers, but by day-to-day people, and even the other side, the top of the line bankers and financial institutions. The thing is that there's going to be winners and losers that are going to be picked to a certain degree, especially in the US and other markets. But the technology is still going to be available to be able to benefit from it. It's not the control. So the people that want control, they can't control everything. They will control certain aspects, but they can't control everything. But there is definitely a big how do you say? You see how the dollar right now, there's the dollarization of the world. So this whole transition that we're going through is being in the process for many years now, many decades, and now it's being fast forward. You see how the Fed just expanded their balance sheet like $20 trillion. It went from 30 trillions to 50 trillions, and it's going to be way more than that. So the inflationary movement that they're doing with the dollar, it will have the effects, because many of the nations that they want to stay productive, and they're going to move away from the dollar right now. Brazil, Saudi Arabia, and a lot of these nations are kind of like moving away from the dollar. And that's going to have, in my opinion, it's going to have effects on us, the nation that utilize the dollars. But still, the markets are not, I don't think the markets are just going to shut down because of the dollarization. But there's going to be a transition from there. And yeah, there's a lot of wealth is going to be moving from hands. So yeah. There's a lot of fake millionaires who you're probably going to have $1 million, but what if the dollar doesn't buy you anything, right? So there's a spectrum of assets that you probably want to have access to be able to kind of be economically more stable than just having dollars. Losing so much power.
I agree.
The XRP, I'm still pretty decently big on it because I think it's gonna be the XRP ledger is a worldwide exchange that the value can be exchanged out of many different assets and a lot of the real live assets, like even property. I mean, like real estate, things that you can be owner of and have a title to. You could put all that stuff in the ledger. So the XRP ledger is an exchange for value worldwide. It's an exchange for everybody in the world because the XRP ledger is a public good. Nobody owns that. So the XRP, which is the native token, is a bridge asset to exchange in the exchange. So yeah, that's a good asset to, in my opinion, to kind of have. The other thing is that, you know, in 1913, when there was like a meeting to make the dollar the official asset and the official stable coin of the world or whatever, right? I think we're gonna come to kind of a similar situation that a bunch of the nations, like what's happening with the BRICS right now. There's gonna be a huge movement towards a new a reappreciation of many assets, including gold and even the currencies like the dollar and other stuff. That stuff is going to be, in a sense, reappreciated. But with these nations getting together to make decisions about their finances, how they're going to be moving forward from now towards the future, we definitely got to be ready because I think the U.S. has a lot of. It's a huge nation, the West, you know, America. We can do a lot of good things, but the thing is, this whole system is a controlled, kind of like the dollar. We're gonna have like a controlled demolition of it, but we're gonna be given a new version of it. The old
Central
dollar,
bank
the old system. The old system is gonna kind of like do away with, in a sense, but it's gonna be implemented into the new system. So with the dollar, we're gonna have to jump into the new system, in a sense, and follow the technology where it's going instead of staying behind and participate.
Have you heard about the CBDCs, central bank digital currencies, the one they're creating for the replacement for the dollar?
Right now, the Montenegro, the nation of Montenegro, they got with Ripple, and within the XRP ledger, they're gonna build a CBDC for the whole nation of Montenegro. So there is, there is CBDCs coming up. There is, I think that that's gonna be big. But CBDCs are going to be issued by, the central banks or whatever, by the government and whatever, and that's going to be a big part of the markets, right? Because governments and central banks for sure. But still, that's going to be hopefully the markets are, in a sense, allowed to be able to let technology thrive, and the CBDCs are not going to be the only option. That's probably the CBDCs are going to be for the good slaves that don't want to. They just want to work and get a check and get dollars in their check to be able to go to Walmart and spend and buy it. That's for the normal people. Oh yeah, you're gonna get your money deposited in your bank, no problem, instant, right?
Crypto
that's
for the
CBDC
normie.
right there. Yeah, crypto for the normie. That's CBDC. Yep.
Yeah. But you're hedging your bets against XRP. Well, that's good, man. I've been dollar costing in BitTorrent. They're pretty cheap right now, actually. They got a lot of zeros.
BitTorrent just got sued, I think. Tron. I think Tron got sued, and I think it was removed from some exchanges. But that's a good that is gonna be a good layer one. Tron is a layer one, like XRP ledger. So Tron is definitely good to have. I still have like 200 million BTTs.
Do you?
I profited like 1,000% from that token. Yeah.
Hey, do you have them working right now, earning you more tokens? Because I know a place that you can go. That's BitTorrent has their exchanges that they have their own like places you can actually put them so they can start earning more BitTorrent.
I had them in getting like 30% for over a year, and I got a decent amount. It wasn't that much. I don't have like a huge position on it, but they were getting staked. And then since this whole fiasco that has been happening with the banks and everything, because the crypto is connected to the banks, because the processing payments has to be through the banks. A bunch of the banks have disconnected from being able to. Hello? What? A lot of the companies that were providing services for crypto companies and exchanges, they are not allowed to utilize certain financial institutions or anything. So what I did, it was that I removed all of my assets and I put them in a ledger, and I have everything. I have the keys, and I'm just gonna accumulate a little bit, sell a little bit if there's any spikes in the market, just to make some money. And if there's a huge crash, I also have like a cash position to hopefully buy something if there's a huge crash, which I think there might be some type of Tether super crash, and that's gonna be that. From there is when we're gonna have some type of real, because people will definitely lose a lot of money, just like what happened with that exchange that happened recently, FTX. But Tether is gonna be a whole new monster. But the thing is, this stuff that is happening with crypto is connected to the banking system and how the news system is being integrated. Okay, because when you look at the news, they talking something fear mongering, collapse and all this stuff, and the banks, blah blah blah. But when you look at what the financial institutions are doing, it has to do a lot with the transition from the legacy system into the new system, and that's not being spoken in the news too much. So there's a big pot being brewed, and I think we might get a bigger collapse, and then we're gonna move from there. How the big collapse is gonna look, I don't know, but the economics are looking very fragile, in my opinion, especially with the old system like the US dollar and that kind of stuff. There's a lot of fraud. People talk about frauds in crypto. Just look at the frauds with the dollars all over the world. It's being weaponized.
Yeah, fiat. Definitely. Yeah. Definitely.
With something like XRP and other assets, you're gonna be able to have access to all of the currencies, because things like XRP, blah blah blah, like a bridge asset, you're gonna have that token, and that token you'll be able to trade it for dollars or Japanese yen, Korean money or whatever. The Koreans are huge with the XRP and the Japanese. The Japanese, all the banks in Japan, the SBI, which is the one of the biggest banks in Japan, if not the biggest, they are moving towards distributed ledger technology, which is what the XRP ledger is built upon. So there's many technologies like HBAR, XRP, XLM, Casper, many of these technologies that are distributed ledger or hybrids, and they're going to be part of the new financial system that is going to be a combination of the internet and the finances. That we don't have that at the moment. But people think that because you go to the internet, you can pay with your credit card. It's because everything is the same, but no, the internet and the web and the financial system are two entities that are going to be, and there's going to be a hybrid version of those that is going to be the new financial system that we're moving toward. Yeah,
it's kind of cool, man. I just think it's cool because you can be your own bank, and you don't need to go to an actual bank and say, "Hey, can I take out $30,000 of my own money?" And they're like, "Sorry, you can't do that." And you're like, "Why? It's my money. I can take it out." And they're like, "No, you're gonna have to only take out a certain amount. You can't take that much out." So they regulate.
It's right now that sounds. In the banking systems, there's hundreds of trillions of dollars in value that are frozen, not moving around, including patents, dollars and many money that is in backup accounts that are just there and not being utilized. If that money is put in the ledgers and is put in the market so people can actually use it and move value with technology and be able to trade patents and be able to develop patents, and a lot of the value is it can only increase because right now the banks hold way too the financial institutions, bro, they hold way too much of the wealth, and the wealth that we can exchange between peer to peer, person to person, they hold because most people gave their money to the bank. They gave their currency to the banks. So the banks hold most of it. But that money is better utilized by the individual. And when you're saying, when people are able to be their own banks, that's when better decisions are made because right now the bank is using your money to make bad decisions because they know that even if they do bad decisions with your money, the government is going to come and save them and save whatever. Yeah.
That's fractional banking, man. Like if they use the money, well, they can get a loan from the government and then they can just print more money. So it's
so it incentivizes bad decision making.
Of course, yeah. That's just one of the reasons I was looking at cryptos as another option for people to look at and invest. It's great, man. There's ups and downs, of course. You can lose your shirt on it, but just dollar cost, you can't go wrong. If you like certain cryptos, you can get in them. Just don't go hog wild. Bet the farm on certain cryptos because
I think that's got to be one of the things that people should kind of have some knowledge of, which is finances, because if you don't know how to manage your finances, it's gonna be someone out there that's gonna do it for you. The banks, they give us your money, go work, make more money, give us your money, right? And they have a big advantage because they can actually do that. People are being productive in energy, and they use the money. They use the productivity of other people to profit themselves. Instead of doing that, individuals between family and communities should be able to be productive and do an exchange without that guy in a CEO in the bank in the middle between you and I trying to be productive. There shouldn't be a guy between you and I taking a huge chunk of what you and I are trying to do.
You remember
if there's a guy that facilitates a transaction between you and I, or there's a platform that is being provided where you and I can facilitate conversation or exchange of value or exchange of contracts and that kind of stuff. If there's a platform, I will pay a fee of that platform. And if there's a tax included, because there's taxes and stuff, in that platform, we can include the taxes. You and I do the transaction and everything is done in that transaction. Taxes, fees, blah, 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 and we get to business.
I don't know if we knew each other on the last bull run, Gemsy, 2017. I'm not sure but I knew Chocolate Sane. And so when I knew him back then, and we were into like the Safe Moon and like the earlier cryptos that mooned and made people millions. We were at the tail end of the bull run, but we got a piece of it because I remember we were investing in Safe Moon, and when it made a big move, I remember he put like $200. I remember we were putting like small amounts, but we made thousands. I remember Chocolate was going insane because he had put like 200 or 100. And he made like $25,000, like in almost close to a week. Yeah. It was just mooning. I don't know if do you remember that? Like we were always like excited about it, and it was a big thing back then.
I do remember. I've been into crypto since I bought my first XRP like 2015, around that time, 2015 or something. So yeah. And
Car even made a whole bunch of money on it. Like Car made like ton of money off of the the stuff that we were getting into.
But back then, with the days that you're talking about, yeah, if you were to put some money on those money, oh my! And then the big push came, and you had to cash out at that moment, because after that it was crash after crash after crash. Yeah.
We got
I don't know. I think there might be something similar happening, kind of like in the dollar side of things, because the Fed, they just bailed out all of the banks and they printed a bunch of money. So I think a lot of this money is just gonna flow into the finances in a sense, and it's gonna look all pretty and colorful for a while. But I think we're still waiting for some type of multiple market crash, which is gonna be the housing, the car market, and even the dollar itself is going to have some type of crisis. And from there's going to be some type of changes in the economics of the world, and then we should be able to move on from there. But the dollar has to hit the floor, in my opinion. You go ahead.
For sure, yeah. As long as, well, I mean, people have always invested in, like, even if the dollar does that, everybody's like got some kind of, they have gold or bonds, or people will survive. I just think we're gonna have to figure out how we're gonna do it.
No, we are going to survive. What I'm saying of the dollar is that it's going to lose certain purchasing power, and the unique position of a world reserve currency is not going to be the only reserve. It's going to have competition. So the thing is that a lot of the value of it's not the dollar itself, it's the value that is behind the dollar and the productivity that people put behind that currency. That value, that effort, that energy, that currency, that productivity is going to be put behind other assets instead of just the dollar. So there's a lot of value that is moving away from the dollar.
Yeah, I do agree. Hell yeah.
If the Nostra Vostra accounts are actually put in place in the ledgers, it's probably over $50 trillion that is going to move into the crypto market. And that's just from the Nostra Vostra accounts. That I think that money is definitely going to flow into the crypto, and that's just a tip of the iceberg, because it's going to be multiple technologies, multiple ledgers, blockchains, DAOs, which is decentralized, autonomous organizations. Which are many companies, like enterprises, can use the technology to kind of be independent in finances and issue their own currencies within their own ecosystem. And then outside of that, they can use the other blockchains and ledgers to do commerce and stuff. But the amount of money right now, the Casper networks, they are putting 25 million patents into the ledgers. So the patents, like I think it's over 70% of all of the value in the stocks and all that stuff is based on patents. And there's 25 million patents. And those 25 million patents are going to be put in the ledgers to be able to be commercialized, to bought and sold. So the Casper networks, I think this is going to be one of the huge layer ones that is going to be pretty good. So a lot of the value is being moved into these technologies. That's why I think some of these technologies are going to, be in a sense valorized very high. And since they're going to be providing certain services like, the exchange of information, the keeping the records, and the exchange of value, money, data, all that stuff, contracts, documents. Yeah, there's a lot of activity that goes through all those things. But in the ledgers, I hope hopefully it can be used for good, because you were mentioning the CBDCs, and that's obviously that stuff can be used by the government to track everything we do, blah blah blah, when you buy with money. But right now, that is actually the case right now. If the government wants to investigate you or whatever, if there's an agency that wants to know what you bought last week, they can find out.
Yeah, people think they're not getting they can't track because they have dollars. It's like, yeah, they'll know. Because the point of sale usually leaves like a receipt somewhere. There's some people know when things get bought and sold, and there's a paper trail. It doesn't need to be electronic.
I think that's probably the less of the worries. If some guy in the government knows that I bought Pepsi the other day, I mean, who cares? I don't think there's gonna be a billion guys sitting in a computer checking everything you buy, right?
That's the conspiracy. The conspiracy mindset, though, Gemsy, in here, like with like flat Earth, like, I can't say nothing because I got the Google, Siri and all that, and so if I say something, they're gonna know, like, I got to take all these things. I was like, man, if they really want to know what you're talking about, they'll know. Like, they got listening devices that can listen through walls and whatnot. Like, if they really want to, like I'm saying, if they really want to know what you're saying, they're gonna find out. Like. But that stuff there, they are data mining. We know that. It's just like sometimes the conspiracy mindset, they're making it sound like, oh man, my information is so valuable. It's like they just use it to like sell you products that companies are paying for this type of algorithm so they can target, so they
that is a new gold, data, information.
yeah, hell yeah. And especially these companies, they know if you say these certain words and the the microphone's picking it up, and then you go to like look through the internet and your YouTube ads, and the ads are all like what you just said, like a jacket or car tires or whatever, and then you're like, wow, I was looking for that anyways, like you think it's a coincidence or whatever. You're being monitored and data mined, and so that's real. But I mean, I don't know, not necessarily a bad thing, but I would say just watch what you say, so long as it's like, maybe say some things that you want to look for. You're like, you know what, I was thinking about looking for this and that, or fishing pole or something, and all of a sudden you look in there, it's ads are showing up, and it's that fishing pole you're looking for, whatever. But
yeah. There is an actual digital version of your fingerprint, of your print, the digital print that we do. I mean, you see how all these websites ask you for your date of birth, are you male or female, what's the name of your mom, what was the last vehicle that you own, that kind of stuff, all that information, it's all put together to create a digital version of yourself. And once everything is matched up with your IP address and your username, your email, whatever, they can definitely advertise. That's how it works.
Yeah, that's worth a lot of money to these companies to know what how to target certain demographics. Like if they want to target males from like 18 to 30, they know like what do they want, what are their likes right now. So companies will pay a big amount of money to get that kind of information. Like, if they got these devices that are gathering all this information, they're going to want to know, like, what are they searching for? On their, when they go to Google, like, what are they looking for? And what are the top priorities right now for people in America? Or, when they start finding that out, then companies start knowing what to advertise. So it's targeted for sure. Yeah.
And I think, commerce, in my opinion, is part of the design of this place. I think we live under an environment that neighbors have to do kind of like tasks with each other. So me as a father, I have to do things for my children. And then to do those things, I might have to do commerce with my neighbor, right? And maybe he has apples and I want to make applesauce. I don't really have bananas. I want to have some apples today, right? To make applesauce. So the engagement in commerce has to be facilitated, and there has to be an environment where people can do commerce and accomplish certain goals without having any conflicts, like war between neighbors just because I want to get some oil or I want to use some resource. I don't want to go to war to be able to use my neighbor's resource, right? I want to be able to exchange some value or some service to be able to engage in commerce with someone. So, in my opinion, for many decades, there's been like a hold of value by certain, the banking institution and all that stuff. So they've been controlling the monetary system for some time in many ways. And I think that with technology, we can kind of bring, hopefully, a lot of that value and that property, that intellectual property, back to people, communities, families, and entities between communities. Like, let's say a community wants to create a corporation or something and utilize certain technology to the betterment of the community or the nation. People should be able to do that. Right now, we have the governments holding patents, holding technology, holding resources, holding money, just making the environment very difficult for people to engage in commerce. You see the government, you look at the books of the laws. There's so many rules that just by you doing commerce with your neighbor, you might be breaking the law just because you're doing something with your neighbor, right? So they made the system way too complicated. So I think there's ways to simplify the commercial way of doing things to make things more productive and for people to thrive while doing commerce instead of it being so taxing. Yeah.
It's funny that you're saying this, Jim, and I come in here because just before I came in here, I was just thinking to myself, how did the banks end up owning everything?
It's called advertisement. They say, hey, give us your money. Like the banks, they advertise and they say, hey, give us your money. We're going to keep it safe. Fear mongering, right? And go work, be productive, and give us more of your money. So all the productivity that you did, you pass in a token sense, you pass it to the bank, and the bank is going to grab that productivity and invest it, right? And then make a profit of you. But the banks, they're tricky. It's they do. I think right now the banking system, even the pharmaceutical system and the banking system, was going in the decline. You see how all the bailouts that the governments had to do to save both of these. Like for the past decades, years, you've seen how the governments came out and say, "Hey, don't worry, the workers, the middle class, the working people, we're gonna tax them and we're gonna save you." So that's what they did with, like I said, the banks and the pharmaceuticals. So yeah, that's how they have all the money, because some people in positions of power can pick winners and losers, and yeah, that's part of it, and we allow it. The banks can grab your money, do stupid things with it, and if they lose it, they just gotta call the government and say, "Hey, we lost your citizens' money, and you send us more." The government say, "Yes, we got you." You're secure. You're insured up to 250,000. Right now, the government said that you're secure unlimited. If you had $1 million, you're secure. You're insured. If you have 2 million, you're insured. Before it used to be 250,000. But the feds came out and say, hey, if any bank is missing their customers' money, doesn't matter how much it is, we're gonna cover it. That's what the Fed just did the last few weeks.
So,
and how they're gonna cover it? how they're gonna cover it? They just gotta print it out of thin air. That's it. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, so what you do is you get a lot of money, and then you find a way to steal it from yourself, and then get insurance on it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's what I said earlier. Like that's promoting bad decision making.
So how would that work, right? How would you steal it from yourself and then get it back from the insurance, right? Because that's a tricky one, right? Because you'd have to do it in a way that it looks like someone else is doing it. So, like, I don't know. Would you just? Well, it's a little difficult in this day and age because, well, actually, it's not, because if you just have someone's card, right? I mean, you can just go swipe it. I mean, most of the time you don't need a PIN for like smaller purchases or whatever, but then that's not enough, right? Because you want to steal it all and then get it all back. See, and I'm pretty sure that's what they've done somehow, right? Because if I just thought of it, it's nothing new, right? There's nothing new under the sun. So if I've thought of it, the ones who are in control, also thought of it, and they probably already did it.
They already mastered it. Actually, there's a difference between, you know how I want to play basketball and being LeBron James and Michael Jordan, right? There's a big difference,
right? How do they do it? Okay. I wonder if it's because they lend it, right? So if you lend the money and someone else loses it, that's also covered.
Actually, the way we live under a Keynesian economic system where the Keynesians tell you that to create value and create prosperity, you need people to spend. You need people to, when the sun comes out, you need people to wake up, open the door, and go out there and buy things and spend and move, because you need movement of the money, right? Currency, flow, movement. So that's the Keynesians. The Austrians economic schools tells you that you need to be productive and have savings. You be productive because the community and the house needs food, clothing. So you produce those things that are in need. Then you save grain, food, resources, right? You save gold, and then whenever you need that stuff, you have it in savings, right? But if you don't need it, you keep producing and utilize what you need and save some of it for whenever you need it. But the Keynesians are telling you, no, spend the savings, spend this, spend. Right now, under the banking system, what they do is the bank, whenever the bank says they're going to give you money to buy a house, a loan, the bank doesn't ever give you any money. The banks present you with a promissory note, which is a contract that is taken as a monetary instrument once you sign it for a specific amount. So if the house is $1 million and the bank presents you, hey, the house is $1 million, so we're gonna make this mortgage or this promise of pay of $1 million, and you sign that monetary instrument, the bank takes it to the Federal Reserve discount window and they cash it in for that amount plus a 10%. And then they deposit that money in the bank and give you a check of the $1 million, and you go buy the house. But the check was given to you with a contract, which is a mortgage, right? That says that you're gonna pay that amount or a specific percentage of that amount plus interest top of that, and that's how the bank makes a profit. The banks never give you any money, bro.
Now, hold on. Mortgage isn't mortgage spelled MORTGAGE? Is that how it's spelled, right?
I'm gonna look it up again. Mortgage. Yeah. So yeah, the bank never
It
gave you
is.
any money.
Okay, so that's interesting, right? Because mort, right, is death.
Mort, death. Yeah.
Yeah. So what's
Mort
gauge? I
death.
mean, is that does gauge actually mean gauge, right? So is this like a death gauge? Is that what it means? Mortgage?
Sure. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Because you won't finish paying that loan until you're dead.
Yeah, you're right. So basically, it's like a death contract, basically.
It is a death contract because you actually the name, all the stuff is made on the death. How do you say that? The paper comes from a tree. The tree was killed, made into paper, and then people started putting ink and putting names and terms. All that stuff is made on the death. The name is death. That's not alive. You are the one that is alive. You're the one signing and putting the name, right, and making the signature. You are the living man. But that name and that paper, that's death. That's dead. It's not alive.
Man, these word games are funny.
When the judge enters the room and the guy said, "All rise," he's talking to the dead.
Yeah. That is, all rise. Okay, so
the dead are rising.
That's interesting. Whenever they did that, I never felt like standing. It's like, why am I standing?
Because that guy has a wig. I mean, he has a wig and you don't.
So does that mean this is purgatory?
What it means, but these people are playing a very intricate game that has been put in place. And if you're good at playing it, you can do all right. Or you might have to kill a few children on your way to, win the game.
It's better to have.
They play a dangerous game. Go ahead. Yeah, it's definitely better.
Yeah, it's better to have children than to kill children, because having children, they're useful. Killing them, I mean, that's a waste.
But the thing is that that death certificate that they ask you when someone dies, they cash that. That's like a.
Check.
It's like a check, yeah. And they can go to the collateral and whatever you own to whatever agency, they go cash it from there. So the children, they definitely. We don't definitely want to go deep into this because I was gonna mention stuff that we can't talk about. Yeah, the children definitely. I agree with you. It's better to have them alive, 100%. Yeah. I mean, we're stewards for the children because we're gonna leave everything to them, right? We just, if I have a home, I'm just holding it for now because I'll pass eventually, and they can keep it, hopefully.
Well, I mean, I don't plan on passing. Ain't nobody getting my shit.
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah.
See, they say you can only die once. You can't die twice. So I've already done that.
Yeah.
So I'm here to stay until this place ends.
That's cool. Yeah. So someone's gotta make sure we reach the end.
Well, what is the end though?
Maybe it's a new beginning.
Twice.
What was that?
The death thing you was talking about. You said you went through it once.
Yeah, you can't die twice. It's a really weird thing, and I didn't hear that until after I died. And it makes sense because I can't die twice because I already know what death is. It's an experience I already had.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a weird conundrum because my head is full of things that it shouldn't be. Like my head is full of things that most humans don't have in their head. Only people who've died.
Same here.
I mean, dead people who died, they will tell you things that it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to us because, well, it's difficult to fathom these things because, well, you're in a body. And most living people have no idea what it means to be, or what it feels like, or what it is to be outside of your body while you're still alive or dead or whatever it is. I don't know. It's weird.
Can you elaborate a bit on what you were saying? Most humans don't have in their head. If you're willing to, I'm not going to pry into it. But.
Well, basically everything. Because so when you die, you go back to the water, and in the water is everything. You've heard people say that water has memory, and it's true in some kind of weird way, and everything is water, so the memory is everywhere. It's just that we don't have access to it because we as humans in these bodies feel like we're separated from the world that we're actually in, not realizing that we came from it, we're a part of it. Without us, it wouldn't exist. But all that stuff, all that information, it's biblical things. It's the things that when you read the Bible, it doesn't quite make sense to you because you're not really sure what you're reading because you haven't died. But if you die, it's a different story because the words mean different things. So there's, so just the fact that there's water everywhere, right? Outside of where we are, above the sun, above the moon, above the stars, it's water. Below us is water. The water is infinite. How? I have no idea.
You're saying maybe that this is so when you're born again, are you putting it like in those terms?
I guess you could kind of say it like that because it is kind of a born again experience because you're basically getting back in touch with yourself because so as beings that are created in this environment, we are meant to have the knowledge of all these things. But since, well, what would you call it? Enemy? I don't know. The ones who would have us be slaves, they've through many years, they've perfected separating human beings from themselves. So like when you're born and you get a shot, that's the first step in separating your soul from yourself so that you only think that you're a singular entity and no one else is real. And that's how most people behave. That's why we have so much sin in the world, especially greed.
Interesting.
Right, because if you're going to steal from someone else, you're stealing from yourself. But if you don't realize and understand that the person that you're stealing from is just like you, then you're just like, well, fuck you then. And you won't give a shit about the other person, right? So if they got something you want and you just fucking take it, even though they quote unquote worked hard for it, right, to get it, and you just go and take it. I mean, what kind of person is that? It has to be someone who has zero connection with themselves because they think they're the only ones who are real. Everyone else is some kind of NPC in their mind. And they perfected this. I mean, that's most people. That's why most people are narcissists or whatever you call it.
Yeah, because they don't have to answer to anyone.
They think that there's no accountability in this world.
Yeah.
They think they live on a ball. If you live on a ball, what's the point, right?
That's what this new age is teaching as well, that everything happens. Well, you make these decisions are meant to happen. So even if you do something bad, it's
it was supposed to be
that way.
Yeah.
But then, then there'll be people that say that there is no free will, though. So how do we reconcile that?
Well, there's always going to be people who argue about these things, right? But when it comes to the argument of free will, I mean, if someone wants to say that you have no free will, you can tell them that they're always free to shut up at any time. So, either they're going to be silent or they're not, right? Are they choosing to, or are they not, right? So
But that's the thing. And then they'll say, "Are we choosing that?"
but that's the thing. They are, because they chose to keep on speaking instead of shutting up, right? So free will does exist. You choose what you do.
Then does that decision carry on to a place where you were going anyway? You know what I mean?
Well,
I don't know. I'm just asking these questions.
Well, that's to assume that everything is predetermined.
Yeah.
And what indication is there that things are predetermined?
I don't know. I'm just asking a question.
Well, so am I. Well, see, this is the thing, right? So I ask questions to get people to think, right? I don't like giving people answers, because most time when you give someone an answer, they don't want to hear it anyways.
Yeah, you got to think for yourself.
Right. You got to figure out your own answer. So if I come across you and say, if you just eat meat, you'll be the healthiest person alive, right? Well, that's an answer. Most people don't want to hear that. They got to figure it out on their own, right? You have to go through the steps of understanding what you are as a thing in this world, how you function, and what fuels your body. And it's not bread, it's not sugar, it's not soda, it's not all these concoctions that you see in the aisles at grocery stores. Literally, it's the cow that's walking in the field, or the sheep, or the pig, or anything that moves. The animals are the things that sustain human beings for life. But most people think that a loaf of bread is actually food, when it's not. It's poison. It is literally sludge. It's slave food. But you can't tell people that. They'll laugh at you, or they'll get upset because they love their bread. And if someone loves their food, they're a drug addict. Because love is meant for other humans, not food. You should just eat, right? If you watch other animals, right, how often do you see like a deer or anything like that getting all excited right before it's going to eat? It doesn't. It just fucking eats. A cow doesn't get all happy, right? You don't see cows jumping for joy when they're in the field. No, they're just fucking, they're eating. They're like, I'm eating grass. I'm eating grass.
They're not overeating as well. And it's right there in front of them, and they're not overeating.
Think about this. I thought about this a couple months ago. How does a cow decide which grass he's going to eat and which grass he's going to step on? I mean, it's all food, right? Why is he so picky?
Yeah.
So, I mean, life is life, basically. You either figure it out or you don't. That's what I've figured out.
Yeah, it's all a journey in that.
Yeah, kinda. Well, see, the soul is eternal, so this place really doesn't even matter.
Is that a place to learn?
Well, it's a place to be.
Just be?
Yeah, just be. Because here you can be whatever you want. Now, obviously, I'm not saying you can turn into an eagle, right? But in your current form, right, the possibilities are endless. There's nothing that's been done that you can't do. right? So it's like if you wanted to construct a vehicle, you certainly could. It might take some time and some effort, maybe some help from other people. But I mean, look, Toyota does it, GMC does it. I mean, Porsche does it. All these people, they've done it, right? So it's not outside the realm of possibility for, let's say, you even, right, to create a new vehicle that could be the most popular vehicle in the world, right? Just because Toyota and GMC and Porsche and Mercedes are all out there, and it looks like they've taken the market, right? Realize the market is divided already because not everyone owns a Mercedes yet. Not everyone owns a Toyota, right? People have different preferences. The other day I saw a weird vehicle. It looked like a cross between a Jeep and a Hummer. I don't even know what the fuck it was. So, I mean, there's weird things.
The new Gladiator, isn't it?
I have no idea. I only saw it at a distance, so I couldn't really, but it looked weird. So
it's a new Jeep pickup. Yeah,
could be, but you see what I'm saying, right? So in 5 years' time, right, how you could be producing the next big vehicle, or shoe, or food, or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
So, I guess really what death has taught me is that there are no limits. That's what death really taught me. The only limits are the ones you place on yourself. And I'm sure that's like some hippie guru sounding shit, but that's really the truth.
Oh man,
right? It's like let's.
I'm interested in what everyone's got to say, man.
Like let's look at the base of this. Let's look at women, for example. Okay, men. A lot of men think women are difficult, right? But it's not.
Yeah.
Okay, women want to be dominated. That's it. If you understand that, you can get any woman you want. It's basic. Right. So when a woman says she wants a deep and meaningful relationship, what she's telling you is she wants a child.
Yeah. She wants you to be the man, take care of it, take care of things while she looks after the house and the kids.
Yeah, basically that's it.
Yep.
And but the television, right, has confused people.
Well, it's confused women as well.
Well, yeah, because when you watch these men and women on TV, right, they're acting, right? That's not actually how men and women behave.
No.
They're putting on a show for you so that you can then go and copy what the people on the television are doing.
Yeah.
So when the boy and the girl first meet, right, and they're all awkward and weird, right? That's not real. But now that people have seen that on TV, that's how they behave because they think that's how you're supposed to do it. But it's not. At the base of it, human beings are confident. We've been tricked into being weak, right? Because look at dogs, right? When a boy dog and a girl dog meet, they don't get awkward and weird, right? He just jumps on her back and starts humping her. I mean, that's it. And that's the world, right? But since we're thinking beings or whatever, feeling beings, blah, right? They've found a way to manipulate that and basically cuck the world.
Yeah, I'll agree with you there. Exactly.
So yeah, life is actually pretty simple.
Now we're getting masculine women and feminine men.
Yeah,
and
essentially that's why
there's so much divorce because.
Well, not only divorce, but homosexuality.
Yeah.
Because this is unnatural. A man is not attracted to a man. A woman is not attracted to a woman. This is not nature. This is not how things are intended to be. So to push someone so far to think that they're attracted to their own sex, I mean, that's I don't know how they do that.
I'm going to put this down to a few things, though. Yeah, like I think a lot of the stuff that we maybe the water they feed you as well. I think it has estrogen in it. a lot of the food.
Well, see here,
I think these things.
You're right about
men not getting enough physical labor and not producing enough testosterone. I think that's a big part of it as well.
If you Google "does chicken make you gay," you'll get results. Now let's think about this, right? It makes total sense, okay? Because when people eat chickens, they're females, right? You only eat the female chicken, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Now, to make a female chicken grow bigger, you pump it full of estrogen. It goes quicker, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's how. I mean, how do you think KFC has chicken legs for days? How?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
There's no way. They have to be getting chicken that's mass produced. I mean, these chickens have to be growing super fast. So you pump it full of estrogen, it grows in what, 2 months? That's quick.
Yeah.
That's quick.
Yeah.
So
the profit.
But where does all that estrogen go?
Well, it goes into the chicken and you eat it.
And then you eat it, yeah. So, I mean, if you go to KFC or some kind of chicken joint, I haven't been, but I would probably bet that there's a lot of homosexuals around there. Just saying.
It's the same problem with the beef too. Yeah, so I'm not sure whether they do it here or not, but I know in America they feed it grain. And then they have to feed them antibiotics to stop the cows getting infections from the grain, because the grain and corn, because they're not supposed to be eating that.
Yep.
So they have get stomach ulcers and things like that. So you end up eating the antibiotics too. So
yeah, pretty much. Well, see, that makes sense too, because so in America, the children develop a lot sooner than in other countries.
Yeah, they do here as well. I've noticed.
Wait, now where are you? You're in Australia, right?
Yeah, but it's the women, not the men. The girls.
Yeah, and it's because of all the hormones that they pump into these, and the antibiotics and all this stuff, all these medications. Because so when you have sick animals, right, they stop growing, so you got to pump them full of hormones.
Yeah.
So, yeah, actually, man. Yeah, because you get children that start developing. It's like before they're even teenagers. So
the girls,
the girls
13,
especially,
they look like 17-year-olds, and the boys still look like boys. You know?
Yeah, they do. So it must be. Well, it has to be estrogen heavy because, again, right, with the cows. Yeah, with the cows, it's the females that we eat, not the bulls. So yeah.
There's also a big problem as well. So a lot of farmed foods, as I know, farmed fish. So they use soybeans for food, which is is cheap and nasty, and it's really high in estrogen as well. So these farmed fish are not getting the nutrients that they would in the wild, and they're coming packed full of estrogen. So it seems to be every single food that we eat is packed full of estrogen.
Yeah,
unless you're getting it from the wild or from a natural farm or something like that. But
even so, like, and I'm in South Africa right now. I moved away from America because that place is Satan's town, basically, the U.S. But pretty much, if you go over there and get any meat that's already been like processed, and it's here too. It's even more here. But over there, one of the first ingredients or the second ingredients was typically some kind of soy. So they would have meat, and then they would have soy, I guess, as filler filler basically. So you reduce the amount of meat you're using. You put some tofu shit in there, and people can't really tell the difference. I actually had one, and it made me sick because I've done this whole like diet thing where I've cut out all processed stuff. I think the most I'll eat, I don't know if you've been in South Africa, they have biltong here. I don't know if you know what that is. Basically, it's
that like an antelope?
No, biltong. Basically, you take a strip of beef, you roll it in some like coriander and some spices, and then you hang dry it. and then
Yeah, nice.
like after 3 or 4 days, you can eat it. I have a bag of biltong right now. It's fantastic. It's I don't even know how to explain it. I grew up on beef jerky. If you know what beef jerky is, that's terrible
Yeah,
shit.
I love beef jerky. Yeah, I make my own.
You love beef jerky?
Yeah, I've
No,
got
listen,
a dehydrator. Yeah.
Yeah, if you ever have biltong, you'll never eat beef jerky again.
Yeah, I'll give it a go.
Yeah, because it's.
I'll see if I can find it because we have a large population of South Africans here.
Yeah, you should be able to actually. Then,
yeah.
I mean that wouldn't
be able to find it somewhere.
Yeah, you should be able to, but I've cut out all the stuff. Like I'll eat some of those spices and stuff. I'll eat meat, salt, some of the spices on the biltong, and then raw milk, and that's pretty much it. But
what about onions and garlic?
No, none of that. No, those things are toxic. Because I've consumed these things after I've eliminated them. It's like you've never smoked a cigarette, have you, or smoked?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Do you still smoke?
No.
Okay. Can you?
You smoke Corpo cigarettes? Organic. That's a big difference there.
Well,
if I had a puff now, I'd start sweating and spinning.
Yeah, exactly. So it's kind of the same thing when I eliminated these foods, right? So when I put them back in my body, things happen. This was like 6 months ago. We were experimenting, I guess. So we got some fruits. We got grapes. I like once I started eating them, I couldn't stop, right? But the grapes physically made me sick. Do what?
Seedless or seeded ones?
I think they were seedless, but I had seeded ones too, and the same thing. I got sick from these things that my body could not handle. Like I was vomiting. Actually, I wasn't vomiting because there was nothing to vomit up, but I had basically the acid heaves, right, for like 3 days. And my entire body was like shaking, like I had the flu or something. It was the weirdest thing. And this is not the only time this has happened because, you know what tacos are, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I went to, this was years ago, 4 or 5 years ago. I went to Taco Bell in the US and this, yeah, I know. But this was after I had changed my diet, right? I changed to a high fat, pretty much zero carbohydrate diet, right?
Like a carnivore.
Kind of, but it wasn't quite carnivore because I still had like cheeses. I still had some vegetables and things like that, lettuce, stuff like that. Like I would eat a burger wrap with cheese on it. So I hadn't quite gotten to the point where I had eliminated everything. And one night I was doing Uber, and it was like 2 a.m. when I was finally done. And of course, Taco Bell was the only place open other than McDonald's. And I definitely didn't want any bread, right? So I figured, taco, right? It can't be that bad. How bad can a taco be, right? So I go and I order the taco. I go home and I'm sitting outside in front of my house because it's like 2:30 a.m, right? I'm just going to eat, chill out for a second, and then go in and go to bed, right? That was my plan. So I'm sitting there. The car was off. It wasn't hot or cold outside. It was decent, right? You could either wear pants or shorts, and it was 2:30 a.m. Okay, so I'm sitting there. I can't remember if I think I was listening to something. I started eating the taco. I got pretty much all the way through the taco, and I was kind of feeling something. Not really noticing too much. I was too busy having the mouth pleasure of the taco, right? Because the way they make them taste, they're So I get done with that and I'm like, okay. So then I start on the other taco and I get about, I don't know, a quarter of the way through and I start getting like the shivers and the shakes. And I'm like, okay, what's going on here? So I turn on the heater in the car and then like it slowly but surely progresses from there. I just start getting sicker and sicker, and then literally within an hour, I'm like dragging myself in the house. I feel like I have the flu after eating a taco. So, yeah, what's in these things? I have no idea. How this stuff affects you? No idea. but it certainly affects you.
Been a pleasure to talk to you, man. I've got to get cooking for dinner.
What are you making?
Just some meatballs with a nice sauce and probably some maybe some homemade pasta, something like that. I don't normally eat pasta, but yeah.
Don't eat that pasta, man. That pasta's gonna kill you.
I know, man, but I've got some stuff I got to use up. So my daughter made pasta over the weekend. She left some fresh sheets. She made the sheets, so I've got to use them up.
Yeah, the no waste mentality. Man,
Yeah.
it's poison, man. It's okay to
No.
waste poison. It's okay.
It's been a pleasure, mate. I've seen you
man. Have
around,
a good
but I've
one.
never actually spoken to you before, so good.
Yep. Yeah, I usually don't talk. Most people don't listen.
No worries, man. See you soon.
Yep, see ya. Yeah, actually, I don't know who else is in here, but I got to run too. I got to go do stuff. So maybe I'll be back. See y'all.
Good morning.
Hello. Nobody around?